And welcome to day 3 coverage at Microsoft Build. We're here at the Build stage.
That's right next to it. They're getting some stuff set up for you, but there's still a lot of goodness, but a lot of goodness has already happened.
So many announcements have happened. So much goodness has happened. You were in a keynote yesterday.
I was. And the thing about it that to me was the most exciting was bringing developer productivity to prompt making for using LLMs. That was my favorite.
I mean, okay, that was your demo, and it was great.
Yeah, thank you.
Everyone check out Prompty.
That's right,
Good.
that's right.
It's
and I'm not going to shamelessly plug my session that's coming up at around 10:30 because I would never talk about BRK 114 for, to plug my stuff.
BRK 114.
Yeah, I would never say that on air because it just feels a little,
A little self-promotional?
Yeah, I would never do that.
That's who you are.
Well,
we have to embrace these things.
That's who I am. I'm never.
But in addition to all the things that Seth is self-promoting.
Not self-promoting.
No, not self-promoting.
Clear.
We're going to be breaking down the latest news that's going to be happening, what happened before, and it's happening throughout the day. We're going to be talking with experts and insiders. Later this hour, Scott Hanselman, everyone's favorite developer,
of course,
is going to be kicking off a demo.
You're also one of my favorite developers.
Well, thank you.
One of 100. Just kidding. You're top 20 for sure.
Okay.
No question.
You know what? I would not rank myself as my top 20 favorite developer. So
no, you're in my top 20, 25.
That's great. We're also going to have more things from Jeremy Chapman and the Microsoft Mechanics crew. We're going to get a tour of the Azure Communications services.
Yeah, that's cool.
Great.
And I have Justin Feinberg coming up talking about entrepreneurial. Nice. I can never say that word. It's in there. Entrepreneurialship.
Yeah, entrepreneurship.
There. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm glad she's here because I could not say it. He's going to be talking about how to get started with careers in AI, how to do startups in AI, some principles that he's learned with his startup, and how you can do it too.
That's going to be a great conversation because if you're doing a startup right now and you don't have AI like in the title or in the description, it's going to be harder to get funding.
Oh, but let me tell you also, you need to stay tuned for that because we are going to be taking questions live from the people watching and people here, but mostly those that are watching. We want to make sure those questions come in because otherwise I will just hog this whole time. And we want you, not me.
No, and that's a great point. We have the chat feature, so ask those Q&As. Be sure to ask Seth questions so that you don't talk the whole time.
Yeah, and if you didn't hear from Christina, Scott Hanselman is going to be here too.
Scott Hanselman.
I don't know. We can't say it enough.
No, Scott Hanselman.
Scott Hanselman.
Yes. But we've got great stuff coming up today. In just a couple of seconds, we're going to be sending things off to our pal Joey, who's going to be talking with NVIDIA. That's going to be really fun. But again, welcome to day 3, Microsoft Build. We've got so much great stuff for you.
Yeah, and the thing about it is there's a ton of sessions.
Yes.
So should we go over to Joey?
We should. I think we should just kick it off over to Joey.
All right, we are back, Microsoft Build stage. I am here with Amir Kaiser, Chief Commercial Officer for Amdocs Gen AI. Welcome, Amir.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for showing up.
All right.
It's early. All right, let's talk a little bit. The first question I have for you is to talk a little bit about the partnership between Microsoft and NVIDIA.
Yeah, and Amdocs. And
Amdocs, of course.
Yeah. So obviously, Amdocs is serving the telecommunication industry, and we are working together with NVIDIA and Microsoft to actually bring Gen AI, bring this message to the industry, and do it in the most optimized way. So we're leveraging NVIDIA's, obviously Gen AI expertise, the chips, the accelerators, and everything to fine-tune the models, to pick the best optimized models, LLMs, that will fit the telco needs, together with Microsoft inferencing capabilities and AI and Azure AI capabilities. And what we're doing is we're verticalizing the LLMs, basically, right? So the generic LLM concept is good, but if you want to optimize it, basically we're verticalizing it. And the way that we do that is we add a lot of deep telco knowledge, basically telco taxonomy, telco context, which when you actually try it out, you see that you can get results which are much more accurate, much more cost efficient, and obviously we balance that with latency and everything else. But this is how we get to the best results that can actually, and I'll talk about it, that we can actually make it accessible to the market and make it real.
Okay, Amir, so I have a history where I've dealt with telcos back in the past when I ran call centers. I'm really curious there. The AI, with all the AI models out there and the generic models and things, why do we really need to get vertical? Why does there have to be something specific, particularly like with something like telco?
Right. So obviously, telco is always, it's complex, right? It's always been complex. And it deals with a lot of subscribers. So we're talking about billions of subscribers. And, we're talking about systems that have been evolved for many years. And the telco context is extremely important because you need to know what you're talking about in telco, and you need to know what's a subscriber, what's a customer. It has its own flavors. So if you want to get it real and you want to make sure it's accurate and you can actually deploy it in the field and make people use it and get the impact that you want, you have to verticalize it. And we see that as part of the the testing that we're doing and the pilots that we're running to get to the best result, which are we can see the difference.
It's really the work that you're doing now for telco really could probably expand across to other verticals that require that specialization because things are so uniquely different in those pieces of business, right?
That's right. So I think that approach, I believe, will go across to other verticals as well, right? As we get to actually deploying applications, and this is really the area where we think that. In order to take Gen AI from the LLMs and the amazing technologies that's evolving so fast, and actually making it used by customers and used by the industries, you need to create the applications. And we've heard also in the last couple of days, how the models are becoming more robust and can be trusted more and more. So now it's the time to actually take it and create those applications, and this is what we've done, create applications which can actually be used and embedded within the ecosystems of the telecommunication industry. So we're creating basically super agents applications, whether it's in the care domain, in the sales domain, in marketing or network, and making this whole thing very real. Now, when you take and create those applications, you leverage all those capabilities on one hand. On the other hand, you need to embed them within the ecosystem, within the business flows, within the existing applications as well, so that they can actually be usable. And this is what this partnership actually brings to the market.
That's awesome. I love making it real. That really stuck with me. Amir, thanks for joining us. Hey, friends, if you want to know more about Amdocs, NVIDIA, and the Microsoft partnership, you want to head on over to the featured partner section of the build.microsoft.com website. We're back with more.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? We're back, and we want to spend some time getting to know you. So we have a poll question here. Fill in the blank. I'm going to read it as is.
Okay.
Microsoft Applied Skills Credentials help to, and then what are the choices?
All right, these are your options. They are in the chat. Please vote in the poll. Option 1, validate my proficiency in sought-after skills. Option 2, show expertise in real-world scenarios. Option 3, include free self-paced learning paths. Or option 4, all of the above.
Oh, or option 5, because we like to wear badges with credentials.
I mean, what? If we can be real.
Yeah, I went to this one thing once. I wore the wristband for months.
I did have my Taylor Swift Eras Tour like wristband. I still have it somewhere.
Do you wear it? No, I would wear it every day.
I mean, okay, we're not going to talk about that.
It's kind of cool. I mean, I'm not going to lie. So, all right. So hopefully they'll tell us what some of the options are. But go in there and vote. And we want to know, again, Microsoft Applied Skills Credentials help too. And then just sort of put those in there. Yeah,
just put that down there. And people are loving all of the above. That's the favorite option. And honestly, that's the best option.
Yeah. I mean, if you're in a test and it's A, B, C, or all of the above, that's always the right answer.
It really is.
It's a little test.
It really is. Now, we're going to have more about certification coming up later today. We're also going to have more from Scott Hanselman.
Scott Hanselman?
Scott Hanselman?
Yeah, he's going to be on here. We're pretty excited about that. He's a good dude. We hang out with him sometimes, you know, in the cordoned off areas.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, if they let us through. The guards are very imposing.
No, Scott's the best. No, he's going to have a great demo. We're going to have really good stuff. You've got some good conversations coming up today.
That's right. I have Justin Feinberg, who does Cassidy AI, to talk a little bit about entrepreneurial. I can't do it.
Entrepreneurship. We're going to get this by the end of the.
We'll work on this
We're
off
get
the
it.
camera. This is I mean, I feel like I need to. But he's going to talk about that, how some principles that he's learned, and how you can also ask questions. So please be ready. I think it's one of the few sessions where we're taking questions.
Right. So genuinely be ready because he's a great person to ask questions to. So be ready for that. That's going to be coming up later.
That's right.
And we're also going to talk about dev tools because it's a dev conference.
Yeah, it is.
Tools would be a good thing to talk about.
That's right. And the other thing is, and we have a couple of seconds, so I just want to reiterate that I would never shamelessly plug my session coming up. The
RK14.
Yeah, we would never do that.
Never.
We're talking about Prompty, brand new prompt format, and I'm just not going to say it here because obviously there's. Well, maybe we'll talk about it later.
Maybe we'll talk about it later.
At 10:30-ish, 10:45.
And you would certainly never, in a future segment, like show off the stickers for Prompty?
No, I would never. The little P with the happy eyeballs, it's fantastic.
Okay, well, I mean, fair enough. All right, now we're going to go over to Donna for an introduction to DevTools.
Hello and welcome back to the Near the Build stage for Community Connections. I'm here with these two beautiful people from the DevTools community, Esteban and Josh. Thank you so much for joining us. Esteban, please introduce yourself to our beautiful audience.
Sure. My name is Esteban Garcia. I'm the Managing Director for Microsoft Services at Zebia. I'm based out of Orlando, Florida.
Fabulous.
And I'm Josh Garbrick. I am also with Zebia Microsoft Services, and I am from sunny Buffalo, New York.
All right, so who poached who?
Well, I think it's kind of a communal thing, right?
I love that. Okay, so apparently you both have a fascinating story about how community has impacted your life and career. Do you want to share, Esteban?
Sure, yeah. So for me, I got involved with the Orlando.NET user group back in 2008. And I was at a user group meeting, and someone needed help updating the website. Raised my hand. Then a few months later, we had our leadership was leaving, so we needed someone to volunteer to help run CodeCamp. Raised my hand.
Wow.
And then I started speaking, and I started getting involved with the community, started involved with the Orlando DevOps community. Then I became an MVP, then I became a regional director. And along the way, really community, I would say, shaped my entire career. After I really got engaged with the community, started speaking a lot, started writing a lot, my next jobs, my next clients were all related to community. People that I hired and I became friends with were related to community.
Yeah. I love that. I'd love to hear your story.
Sure.
I have a lot of questions, but go on. Yeah.
So my story is actually interesting because it started with Microsoft Virtual Academy.
Oh.
So I would watch a lot of the training videos on there and ended up talking with one of the two gentlemen who was recording a lot of the TFS content at the time.
Yes.
And he introduced me to the program manager for the ALM Rangers, which is how I started to get involved in that side,
Yeah.
and then became an MVP.
Yes.
Met this fine gentleman here, and lots of other people from all over the world.
Yeah.
So I've got a lot of really great connections from that, and just learned a ton in the past 10 years.
I love that because you did something very organic in your local space and said, hey, I'm going to go join here and raise my hand a lot. And you joined because you were doing like a skilling learning thing, right? And then you still wound up with the same community here on the build show floor. Yeah, I love that. So what is your advice to the next generation, people here today and online, who want to make new friends, grow their career, et cetera, et cetera?
Sure. So for me, when I first got involved with community, I couldn't speak in front of 5 people without just blushing and not being able to do it. Yeah. So one of the challenges for myself was like, I want to join a community so I can grow in that side. I want to meet some people that are like-minded. So that was what drove me to community. Once I got there, I met some people that were just so amazing and a community that was so embracing. So my advice would be, show up. And there's a lot of different groups in many different geos or online. Show up and start becoming part of that community. If there's a way for you to help, raise your hand. If there's a way for you to engage with others, maybe there's someone looking for a job that you can help them with. Like, find ways to connect. And there's so many things that are community. Open source is community. User groups as communities. Conferences are community. So that's my advice would really just get involved. Just show up and get involved.
I love that. What do you think, Josh?
So from my perspective, I think it starts with the children. And I mean that quite literally.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of volunteer work at my daughter's school for kindergarten, for middle school, and for high school as well. And it's interesting that so many people still have this stigma that being in technology and being in development is difficult to get into, and it's very much not.
No.
I mean, between code.org and I know Visual Studio Code for Education just came out. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there, and it's just a matter of making the right connections and, connecting with folks on that level.
I love that because you're talking about things that you're deeply interested in anyway. Like go connect with other people who are doing the kinds of things that you like to do, whether it's going and volunteering at organizations or volunteering in the classroom, right? And one of the things I've found to be really valuable is exactly what you were saying, which is sit in the front row, raise your hand, right? Showing up is not even half the battle, it's like 75% of the battle, just like being visibly there, whether you're online in person. And what you did, where someone's like, can you help me make a website? You're like, yeah, I can help do that. Because suddenly you're contributing to the community. You're shipping something together as a group. Yeah, and that's such a bonding experience. So homework for the audience, what have you got?
Get involved and go to the developer community's website.
Yeah.
Sign up.
Awesome.
Raise your hand. Get to it.
And what is it? aka.ms/devcommunity. The URL's below. Thank you so much. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Man, I love the hoodie and the shirts.
Yeah, is there any particular reason why the hoodie to you is extra special?
I think it's the logo. I think I like the Octocat.
She works at GitHub.
I do work at GitHub.
I love GitHub. I use GitHub for all the things. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I know it's all you. I know it's all you.
All of it is me.
Definitely it's all.
Our team is amazing. Actually, later this afternoon, I'm going to be talking to my boss, Martin Woodward, about all the new stuff that we announced with GitHub this week. So that's going to be really fun. That's going to be great. And if you want to learn more about DevTools sessions that are coming up, you can check them out in the in the session scheduler.
Yep.
You can even find them on demand, which is great, right? Because you and I, you've been doing some sessions.
Yes.
You've been doing a lot of this stuff. I haven't had a chance to watch a lot of things.
I know.
Which is great because I can go on demand and check it out.
And you know what? More than that.
Yes.
Because there's so many sessions, it feels like you're carrying the weight of the world. But with your digital backpack, it's easy to...
You broke me, man. It is day 3 of this, and you broke me.
Oh man, I'm tearing up. The makeup lady's looking at me like she's like, dude.
And speaking of sessions,
back.
BRK 14.
Yeah, 114.
114.
Yeah, but put them into your backpack. You can watch these things later. You can do all the things. So make sure. You don't want the weight of the world on your shoulders. Your digital backpack.
It's virtual. It's fine.
It's okay.
It's good.
Almost seen. Almost seen.
We're good now. We're good now.
Yeah. And so we've got a dev session coming up with some wonderful people that I get to work with. So should we just go to her?
Let's do it. Let's just go to Leslie. Who's going to be talking about developing AI apps.
All right, so right now I am being joined by three awesome people. So starting with Mike Hume, who's the General Manager for Digital and App Innovation, Mandy Whaley in the middle, who's the Director of Product Management, and Joe Binder, who's a Partner Director of Product for Azure DevTools. Hey y'all, how are you doing?
Great. Yeah.
Cool.
Glad to be here.
Thanks for coming. Day 3, bright and early in the morning.
That's right. Home stretch.
Yep, home stretch. So we're going to be talking about a cool topic. So AI app platform predominantly, right?
Yep.
And Scott Guthrie's keynote yesterday, we heard a lot about how that platform is elevating the dev experience. So can you tell us a little bit more about what's new and what's changed, Mike?
Yep, absolutely. So, I think what we're seeing is that all of that energy and excitement that led to this incredible experimentation over the last year, all of that is now starting to translate to apps that are moving to production. And so that puts really different requirements on our customers and different demands on vendors like us that are trying to help everyone move to that state of production. So what you saw out of that keynote was, how can we really help developers deliver on the expectations that they're facing now? We see these forecasts that say that 1 billion new applications are going to be written by 2028, and that's a huge demand on the developer base. So what we want to do is we want every developer to feel like they can be productive, that they can move fast, that they can have access to all the right services, whether that's a wide range of models, the right kind of data sources, other services that may come from our ISV partners, and all the things that they need to really be productive. And we want that to happen in the tools that they're already using, the tools that they love, and the skills that they already have. So one of the things I love is, we brought out all these great products, but also there's really an interesting sort of thread through all of that. There's really how we're doing it, which is, deeper and more meaningful integrations between our flagship products, whether that's apps, data, AI, or dev, or extensibility into our third-party services from our ISVs. But there's also the ways that we're taking AI and really embedding it into every layer of the stack. What we want is to remove friction from the application lifecycle. We want developers to be able to do things fast and know that they're building applications that are really ready for production, ready for the enterprise, that they're secure and scalable and all those things that they need. Then the last thing is that you saw where we're taking all of our best practices, all the things that we've learned by running some of the most sophisticated intelligent apps in the world and embedding that back into the products. So developers can really learn from that and then really take advantage of that and move faster. So all of that is really about helping them move from this current state of experimentation into the future state of production.
That's great. Yeah, I think it's really important to remove that friction. Because for folks just entering the AI world for the first time, we want to make that experience good, right?
It's a new experience for a lot of people. It's a new set of applications, and every new wave of applications has new challenges. We also want to make it something that's really ready for the enterprise without them having to do the drudgery. We want them to know that it's secure, that it's scalable, that it has all the reliability. Because in the end, these AI apps are going to be running business services that are generating revenue or handling operations or really building that kind of customer experience that they want to make themselves more competitive.
I agree. Yeah, I love the security elements, by the way. I saw in one of the demos at the keynote yesterday, just being able to kind of toggle the severity of like profanity and violence and all these other things like user-based hacking into the model, trying to break it. So it's cool that you have that kind of fine-grained control.
It's an end-to-end focus for us, and really company-wide, we're really thinking about how we do that, and then how do we make it simple, and then how do we also help people have the right kind of control that they need within that space.
Awesome. So this next question is for Mandy, and Mike, you mentioned talking about bringing an idea that a user might have and then making it that scalable, production-ready application. So for Mandy, what have been some of the takeaways that you've gotten from customers who are working to make that transition?
Yeah, so like we were saying, it's really interesting because this is a new kind of application to build. And there's all of the same cloud application skills that you already have. Like you have to still do all the things to build a normal cloud application. But now there's this new part around like, how do I start to integrate AI? What do I need to learn that's different about working with AI and building these kinds of applications? And so what we've been working on is helping developers use all of the skills that they already have and the tools that they already work with, like VS Code, GitHub Actions, and then saying like, here's how you extend into the AI parts that are new, and kind of charting that path of like, bring the skills that you know, extend into the new part. And some of the things that have come up is like, one really interesting thing we talked about in a session yesterday is, when you start working on these applications, you need to do prompt evaluations. You need to know how your prompts are behaving. And that's a new kind of sort of testing to integrate into your application and into your CI/CD pipeline. And that's something where we showed how you can do that with GitHub Actions, something you probably already know, but using it for this new purpose. And so I think that's where we see a lot of the questions from developers and really the industry overall figuring out is like, how do I take one of these from a proof of concept to running it in production? And what are the things I need in terms of observability, in terms of testing, in terms of user feedback? Like all of these things are really important for AI-powered applications. And those are some of the new interesting problems that we get to work on. And as someone who likes to work on developer experience, it's super exciting to have this new kind of app to like focus on and think about like, what does the developer experience look like? And then the other thing that we're doing is we showed also the GitHub Co-pilot for Azure extension, which we're really excited to have in private preview. And that's there because we can bring that right into your development environment in VS Code or Visual Studio. And you're able to use Copilot to help you learn about things. You're able to ask questions. And now you can ask questions specifically about Azure and your Azure resources and things like that. And then kind of putting that all together, what we've heard from customers is like, they want to get to proof of concept quickly and to a pilot and start using it and then get to production quickly. So one of the things we've been working on are these end-to-end application templates. So like RAG pattern is super popular. A lot of people are starting there to build their first AI applications. So we're building these end-to-end templates that have the application code, the infrastructure as code to easily provision everything up on Azure, and then even the GitHub Actions workflow that can help you do your deployment and also things like prompt evaluations. And then just making that where you can use all of that from within your favorite dev tool.
Awesome.
So.
First off, I got to say, I'm so excited for Copilot for Azure. Gosh, I need that in my life immediately. Can't wait to install that one. And also, I like your mantra about trying to integrate the AI capabilities that developers can do with the current experiences that they're already familiar with. I think that's just like a nice, smooth transition. Like I think about the times I personally use Copilot for things, and I'm like, I'm using it when I'm just already renaming something in VS Code, or I'm using it for generating commits and PRs, these things that I do regularly, but getting to put AI on top of that so it's not a huge learning curve.
Yeah,
so
great.
That's nice to hear. Sweet. And next question for Joe. We're going to transition a little bit into intelligent apps, which have seen a couple announcements throughout Build in the recent days. So what are the significance of some of those announcements for developers?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been so much announced over the past couple days. The things that I'm most excited about are actually the tools. You know, I think we spend a lot of time talking about all these new model capabilities, but as somebody who loves to write code, like actually building an app with those models is really hard. It kind of feels like trial and error. And over the last couple days, there have been several new tooling announcements for developers to really be able to build apps that use these models. Couple of my favorites, good friend Seth Juarez talked about Prompty. He's got a session later this morning, you should check out, that really helps us understand and treat prompts like a first-class source artifact. We can debug them, we can trace them. It's interoperable with the ecosystem like LangChain and things like that. I love that. It's made my life much easier. I've gotten my hands on it for a few months now. The other one that I'm really excited about is the VS Code AI Toolkit. And that's really a set of tools to help us use some of the models that were announced on the day one of the keynote, things like PHI, small language models, and be able to really explore what's possible with those models in your app. So you can fine tune them for your specific app scenario. You can run them locally on your laptop, which is super cool. I always have this GPU on my laptop, and I'm like, why can't I use this for my app development? Now you can. You can use that for testing and evaluation as well. So I just feel like we've really leveled up the developer tooling and enabled people to really explore what's possible in their apps with these models. And I'm really excited about it.
Awesome. So, Mike, over to you again.
Yep.
We have been talking a lot about Build, just the wider AI ecosystem, right? Mm-hmm. So how is what the work you three are doing factoring into the wider Microsoft AI strategy?
Yeah, so actually it's really consistent with what we were just hearing about, different tooling and of course also the templates. So, you know, the big thing is that we're really committed to giving developers the most comprehensive AI tool chain. we want to give you a complete set of services, whether those come from Microsoft or from our partners. And this is an area of just incredible innovation. It's a really dynamic market, and especially as new patterns come up, like RAG, we see a lot of innovation coming from companies that are building different services that are actually core to making those applications real and making them really powerful. So what you see here is actually some great partners that we announced this week. These are all playing a key role in the intelligent applications that we want to help people bring to market. They're also ones that have built incredible bases of support within AI developers and AI engineers. So what we want to do is we want to make it easy for you to then access all of these services, give you the flexibility to work with the services that you may already be using or ones that you want to try and experiment with, and then also give you the kind of first-party or native experience within our own solutions, whether that's GitHub Copilot, whether that's Visual Studio Code, or whether that's integration with some of our platform services like Azure Container Apps. And so all of that really plays into a partner strategy and integration strategy. And then we have these great templates where we can bring it to life in the form of building blocks. So not just the basic services, but actually help you get started fast.
That's right. And we even see some of the ecosystem coming in and helping us build templates. Like Arise has been partnering with us on a template. And so we're really excited about that. And you can check out a lot of those templates if you want to try them out at aka.ms/AI-apps.
Great, cool. Way to plug it at the end. Sweet. All right. Well, thank you, Mike, Joe, and Mandy for chatting with me today. So,
all right. Awesome.
Thanks.
Thanks for having us.
We're back.
We're back.
Thank you, Leslie. Joe had some really good commentary there about some technology. I don't know what it was.
I think it was called Prompt.
I think Promptee with a Y. Yeah, and like I said, we're going to be talking about more about that later. But also, when it comes to AI development, I'm also going to have Justin Feinberg on from Cassidy AI. We'll be able to take live questions, etc. So make sure you stay tuned for that.
No, that is great. And also, congrats on getting a shout out. That's good.
Thank you. Yeah,
that's good. All right, so coming up in just a little bit, it is everybody's favorite developer, certainly like my favorite, right? Mr. Scott Hanselman, he's going to be joining us on stage. Scott Hanselman. Scott Hanselman. Yes. All right. So he's a great guy, but he's going to be showing how developers can make AI more accessible for everyone. And that's really important because you and I were talking about that earlier. Like, I know this is something you've given a lot of thought to.
Yeah. So one of the things that I really want to do, and I've been doing this for a long time. When I first did machine learning stuff, I was like, holy cow, this is cool. Every developer should use this.
Right.
But it felt really inaccessible in a number of ways. Like, I need to know all this math, or I need to do all this other stuff. The math is cool.
The math is your favorite thing.
Yes. However, using these things is also cool, and you can do it in a way that's approachable. And so I've been spending a lot of my career trying to make sure that people have access to AI tools, to machine learning tools in a way that makes it so they can put it into whatever experience. Because look, my sense is that if you don't put AI in your experiences starting from now on out, people are going to feel like it's broken.
No, they're going to feel like it's broken. And I also think the accessibility key is really important, right? Because we need everyone to be able to use these things, no matter what their abilities are.
Yeah, and like, for example, I'll just give you one example. Yes. Just using a large language model to smooth out communicating with a device is absolutely amazing, right? Imagine being able to talk to, do you remember that? We're going to have a little sidetrack. Remember that movie, the Star Trek one with the whales, which was terrible? But Scotty goes to the mouse and he's like, computer, and then, can you, like, I remember laughing at that as a kid thinking, their computers could never do that. I literally did that the other day. It was insane, right?
It was insane. No, you're right. Like, how much things have changed.
Yeah.
What used to be science fiction is now much closer to reality. Like,
and whales. It was red.
No, but we get closer to her like every single day, like every year.
And there's like there's also movies where you're like talking to the computer and it's responding with information, and I'm like, can we build that now? I think we can.
We can, actually. And the voices are getting really good.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing that's shocking me, is that even 2 years ago, the voices sounded kind of like you knew it was a robot, right? And you're like, it sounds kind of real, but there's this uncanny valley that I can't get over.
Yeah.
Now, there's still a little bit, but anyway, more about this. We're going to Scott Hanselman, everyone's favorite developer, right now.
So I'm not able to really use the keyboard, so most of my input focus is using mouse and on-screen keyboard, but also dictation. With certain programs, it's hard to use dictation, and then using the mouse for a keyboard can be rather cumbersome.
one of the biggest limitations that I face is I am very, very heavily reliant on voice. And it works pretty well for most things, but I really run into significant barriers where I need to be able to use my voice for other things, like more human interaction with people around me.
Hey friends, we're back and we're having fun at Microsoft Build. We're going to chat with some really interesting folks about some really interesting tech today. We're chatting with Brennan Fink, who's a Principal Program Manager on Windows Silicon and Systems.
Well, Windows Silicon and System Integration, WSSI.
System Integration, fantastic. And Alex Dunn, CEO and founder of Cephable.
Hey.
How's it going?
Doing great, yeah, excited to be here.
So that is a beautiful blue laptop right there.
It's gorgeous.
That is
it's
lovely.
my favorite color, so excited.
Okay, so this has got all the latest tech in it, specifically those Snapdragon processors that we were hearing about before. It's got not just a CPU, GPU, but also an NPU. And I see that you've got the task manager open right there. Why does that matter? Because we are doing so much around accessibility right now. We are trying to make sure that everybody who wants to use a computer can use it in a way that is really authentic and complete to them. And I remember working with you a couple of years ago, you had done a whole bunch of prototypes and work on physical separate computers. So basically like a Raspberry Pi or a separate machine that you would plug into another machine. And it would allow people to interact with their computers in an accessible way, in a way that matched them. I don't see any additional hardware here, and that's one of the things that we're going to talk about today, isn't it?
That's right. All software running offline on the machine. No new dongles, no cables, just take your laptop and use it in ways that work best for you.
Okay, so that's a really interesting idea, though. Separately, when you had a physical machine, the work was being done there. What is the kind of work I would want to do? If I'm differently abled, like for a while I had shoulder surgery and my arms were like this, and I was using speech to text. So, for a very long time, I couldn't move my shoulders above here, so I wasn't typing. I did everything on dictation. And it was easy because Windows had that built in. I could hit Windows H. But if I had different mobility challenges, what are ways that I might want to interact with my computer?
Yeah, so voice is a big one. One of the other things that we do with Cephable is camera-based inputs. So face expressions, head movements, you can sort of like tilt, turn, lean, raise your eyebrows, smile, open your mouth in different ways. All of those things can then be turned into controls to execute tasks on whatever apps you're using or across your entire sort of Windows system.
Okay. That sounds very processor intensive. Brennan, I don't see how if I've got Teams and I've got Edge and I've got maybe a video game running that I'm going to have enough power on a laptop to be able to do all of that kind of work.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, and I think that's why we're so excited to be here with Cephable today, demonstrating one of many use cases for why an NPU can be so powerful. So in a traditional PC of several years ago, you've got a CPU and a GPU, and those are the core processors that you are leveraging for your day-to-day workloads. With the addition of the neural processing unit, the NPU, it's super efficient for AI workloads. So it does a lot of fantastic parallel computing, takes that off of your GPU and frees it up for your day-to-day task flow. So rather than having Cephable software sitting on your CPU and your GPU, enabling the user to do their daily tasks while in parallel doing any kind of graphical intensive workloads, this allows the Cephable pipeline to move over to NPU, and the GPU is just sitting there waiting to do whatever task you're there to perform.
I think it's going to take a while for people to get this and grok it, because it's been a while since the idea of a co-processor has been introduced. 30 years ago, there were 286s and 386s, and then they added a co-processor for floating point. When video games like Quake came out, we added GPUs. But it's been 20 years since we've added another processor. And I've heard people online say, oh, the NPU is really small, it can't do anything, it has no power. They're not understanding that this has oomph.
Absolutely.
Is this a little tiny chip that doesn't do anything, or is it got some chutzpah?
So the neural processing unit, it's not a brand new technology. We're celebrating it here today, but it is something that's been in the ecosystem for a little bit. We are introducing the Copilot PC platform that has industry-leading neural processing capability with the Surface laptop and the new Surface Pro. That's coming in at 45 trillion operations per second, so that's 45 tops. And within this class of PCs, a number of workloads and the type of workloads that you're able to portion off to the NPU, freeing up in your CPU and your GPU, is really incredible. And I think that's why I'm so excited to be here today with Alex demoing one example of that here on our new Surface laptop.
So you said trillion.
Trillion.
Okay, and it's not a CPU per se, it's not a GPU, it is a thing that does machine learning, does AI things well.
Absolutely.
Okay, and that's what you needed it to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so what did you need it to calculate?
So we do our entire camera pipeline and machine learning models on the NPU now. So we do things from taking your camera feed to finding your face and then finding specific points of your face, tracking changes over time to that, and then being able to estimate basically the movements you're making to turn those into control. So we're running a high definition 1080p input feed to a model that's running entirely offline, tracking your face at usually 30 FPS or higher.
Wow, okay, so as a programmer who I'm now hearing that, I'm naively imagining how I'm gonna grab 60 frames a second, and I'm thinking about the algorithm that I'm gonna do on the CPU, and then I might learn about GPUs. I'm assuming if all that work is happening on the NPU, I'm not going to see a lot of work happening on CPU and GPU.
Exactly, yeah. We have some numbers we can share in a little bit that show like we've got basically super low, almost zero GPU touch when in our like typical use case, and our CPU stays below like 15% on like what we call an average workload. So using apps like Visual Studio Code, using PowerPoint, having a whole bunch of edge tabs open, things like that, CPU stays super low. And then the NPU, you see the spikes and the waves of the models actually running and doing that inference.
Let's see it.
Yeah, let's do a demo. So for those who know me, they know that I love live demos, and especially the riskiest of live demos. So we're going to do some cool stuff with camera controls right here using the webcam built into this Copilot Plus PC. I'm also using a separate microphone here that I'm going to use for voice in order to dictate into GitHub Copilot. So we're going to actually write some code. But if you've never seen Cephalable, just sort of quick view, you can create different controls for different apps you can use. You can ask our AI to generate them for you. You can change your settings. So when we look at things like camera controls and gestures, we can do things like change how sensitive it is. If I can't tilt my head super far one way or the other, I can increase the sensitivity. If I want to do a more intentional movement, I can decrease the sensitivity for like every type of movement. And then we can go ahead and just click Start Camera, which you see running right here. So it's not processing anything. But what I'm going to do is show you the controls that I have for Visual Studio Code with Copilot. So I've got head controls for navigating my code, but I've also got controls that allow me to raise my eyebrows to open up Copilot. So taking away that very tedious, like constant voice interaction that might be awkward for some folks. And then also I have start smiling, so I can do a really big grin in order to actually accept the changes. And then everything else is just voice and face movement, sort of using arrow keys, things like that. So let me open VS Code. I've got an empty C# file here. And I'm going to go ahead and resume my face lines and my face tracking. Here in Cephalable, you can see this sort of real-time tracking going on. And then I'm going to raise my eyebrows, dictate in, and try to create something. Create an ASP.NET controller that uses Entity Framework for CRUD operations on an item called to-do. Oh, we're resetting it. Let's try again. So I've accepted my changes. I can do things now like navigate up by just tilting my head. I'm not touching the arrow keys or anything. I can turn to shuffle through my code. I can then re-trigger things like GitHub Copilot if I go down and say, use task ID instead of ID in this query. Oh, let's try that again.
It's really loud in here.
Use task, here we go. Use task, oh, come on, GitHub, help me. That's classic. Well, I can continue to basically navigate my code with head controls, with other types of inputs, with my voice. But you'll see, I'll pause controls here. Over here in my task manager, that NPU is climbing. Our CPU sits under 12% usage. Our GPU is touching nothing. Maybe a little bit because like camera processes before it even gets to Cephalable might be using some of it. But now that I've paused my camera controls, you can also see that NPU levels off. We're not using it right now because I'm not running the inference against my face anymore. Looking at what we do in, let me pull this up, sort of a simple graph of how we qualify these types of performance increases to the actual user and the value they get. Looking at, well, what's left for the CPU and GPU utilization, comparing things to like using a dedicated graphics card from like a 3070 Ti consumer grade GPU all the way to an M3 MacBook Pro. What's left, right? So we're looking at under 15% on the CPU. Again, that sort of blip in the GPU when running on the Qualcomm NPU. And then comparing that to when we're running cephalable controls on a graphics card, we're using more CPU, more GPU. On a MacBook Pro, we're really using the GPU pretty heavily to do the same things. But that means that when these are lower, users don't have to compromise on other performance of their applications. I don't have to go into my game graphics and turn them down in order to use these types of inputs. I don't have to go and close certain applications because my computer is really pushing it. And that's a common challenge that folks with disabilities face when using assistive tech, like Cephalable and many others. If I want to use voice input on Windows, it's using other parts of resources that otherwise I would want to use for my other applications.
I'm imagining if someone were playing a video game and it was really, really important and they want to make it so they jump when they raise their eyebrows, the last thing you want is a stutter or a moment where you miss a jump because you needed to yank GPU, CPU power away.
Right, and it's also where like the increased frames per second we get matters too, like especially for gaming. My interactions matter. If I want to turn and I'm racing a car, I want it to turn the car when I turn my head perfectly. I don't want to turn my head, wait a second, and then turn the car. So running at that 30 FPS or higher gives us that real-time interaction when we're playing games or doing other types of like fast-paced interactions with these types of controls.
And it's totally clear and obvious that it is local. It's worth pointing out, though, that that's why you want that to happen local. This is the edge. The edge is your own machine.
Exactly. You don't want to stream your video and audio to the internet and hope that the right security measures are in place. It is offline. It's running on your PC. It's yours that you can personalize and bring to your applications.
Now, Brennan, we talk a lot about power. We're talking about the tops. You said 45 trillion, which is a crazy number. But power, in this sense, means like getting work done. And when we talk about power, we also think about wattage and consumption. And NPUs think about power differently than GPUs, don't they?
Exactly. Because the NPU is most efficient at AI workloads running matrix operations locally, it allows you to sip power in a place where leveraging that on the CPU would really pull in as much juice as it can. And even on the GPU is much more adept than the CPU is, but the NPU takes that even a step further. I think I really do want to highlight again what y'all were just talking about in terms of why you would want a local NPU. So we do a lot of AI workloads in the cloud. That's something that's really important for the AI industry, and we are seeing that light up across the ecosystem. But having an NPU where you're able to run your AI workloads locally allows you to benefit from a variety of areas. Latency is a big one. Not making that round trip to the cloud when milliseconds matter is huge. Privacy is another huge one. We're in an area and an age when data privacy is at an all-time level of importance. And being able to run your workloads that are treating your sensitive data locally where they never leave your machine is an incredible benefit over the cloud.
That's actually a great point. So all of this work that you were doing right here, if you weren't using Copilot, which talks to the cloud, you could have done that on an airplane if you needed to.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Cephalable's not phoning home or talking to anyone about any of this stuff.
The only thing that we use the internet for with Cephable is like syncing your settings. So like if you're using the Cephable mobile app and you wanted to like change your sensitivity from there and have it show up real time on your PC, then you need to be connected to the internet. Or if you wanted to like make changes to a set of controls from one device to another, then you would, but otherwise everything's offline. It's right there just running on your PC.
Where do people learn about this? Like, do they download it? Do they get it in the store? Where does this person get involved?
You can download it from our website at cephable.com. It's free for individuals for any personal non-commercial use cases, so go ahead and try it out across your different devices. You can generate as many controls for different apps you want, and then developers can also explore how we're able to integrate these controls natively into their applications to help them empower their users to bring their personalized level of accessibility to the apps that they're building.
So if I've got a person in my life who is disabled or differently abled, I can go and use Cephable now. I can set it up for them, maybe over a weekend, and then spend time tweaking, customizing it to them.
Exactly.
If I don't have an NPU on one of these new machines, what will be doing the work?
It's going to run on either the CPU or GPU, depending on what you have, right? If you have a GPU, we're going to try to accelerate there. If not, we'll run on the CPU, but that's where you might run into situations where you may have to compromise on things like changing your graphics in your games, right? Lowering the graphics quality or not running a whole bunch of really complex workloads. Or if you do, just expect that you're not going to get the 30 plus frames per second. That might be fine for certain use cases, though.
Okay. And then, Brennan, if I want to learn as a developer how to do the kind of stuff that Alex and his team did, where am I going to go on Microsoft Learn to figure that out?
Absolutely. So we have been spending a ton of time here at Build talking through all of the various ways that Microsoft is showing up to make that as easy as possible. We do have a few aka.ms links that we have built out, and we'll get onto the screen. The first of which, aka.ms/NPU, will help to tie together all of the capabilities and the support resources resources that we have available. Second one, aka.ms/win-AI.
Very cool. And then if you want to learn all about Cepable, it's CEPH, Able.
Yep. It's perfect.
Very nice, CEPH Able. This is really freaking cool. This makes me want to use it because whether you are differently abled or whether you are fully abled, this can be useful for everyone.
100%. It's new types of inputs, even for folks that might have like RSIs, repeated strain injuries, like carpal tunnel syndrome or a risk of it.
I've had 2 surgeries.
Try a new control. Try using voice for a little bit instead. Try adding a face expression or a head movement. Give yourself a break, or just try creating some new experiences. You can do a lot of fun stuff with it.
Fantastic. We're learning all about some great, exciting things happening in the space of NPUs and AI here at Microsoft Build.
All right, let's talk about how that should be required watching for every single person at Build, whether you're now or on demand later. Because it was
totally
really
agree.
good. Okay, you know what was fascinating about this was that while this was designed for people with disabilities to be able to have accessibility features off the cloud on device locally, it actually benefits everybody, like they were saying. It's great for privacy, great for offline, like when we're on airplanes and the Wi-Fi sucks.
100%.
But good for conference centers, honestly, when the Wi-Fi also sucks.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just so interesting. It's that old inclusive design thing. If you design for people with disabilities,
Then you design for everybody.
You design for everybody.
100%.
And you actually have a better product for, 8 billion people. Just saying.
And I
love
like that as a developer, there's a lot more tools out there that make it easy to make your apps and your tools accessible for everybody.
I love that these folks are living it, right? This is inclusive design proven.
Absolutely.
It's not theory. I hate when it's inclusive design theory because everyone's like, oh, there's lots of evidence that this is true, but these folks are proving that actually it is true.
Yeah,
it's real, and it's
100%.
possible to do.
Totally.
Yes.
So if you want to kickstart or continue your accessibility journey, accessibility, that's a hard word.
It's a hard word.
Yeah, here at Build. Good news, it has its own category under the session scheduler, so go filter by accessibility, and they're all on demand after the show ends, and you can just add them to your digital backpack, the Mary Poppins bag that you can fill up as much as you want without having to carry that giant weight. So there's really no excuse, hop it in the bag.
Oh.
And now we'll be right back after this, so yeah.
Off to you, Christina.
Off to you, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm super excited right now because we're going to talk about two great tastes that taste great together. I think that's how the slogan goes. Microsoft and Oracle. And so I'm joined right now by Kambiz. You are the Vice President of Oracle's Cloud Infrastructure, and Kalyan, who's the Group Product Manager for Azure Core Infrastructure.
Yes.
Thank you both for being here.
Glad to be here.
How's your build going so far?
Outstanding, I would say.
Fantastic. Good stuff. Good
and
stuff.
by the way, Kambiz, welcome to Seattle. We see you're dressed for Seattle weather. Yeah, pleasure.
No, you got the memo. You wore the uniform.
Yes.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to be here to talk about how Microsoft and Oracle have come together for Oracle Database at Azure. So, Kambiz, this partnership started in fall of 2023, I think, right? Can you maybe tell us a little bit about why and how Microsoft and Oracle came together?
Sure, absolutely. So when you think about application development landscape, it's become more and more complicated.
Yeah.
From a deployment model, you're dealing with Kubernetes, containers. From the architecture standpoint, you're dealing with low code, no code, data mesh, a variety of architectural considerations. And from a data type, data modeling perspective, you see the ability and the need to deal with graphs, JSON, spatial data, transactional, a variety of things. What this means is that really complicates the infrastructure, complicates the database, complicates the technologies that need to be able to support the application developers in one. And so our leaders, Larry and Satya, came together, realized that there are two big problems that we have here. One, very complicated database infrastructure.
Right.
And two, how do we think about, from an application development perspective, to provide a unified and simplified interface that will allow application developers to have access to the enterprise-grade full end-to-end ecosystem for the next generation.
No, and that's really interesting. I think that's really important, right? Because you're right, things have become so much more complicated than they were, even a decade ago, because we do have to think about so many other things, so many different data types. So can you explain to us exactly what is the Oracle database at Azure? How does that work?
So Oracle Database at Azure basically offers the Oracle's best-in-class enterprise-grade database architecture, technology directly from Azure data centers, right next to everything else that is offered. And simply transactable, simply giving the application developers the ability to utilize them directly from Azure Marketplace and Azure Console. So you make the Oracle database technology readily available for application developers for the first time, net new, to build applications on that they couldn't do before in this type of manner.
So if I'm understanding correctly, I have my Oracle database that I've been using that has my data, but I can also use things from the marketplace and services on top of that.
Correct. So when you think about Oracle database, is kind of over 80% of the enterprise customers worldwide use Oracle database.
Yes.
However, this is something that from an application developer standpoint, especially from a Microsoft that has a best-in-class services and community around it, is not being really available to them natively. So when the leaders came together, realized that, hey, there was a tremendous opportunity here to make a whole net new emerging opportunity for application developers to now be able to utilize the Oracle data assets, data estates for customers and build applications on top of that, which they couldn't do before in this manner.
Right, which I think is really exciting. And we are here at Build, so I heard there's an exciting announcement for our developers, which makes sense. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure, so we are announcing Autonomous Database Service, which is basically fully managed, automated, super smart database technology that allows the application developers not to at all have to think about how they're provisioning in a database, how they are kind of utilizing the different data placement technologies, can leave that to the intelligence of the database technology to do that for them, not have to worry about software patches and upgrades and all of that, so they can really focus on how do I unravel data insights through my application for the customers fast and get the database and everything up and running in a little matter of a minute or two.
No, which honestly is great. I'm a developer, and I don't like to have to think about how all the infrastructure and operation stuff works. I just want to be able to build my app. And so to be able to focus on that part, I think that's really, really powerful. How can our joint developers, because there are a lot of them, there are a lot of people, as you mentioned, 80% of the Fortune 500 is using Oracle databases. How can our joint developers take advantage of this stuff?
Carl, you want to talk on that?
Oh yeah. So starting in US East region, so they can currently go secure a private offer. They can start working with the Oracle representative to go procure this.
Okay.
And then it's right in the Azure portal. They can go right into the Azure portal, provision this just like any other database.
Awesome.
Build app on top of it, integrated just like it is. I mean, it is in Azure. All right.
No, and I think that's a really important thing to point out, right? This is in Azure. It's going to be using the same tools the developers are used to, but it's going to have the backing of the data that they need, right? So that's really powerful. So are there any future plans about availability? And you mentioned US East.
Correct.
Okay, and what are the future plans?
Yeah, so overall, we have announced plans to go into 15 different regions.
Nice.
Autonomous DB, so Exadata is currently in US East, France Central, which we just announced yesterday, by the way. Then UK South and Germany West Central. Autonomous DB will follow there, and we'll get to the point where any new region that we go general availability on will have autonomous database as well, in addition to Exadata day one.
That's great. That's great. Now, Caroline, from a commercial transaction standpoint, how does all this work?
Should be relatively easy. Customers who are familiar, have been working with Oracle, know who is the procurement contact. They can go to them, they can go negotiate exactly like they would negotiate their Oracle contract, right? And once that is all done, they come to the Azure Marketplace. The rep on Oracle side knows how to come to the Azure Marketplace, upload this offer into the Azure Marketplace. The systems are integrated for the Azure Mac decrement to kick in, and voila, so it's all done there.
So from a commercial standpoint, it's a win-win situation for the customers who are working with both clouds. We know that over 90% of the customers are in multiple clouds.
Right.
So this allows them the ability to utilize the best-in-class offerings across the two cloud offerings, natively co-located with one another from a tech stack all the way up to being able to easily procure, transact, provision the technology underneath from Azure Marketplace and Azure Console.
No, and I think that's great. I think it's really important, kind of meeting people where they are and making it, because it's great to have a partnership, but if you're not making it easy for people to actually take advantage of these things and to work with the, processes they already have in place, then it's not going to get adopted. So that's great.
So, and from an availability standpoint, as Kalyan mentioned, so this year we will be in 15 regions worldwide. And by next year, we are expanding that footprint and getting a total of over 20 regions worldwide. So for Oracle Database at Azure as a whole, so our objective is that make it available to the customers where they need it, where they want it to be, at all times.
So let's talk a little bit about compliance and certifications around the service.
Yeah, so we're working really, really hard to make it very easy for customers not to have to worry about that anymore. So some of the things that we have either approved or they are in the pipeline, certified already in the pipeline, include kind of PCI, DSS, SOC 1, 2, 3, and a variety of ISO, and kind of really 10 or 20 other things that are in the pipeline that we're going to be making them available for the customers and application developers in the next 6 months to a year time frame. So that's super important for us, so that as an app developer, you do not have to worry about what certifications look like. You can easily inherit what's there in the database infrastructure and application services.
Yeah, to add to that, once the certification is complete, customers will be able to go see them in the same Azure Secure Center. There's a ton of security integrations will come in. It's the same promise that they have for other Azure services and from Oracle for Oracle services. They'll get that all there. Compliance works, it's interesting how compliance works. There is a schedule at which the compliance certifications happen, and that's what we are in the process of. The auditors are reviewing all of what we have done. They'll kind of give their green light, and once it is done, we'll go publish it in our Secure Center to let our customers know that these are compliant with Azure practices, the industry standard practices.
That's really great. So now that this partnership, and I know that there have been announcements this week, and you're going to be continuing to do things in the future. But now that we're, I guess, about 6-7 months in, what's the response been, from both of our respective communities? I'll start with you.
Sure. Yeah. We have across every geo that you look at worldwide, across every region that you have worldwide, we are working on engagements without mentioning numbers, but it's outstanding. It's been simply outstanding. Everyone wants to try it out. And this gives the opportunity for the customers on both clouds that they had to either choose to be on one or the other to not have to worry about that. You know, at the end of the day, we are competitors, but we leaned in with customer obsession, figuring out, so for those who want to continue to stay in both clouds, how do we make it simple, easily interoperable through a unified kind of access to make it easy for them. So customers are actually super excited about that because they don't have to make a choice. If you are really relying on kind of Oracle applications to do XYZ, or if you're relying on Azure to doing XYZ, you can keep doing what you're doing. This allows that interoperability to allow you to focus on your business and not have to worry about infrastructure. And the more and more we are doing is to simplify that more and more for customers, enterprise, and application developers to realize this opportunity in ways that they couldn't do before.
No, I think that's really important. Do you have anything you want to add on that? What have you been hearing?
The first reactions were more like, hey, can you pinch me once? Is it for real?
No, I mean, genuinely.
Is it really real?
I'm going to be honest. When I saw when we were first talking a few weeks ago, and I was like, wait, what? Okay, is this a real thing? Because as you mentioned, competitors, but I do appreciate the customer obsession making this work together. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so exactly that, right? So I think the blue and red coming together to form an indigo was surreal for a number of our customers.
That's good. That's good.
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's fantastic. And I'm really excited about that. How should partners be thinking about this service? Kind of on that point, right? Like, how should they be thinking about how they can take advantage of this?
Oh, fantastic. That's a fantastic question. So, yes, we have Oracle, Microsoft all doing this, but we absolutely want all of our partners to come along. Microsoft has partner programs, Oracle has partner programs, and in partners, we generally have two categories, our GSIs. There are a number of GSIs that have started to work with us to get the skilling done. It's an interesting challenge in the GSIs as well. They have an Oracle practice, they have an Azure practice. Now they have to have this Oracle and Azure practice.
Now they have to come together and they're like, oh, okay, yes, yeah.
Yes, it's an interesting challenge, but many of our GSIs are going through that right now. We're doing a ton of skilling sessions. They're starting to go talk to their customers. Then we have the ISVs. A number of ISVs have been working with us to go extend the solutions that they have previously built in OCI to come and work in Azure for the Oracle database at Azure. We also have the application space that is looking at procuring some environments, getting their validation, certification done so that they can also go position this environment as an option for their customers.
So there is a very rich roadmap that we have with one another. There are a ton of things we still have to figure out, but directionally, we are on the right path in that customer obsession. Directionally, from a partner perspective, you're constantly trying to enable them in ways that they couldn't ever do before and not have to have them worry about how do I serve a customer in ways that is their need, where they want to be, which is both together.
No, and I really appreciate that. And I really, I'm happy to see this partnership. I'm happy to see where this is going directionally. Now, where can I go to learn more about these services? I've heard you have a breakout session today.
So yeah, we have a breakout session. We're going to dive deep further into the services that we offer. We also have a long demo that can actually show you how easily you can procure these services directly through Azure Console. So please join us. We're happy to spend more time with each and every one of you.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much. We're really, really excited to hear about this. And check out that link.
I feel like it's an opening to be like, okay, yeah, I don't like this because
so
XYZ.
For featured partner goodness, go have a chat with them. Or if you're at home, go to the Build website, type words in the Build Copilot down there at the bottom. Say, give me all the information on the featured partners. All right, that Copilot's pretty cool because it uses the Azure recommendation services along with a whole bunch of magic stuff we put in the background. Did you know we take transcripts of all the talks and use them to do retrieval augmented generation for the Copilot? I know, fancy. Okay, so speaking of Learn and AI and Copilots, hopefully it's a thing that you figured out this week. The best way to do this is to go to learn.microsoft.com/copilot or learn.microsoft.com/AI. To hear more about it, we're going to bounce in a minute to our friend Elisa from Worldwide Learning and our friend Dawn, who are talking all about skilling and learning in the era of AI.
I am here with Elisa Graceffo, General Manager of Worldwide Learning, and AI has permeated all through the tech stack and every facet of our community in the industry. it's necessitating an upskilling that I know that your team has really been focusing on, but I'd love to know a little bit more from you on how we're able to address that, and if we have any insights from our community, our customers, what have we learned?
Great question, Don. One that I spend a lot of time thinking about. What we're hearing and what we're experiencing ourselves as a company is that this AI transformation is really putting everyone at an inflection point. And we really have to reimagine kind of the skills that we need to be successful as we go through this AI transformation.
Absolutely.
Microsoft and LinkedIn recently released a 2024 Work Index report saying that the use of generative AI in business has nearly doubled over the last 6 months, with 75% of knowledge workers experimenting and using generative AI in their business. So we're seeing this massive interest in AI. At the same time, there's a skills gap. There's not a ton of confidence that everybody actually knows all the things they feel they want to know when it comes to envisioning, building, and deploying AI. So it's more important than ever before for organizations to really think through, like, what is our approach to skilling in this new world?
I caught that report, but those numbers are astounding.
Really?
I mean, I can't even imagine what it would be to be one of those industry leaders or even an individual trying to upskill themselves and navigating the community. So how can these team leads, these industry professionals, what are they doing and how can they make sure that their team is getting the skills that they need, hopefully with Microsoft Learn, but like how are they doing that from the experts who are investing your time in it all the time?
Sure. So, one of the things that we think is really important is really to kind of come up with a really strategic framework for how you're going about skilling up and educating people in your organization based on whatever it is that they need to learn to be successful in their role. We're absolutely seeing, traditionally we focus on IT and developers needing to know how to use new technologies. We're seeing that this is something where we're educating everyone from what we say the boardroom to the mailroom. Business leaders, business users, IT, developers, data scientists, everyone has something to learn. And so one of the things that we're doing on Microsoft Learn is really trying to create more structured, easy to discover and then easy to follow learning paths based on whatever skills it is you need to learn.
Absolutely. And I love how you underscored how inclusive that learning path can be because it can cover all different groups. And then you mentioned before that Microsoft has been learning from our own experience.
That's true.
But do you have can you underscore maybe a TLDR? What are we learning from Microsoft experience in this?
Absolutely. So we within Microsoft, we like to refer to ourselves as customer zero. There's so much work that we've been doing to envision, build, deploy, understand how to use AI technology. And what I would say, one of the biggest learnings from my perspective is really that partnership between the business requirements and the IT implementation has never been closer or more necessary than ever before to really train these large language models and small language models on the specific business context that's needed. And so that's really underscores how important it is for us to be thinking about skilling everyone about the benefits of AI and how to actually responsibly use AI.
Totally. So I've heard a lot about this AI skilling journey.
Mm-hmm.
What does that journey look like? Is it another tool we're using, or is this the figurative journey that we're all on? And how do we do that? I hope you're leading the way. I feel like you're leading the way from me.
It's a little bit of both. It is a real thing and a figurative thing as well. So Microsoft Learn has actually two starting points, two hubs. The first one I'll talk about is our AI hub on Microsoft Learn, the trusted authoritative place for all of our skilling content. And within that Microsoft Learn hub, you can find a learning journey tool that basically helps based on where your starting point is and where you're trying to go, helps you discover the right learning path for you.
Awesome. That's so fantastic. You got one of those CTAs in, but we're also going to talk about learning from Copilot, learn.microsoft.com to Copilot. Thank you so much for this time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dawn. Great to be here.
Hello and welcome back. I am Seth Juarez. I'm here with Justin Feinberg, founder and CEO of Cassidy AI, building AI tools for the masses. How you doing, bud?
I'm great, Seth. It's great to be here. Microsoft Build.
Yeah, exciting. We got to sit here and just chat, and I'm like, don't use it up. This is all good stuff.
There's too much good stuff.
Yeah, too much good stuff.
Yeah.
So tell us about Cassidy AI and what you do.
Yeah, man. Well, I'll tell you. I'll give you background. So basically, my background building in this.
I'm sorry. Before you go, live questions. Please get your questions in the question box. Get that started. We want to get it, because otherwise I will hog all of his time. He's an awesome dude, so please make sure you get a question. So Cassidy, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, man. So basically, my introduction to AI basically started when GPT-3 came out. So I had my sort of ChatGPT moment a couple years prior to sort of this mass interest. And immediately started making content in the AI space, just talking about how we were using AI, building products, things like that. And when ChatGPT came out, there was just an explosion, obviously, this mass appeal of interest in this space. And so off the back of that, we started Cassidy really with the idea of how can we bring more power to non-technical people who are excited about AI, don't know much about AI generally, and allow them to build these AI workflows that are really unique to their business. That's what we started Cassidy on, and it's been really awesome.
So what was it like? Because GPT-3, I heard rumblings about it, but you got into that right away, and my sense is that you were like, whoa, what is this? But you had that wow moment beforehand. Can you tell us what that experience was like and why people should be really super excited about this tech?
Well, it was just as mind-blowing then as it is now.
Yeah, of course.
In a very smaller way at the time, but we immediately just started kind of using it in the products that we were building, my co-founder and I. But it wasn't until really ChatGPT came out, that product shift where it was in that chat experience that everybody in the world was like, okay, holy, wow, this is amazing. And that was just really the impetus to just start this company, was like, all right, how do we give more power to these non-technical users who are excited about this technology? Because really there's never been a technology shift that gotten the mass excitement like AI has. It's just so unique.
And it's been different because as I've seen it, and maybe you can validate this or maybe say, hey, Seth, you're up a creek. It was the first time that it wasn't tech companies saying you should do this. It was the masses saying we want this, and we haven't had that kind of reversal since, I don't know, the iPhone.
Totally. I mean, it's such a unique time for developers, whatever product you're building, if you're building a construction CRM for construction, whatever it is, you can now add AI into your product and really just delight users in a way that's never really been possible with any other technology shift. And I think that's what's so excited about this new movement towards how do you actually build AI products? And I've been really excited about that.
That's cool. So the digital questions are coming in. Keep them coming. So we have a digital question. Who's giving that to?
We have a question from Randy in the chat, and he's asking Justin, how can Cassidy AI enhance collaboration and productivity within a team that includes both technical and non-technical members?
Oh, so how can Cassidy AI help productivity with a team that's both technical and non-technical?
So our goal with Cassidy is really to give the full power of AI that an engineer might have, who's completely technical, build anything, but have the usability that someone who doesn't even know what an API is could really build this complex workflow that's really unique to them. And so, what Cassidy enables is someone like a sales development representative or a marketing associate to really look at what are their workflows, what do they do on a daily basis, and then actually put AI to the test. How can you connect all of your tools together, bring in your data, and replicate those exact workflows that you as an employee are doing. And that was really only possible before if you knew how to code. If you could put things together, you could build something yourself. And that's really what Cassidy enables, is just that totally non-technical user can really build powerful software without the knowledge.
I love how, first of all, LLMs are enhancing productivity, but now you're going the extra step of enhancing the productivity of someone who maybe is not used to technology as well. So it looks like we have an in-person question over here. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Seth. Thanks, Justin. I'm loving your guys' passion. My question is, given the fact that just 2 years ago, you didn't have access to this, how are you preparing your clients and yourself for the continued change, the pace of innovation that's just blistering?
So the question is great. How are we preparing folks for the continued change?
Look, I think the way that I think about this, and I mean, you saw it firsthand when we were all at the keynote the other day. Sam Altman came out and he said, you can now add intelligence to your product. And I sat there and I thought, I don't really know what that means. And I don't think anyone really knows what that means at this point. And I think that the key takeaway there is that there really aren't any experts. The playbook hasn't been written. And so my advice to clients, to developers, is to approach AI with this level of just curiosity and experimentation, knowing that, hey, we all don't really know what the future holds. We don't know what the next model looks like. And so if you go into it with just this experimentation, this curiosity, this willingness to just act like a startup, move fast, I think that's how you prepare yourself in sort of the AI generation, whether you're building products or just looking to enhance productivity internally. That's the way that I recommend.
And I love it that because we don't know what the future looks like, so everyone here that's watching and in person, they get to make the future what they want with this. Looks like we have another question coming up. What's up from the digital audience?
Okay, this one's from Kate online. Kate is asking, what are the biggest mistakes you see companies make when they begin their AI journey?
Ooh, what are some of the biggest mistakes companies, from Kate, that they make when they start their AI journey?
I think that the mistake that companies are making in a lot of ways are they're so focused on adding AI for AI's sake that they're not as focused on actually solving real problems.
100%.
And I think that that's one thing here that there's obviously a lot of interest. There's a lot of push to jump in and use it, but ultimately AI is a solution to a problem. And I think it's important to remember that no matter you're building products, you're trying to solve internal productivity gains, whatever it is, start with the problem and then move back to the solution. And in a lot of cases, that solution will be AI. But that's the way I would think about it.
And you know what? I have the privilege sometimes of giving talks at different places around the world. And I always ask, how many of you have had your manager say, you need to put AI in your product? And almost every one of them raised their hand. And people are having a hard time because there's this inversion of well, let's find a problem first and then see how AI can solve it.
Yeah.
Do you have any tips for how people can do that?
To figure out,
Yeah, is there like a rule of thumb or some principles of that's an AI thing that you could do?
I mean, I think it goes back to what I said, which is just this experimentation. I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
I mean, when you dive in and you use something like ChatGPT or you use any AI product, just look at those use cases that are very clear and evident on the surface. Don't try to automate all of your work, automate your company.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of false promises out there. There's a lot of flashy demos out there. But really starting with kind of first principles, what are the things that directly this thing can solve? And that's the way I would approach it, is focus on that low-hanging fruit initially, and then expand from there.
I love it. All right, looks like we have a question from the digital audience. What do we got?
Yes. Okay, a little bit more about Cassidy. So from Susan in the chat, she is asking, is there any training course that is provided to learn how to use Cassidy for a non-tech savvy individual?
Ooh, question. Is there training for non-tech savvy? I bet she's way more tech savvy than she does. To use Cassidy for someone that's non-tech savvy.
This is something we prioritize aggressively at Cassidy. I think every AI product, every developer needs to think about this, is that this is a new paradigm shift. Using AI tools is generally new. If you're at the developer conference, you use ChatGPT. A lot of people have never used it.
Yeah.
And so when we think about how do we actually drive this disruption with Cassidy, we're focused on how do you build the resource library? How do you provide weekly webinars? How do you provide just aggressive amounts of content so that people can learn as much as they need when they're using an AI tool like Cassidy? And I think it's something that every AI company, every person who's building AI should think about is how do you include the education in the product?
Yeah, and that's really cool because there's moments even, and I've been doing AI forever, I'm like a dinosaur here, but there's moments where certain AI clicks.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I know what this is, right? And that's what you've got to do when you help people use AI as well, right?
Exactly. You've got to get people to the aha moment, and that's never changing.
All right, looks like we have an in-person question. Go ahead.
Thank you for being here. We're so excited you're here at Microsoft Build. Curious about what the future of Cassidy looks like and what you're excited about coming up.
So I didn't hear it very well. Can you just one more time, a little bit louder?
Sure. What do you see the future of Cassidy looking like? Where's it going to go? And
Great
what are you
question.
excited
Future
about?
of Cassidy, sorry.
I mean, we are really focused on onboarding the next million users into AI, the people who have tried the technology, haven't had the aha moment. I think non-technical people need that additional help that us technical people might have more of a ability to play with tools, understand them. And I think for Cassidy, we want to keep building an experience that makes it easy for completely non-technical people who don't know what an API is to really build custom automations. Something that they are excited about now that they've seen how powerful the technology is, but have really no idea how to start.
And that's amazing because, like I said, this technology can be transformative.
Yeah.
But we need to manage the hype as well so that we can get to solutions that really help people. Well, thank you so much for being with us, my friend.
Seth, it was amazing being here.
Thank you so much. And make sure to look up more about Justin at aka.ms, Justin-Feinberg. They're putting it below. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome back to day number 3 of our coverage of Microsoft Build. If you're just joining us, welcome. Little late. If you haven't joined us yet.
Joey, they're not here. They haven't joined us yet.
Oh, yeah, that's my bad. Okay, listen, so welcome back to Microsoft Build. This is a stream where we're gonna talk to you all about some deep insights. We've got some really cool demos coming up. I'm gonna do some things on identity.
Yes.
Yeah. We're also bringing Copilot to Azure, so more there.
More there, absolutely. We have some more announcements from Azure Communications. We have some cool convos with some MVPs.
Ooh.
I know if you're here in person, the Microsoft Learn booth has some really cool pictures. Check the hashtag MS Learn and MS Build to find all the fun and all the pictures of all the things that people are enjoying here in person.
I think you need to take me over to that MS Learn booth. I'm ready.
So cool.
Oh, I need to learn. I need to learn because.
Yeah, there you go.
I know. We
got a little bit to learn.
Yeah, I know. Hey, you've got more of us too because stick around because I want to ask you some questions because I know it's your first time build.
Yes.
Hey, but first, Christina's going to introduce you to another one of our amazing MVP friends. Don't go anywhere. Stay here.
Welcome back to Microsoft Build. I'm so excited that I get to talk to 2 of our MVPs. The MVP program is excellent, and I'm really excited to talk with these 2 ladies, Amy and Stephanie. You're both from Ohio, actually, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and this is your first Microsoft Build for both of you?
Yeah, it's my first. My first as well.
All right. Okay, so you've been, we were talking earlier, you've been in the MVP program for a long time, both of you, but you tend to work in the Microsoft 365 ecosystem. So, Amy, I'll start with you. Like, what has your build experience been like so far?
Oh, it's just been incredible. Getting to talk with the developers and find out what makes them tick and trying to understand what is important to them and what's going to resonate with them. I get really excited about, I don't know, seeing people's light bulbs go on over their head when they find a new thing, and it's just been amazing. Really, really good.
Yeah. I've been to a lot of Microsoft Ignites, so being my first build, I think it's really fun. It's slightly different vibe, a little more casual, but as always, lots of great conversations, and I've really enjoyed the time just networking, attending sessions, and also getting to connect with my favorite Microsoft people as well, always.
We love that. Okay, so I'm gonna ask both of you, what is the one announcement that has you the most excited for Microsoft Build?
Well, I'm a Microsoft 365 MVP, so I love Microsoft 365, and I was really excited about what's coming this summer. SharePoint Co-pilot is coming this summer, and I know that we don't get to play with it yet, but I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, Stephanie?
So I'm really excited about the Copilot extensibility story.
Yeah.
I spend a lot of my time these days on Copilot for M365, but our customers are asking, what do I do with all of these Copilots? I have so many. How do I organize it? I love Jeremy Thake's session on just the what to use when between graph connectors, plugins, your own copilots. And then I saw another really great session from Bob German, and he showed us how to call those copilots up, those plugins up right within the context of Copilot for M365 and Teams, right in line with the flow of work, being able to pull that plugin in without having to decide and go, where's that other plugin linked at? Yeah.
No, I love that, and I'm really glad you brought up the extensibility story because I think that is so important because Donna and I like to joke that there are 99 different copilots, but that's not far off, right? Especially now that you can create your own. So having that piece there, and then to your point, being able to have them all in the same kind of contextual window together so you don't have to go to a million different places is really great. And, Amy, talk to me a little bit more about the SharePoint stuff because I think that's really interesting too. SharePoint doesn't always get a lot of love, but it's very important, and there are so many great SharePoint developers out there. So what has you excited about that, even though we can't play with it yet, but it's coming? Yeah.
So I just love the fact that, so I build a lot of SharePoint sites.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of information in there. And,
yes.
and the search, of course, is incredible, but being able to have a natural language search capability to find the thing that you're looking for, or build a copilot that tells people exactly where in the site to find that specific nugget of information. I'm excited to play with it and see what it can do to help people, learn to love SharePoint as much as I do.
No, I think that's a great point because here's the thing, a well-built SharePoint site is amazing, right? It's one of those things, before I no longer use SharePoint, I didn't really maybe appreciate it, until I had to use something else. And it's one of those things where there's so much good information there, and the search tools can be fine, but to be able, I think this is like a really good use of an LLM, is being able to say, okay, we have access to all your data, and we can point you to all those places.
Yep, exactly. That's what I'm excited about, to bring people back to the content that we've been building for them for years, help them find it, so.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. All right, so any final thoughts? What are some of your favorite resources, I guess, for either for your own personal learning about this stuff or even for your customers and your clients?
Oh, well, so the new Copilot learning thing that is, I think it's learn.microsoft.com/copilot.
Yeah.
That is a game changer. I'm so excited for that feature to be available and for us to be able to share that with our users and our friends and our colleagues, because it's an easy way to get started, and all the stuff is there for us. So I'm so excited that got built.
Looking at Viva Learning, we now have the ability to pull in things like Copilot Academy right into Teams, where they can get all of that really great content that's being developed, but get it in the context of where they're working. So that accessibility, I think, is a game changer, so that people can find what they need quickly and easily and get on their way.
I love it. Amy, Stephanie, it's so great talking with both of you. I'm so glad you're here at Microsoft Build. Thank you for being MVPs. And you can learn more about the Microsoft MVP program at aka.ms/MVP.
Hello, and back to the build stage where it's at. How many of you are C# devs? Hands. Oh, a lot of you nerds. Good, I like that. I like this for you. So we have very good news for you C# nerds, because today we've got Luce, who's an expert from MongoDB, talking to us about the beautiful intersection of MongoDB and C#.
Absolutely.
Tell us.
Yeah, so one of the things we announced recently was a new provider for Entity Framework Core with MongoDB, and developers are really excited about it. So I'm excited that I can come and tell you all about it. So it kind of started off a couple of years ago. So obviously Entity Framework is the most popular ORM for databases. I think I saw a stat that 39% of .NET developers use Entity Framework.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so, and then I think something like 50% of developers who've not used MongoDB before want to use it. And so when the opportunity kind of came about to do a partnership to create a provider for it, it's something that had been asked for a long time, and so the team jumped at it. So we had engineers from the both sides, from Microsoft Entity Framework team, and also actually we had a contractor come in with our engineering team who used to work on the Entity Framework team, which is super cool. So that collaboration was there, and they were just learning from each other, and so that was great. And then in November, I think it was, we released Preview 1 of the provider, and then it went GA a couple of weeks ago, and we actually had the wonderful and infamous Jeff Fritz coming up to our event in New York to tell people about it, which was super cool.
Hi, Jeff Fritz. We're talking about you again.
We love you.
We love you. Okay, so one thing, I fit in that demographic, right? I'm a .NET dev. I want to use MongoDB, but I don't know which scenario to use it for. And I think that is the key, right? Is to make it super, super clear what to use it for, but also how to use it.
Yeah, so I mean, there's different ways you can get started. Obviously, with the provider, it's really simple. So, you just use a DB context like you would before.
Right. Correct.
So if you're used to Entity Framework, it's nothing new. You use a DB context, you have DB sets just like before.
Yep.
The only thing different might be in the model. So it looks almost identical.
Yep.
The only things that are different are you can add an attribute to tell it, rather than what table to use, what collection to use.
Yeah.
And then here we have our special object ID, which is a data type for our essentially primary key. But one of the cool things as well is that a lot of developers, you might want to use string, right?
Yes,
that's what you're used to.
that's what I'm used to. Yeah.
And that's what you love. So what's really awesome is that as of GA, we release converters. So you can say it has a conversion for object ID.
I like
so you can treat it as a string.
Yeah, you can just act like it's a string, but all of this happens automatically by the magic of MongoDB. I don't have to think about this. I don't have to learn the syntax. This is great news.
Yeah.
I love not learning new syntax.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Like, Entity Framework, you don't need a whole new mental model, or you don't want to learn a whole new mental model.
I don't
so having the provider means that you don't need to learn the C# driver APIs. Like, it's an awesome driver, don't get me wrong. Everyone should try it.
But if you are not used to it, you don't feel like learning it because you have things to do.
Yeah, and even the model itself is, like, super easy. So... like you add the context like you would normally, but instead of doing something like use SQL Server, you just use MongoDB. You just pass it your connection string essentially, and then the name of the database, and it just works.
That's really straightforward.
Yeah.
Shockingly so.
Yeah, well, this is
applause.
Yeah, thank you.
Louder. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Don't you guys? Okay, isn't it cool when it's actually 2 lines of code? When people are like, "Oh, you can do it in 2 lines of code," and it's actually 2 lines of code.
Yeah, well, this is what I love. But even
I didn't know this. By the way, this is the first time I learned this information, so this is why you're getting such enthusiasm. Sorry, you were showing me something, and I'm like, ah.
Oh
But,
no, be
yeah.
my guest. You can be enthusiastic with me about it anytime
Very
you want.
enthusiastic. Thank you. Yeah.
But it's super cool, and like there's other things as well. So like if you do log 2 again, that comes from NC frameworks. If you just log it to somewhere, I'm being a bit basic and just doing it to console.writeline.
Basic is how you start.
Yeah.
Yes.
But if you just do console.writeline, it will then actually do some really cool stuff around like showing you what queries were run.
Yeah.
So say you don't know MongoDB, right? You're new to it.
I am new to it, completely
By having this, amongst all the things you're going to see printed out in the log, you'll also see things like exactly what query was run.
Yes.
So you can learn from it.
Oh, I love that.
You can
so
also,
it's like teaching you while you're doing this.
And
That's
but
really
also
cool. I
it's
love
great
that.
to learn what was going on under the hood.
Yeah.
But also it's brilliant because it's helping you identify maybe what those fields you want to index.
Right.
Like performance is important,
Yes.
right? Everyone cares about it. So then maybe you want to index some fields. So this might help you identify things because this query is actually one of the most simple. It's just doing a match on one thing.
Exactly.
So essentially the equivalent of get by ID.
I love it.
But it's super simple.
So we're, of course, going to run out of time. But is there homework you have for the audience?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a nice short link here and a QR code you can scan because everyone loves that.
Yeah.
That will take you to a GitHub gist because, again, keep it simple,
Yes,
right?
keep it simple.
It has
Just
loads
go-
of really useful links in there.
go to the
it'll take
repo,
you to,
do the thing.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
tutorials you can follow, like articles I've written on how to get started, and it's awesome.
Consume Lucid's content, go forth, do the thing, use MongoDB.NET devs.
Awesome conversations with our feature partners, but check out the feature partner directory where you can see more of our feature partners that are all around here in person, but you get to hang out with them online. And there's so many things you can get from in there. There's like little demos and tutorials and notes and things. Goodies.
Special offers, things that just are exclusive to you attending, so head on over to the feature partner section of the website. I've had lots of fun conversations with our feature partners. It's been awesome and amazing.
Good.
Am I the only person who feels a little uncomfortable? Every time Donna's like, you have homework, I'm like, what did I miss? Did I miss something? I didn't do my homework? Am I going to be? Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Hey, you wanna stick around here? These Imagine Cup kids that are here, we've got more from the finalists. Can we talk a little bit about how amazing and inspiring their technology is and where they're coming from? It is so cool, Dawn.
I appreciated the insight and the recognition of the community, the instincts, and the understanding of the full stack of what they're building. I know that I wasn't doing that while I was in college. I'm inspired to see what they're doing, and I've been recommending the Imagine Cup to my friends.
Yeah, it's kind of like change the world or go home kind of a thing, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. We're going to talk, I mentioned this earlier, we're going to talk a little bit of identity. Yes, I know. It's day 3, finally, Joey's going to do what he's really good at and actually talk about something. So we're going to do that. I've got a question for you, though, Dawn.
Yeah.
It's well known this is your first build.
Yes.
You've made it to day 3. How are we doing? Have we found something that like you're just like, I had no idea this is the most amazing thing ever?
I promise you, as not just a bit, I love the MS Learn team. I've made like a dozen new friends over this build, and they have the coolest booth. So I've been really excited to see all of the learning plans that was just announced, where you can build a plan for yourself or your team and learn with MS Learn, with Microsoft Learn.
I am looking forward to seeing your first contribution as a Pythonista. I mean, I'm just saying, no pressure.
Yes.
So when were you expecting that? Let's take a note. When is that gonna GA? you get no private, like, I mean, commit, like there's just a few friends out there.
Yeah.
Okay, the other thing, hey, chat. Hi, yeah, pay attention. I saw Ghana's in the house right now. Ooh. Nobody else is, where are you from? What are you doing? Like, what is even happening? You know what, we're gonna have to, I'm gonna pull you. Don't make me get out a poll and start asking you questions and testing you later.
We have friends from all over the world joining us, and that makes sense. We have global MVPs. We have global feature partners. It only makes sense for our chat to be global, too.
I want to hear from you because, it's always fun just to know where you're from. Yesterday we saw Eastern Germany.
Absolutely,
We saw London, right? London's in the house. It's early for Australia, but I wonder if anybody in the APAC region stay up all night just to watch a little build.
Absolutely.
A little bit of build.
I have a really good friend, MVP in Egypt. Hey, how you doing? Hope you're watching.
Hey, listen, we have more live from Microsoft Build right after this. Don't go anywhere. No, don't go, don't leave.
Okay, I'm super excited about this session. I have to give you props. I think this is one of my favorite session titles of the week. This is Sewing Up Success When RAGs Unravel. So I like this a lot.
Yeah.
All right, this is Jeff. You are with Elastic. And tell us a little bit about, all right, a lot of us have been using RAGs and we've been doing a lot of things with AI. Talk to me a little bit, I guess, about observability.
Sure, yeah. So the last year, right, we've been spending a lot of time with AI and RAG, development and everything. So we're starting this year to move it into making it an actual product that people can use. Yeah. So observability, right, is logs, metrics, APM, all the stuff that traces how applications work, and all that stuff. So observability is just the concept of observing it. So what we're doing now is we're going to talk about today how we're taking all that AI and RAG architecture and power and moving it into the observability platform.
Okay, great. All right, so what can you show us?
Yeah, so it's going to be two main parts. We're going to talk about Kibana real quick, where our AI assistant for observability lives, so to speak. And then at the end, we have like it's a proof of concept that I put together for the Copilot extension program. So we're part of it. I have to point out, it's not at the initial launch, but we're working with GitHub on securing it at like an enterprise level. So
awesome.
On, but we'll show it today.
Okay, well, that's very exciting. Let's go.
All right, great. So yeah, so Elastic, for anyone who doesn't know, we're a search platform company. We've been around for over 10 years. Leader in search and everything. So Elasticsearch is the underlying technology where all that comes in. We have search, observability, security. We have an AI assistant security I'll point out there. But I'll hop in the interest of time. So when you go into observability, right, again, this is a small demo application. Think like IMDb, but fake. So I'm just collecting today logs and services. And so I used to be in operations for years at trading firms and things. And so, we didn't have all this great centralized things. But today, people, before all the AI, they'd hop into the alerts.
Yep.
Anyone who's been in operations knows you never just have 2 alerts, but again, today. So I'm going to click.
It was an easy day.
It was, yeah. I cleared everything out. So this is about a node. It's just a log count or an error count. So I'm going to click in here. And so what we do right away is from that error that's about APM transaction data, we drop in, you can see at the top, the breadcrumb trails, right? APM services. So we're looking at one service right away. It's a node application. Have some error occurrences. And so I can see right away, there's a type error, it's not great, here's the exception message. I can click into there and zoom down, kind of further down into it a little bit more, and I get more information, right? It's happening a bunch, that's not great. Here's the transaction, so when I call this API favorites, it happens.
This is what's happening.
And so on. And then here's the actual stack trace. So this is where, normally you would have to dig in and kind of figure out what's going on.
Yes.
But this is the first part where our AI assistant kind of surfaces and makes itself known. So you'll see this little, it's an A and I squished together icon, right? So if I click on that, what it's doing is a couple things. So this is where the RAG part comes in. So as a search platform, we're really good at finding all the relevant data for an issue.
Right.
So first we perform the search, we find relevant logs, metrics, whatever data we have, and we put that together, and then we're connecting to Azure OpenAI in this case. So we're saying basically the user has this error, we're looking for more information about it, and we ground it by saying use this collected data we have to find your answer. Don't just make it up. So we pass that back, and we have tools in there, like functions, to provide if it needs more information and context.
More information, you can grab that.
Yep.
Right.
So when I go in here now, I get similar information, the stack trace, but I get more helpful information, like the analysis, right? So right away it tells me there's a typo, which isn't too uncommon for me, right? But it actually tells me in this case, this is the function that's not valid, but here's what it should be. It should be res JSON with 1 and not 2. It gives me the solution again. And again, this is a pretty simple application, but if you have a larger distributed, like this is a microservices one, but it's pretty small. If you have a very large, especially RAG architectures where they're cranking all over, it'll still collect all that relevant data, put it together, and then help you figure out what's going on. And again, it tells me possible causes, human error. It's, again, not too uncommon.
No, who amongst us has not had a typo or
yeah, exactly,
10,
right?
Yeah.
You run in, and it's always something dumb, is what I usually say. So, the code review, and so this is great. And just an example of, there's a couple lines here, but if we click on metadata, you can actually see all the data that's collected. And this is just one document about this one error. So you can think about all this data spanned out with traces and logs and on. So this is all the data we're able to efficiently gather together with the RAG approach, send it to the LLM, and then let the LLM do its magic of putting together a nice, cool answer. So that's one way. But that still involved me, clicking around and dropping down layers. So instead, I can be extra lazy and sit in the main layer, and there's a gray version of that icon, and click on that. And we have a little flyout. Yeah, so you can chat with it. You can ask it kind of anything. You can ask it for help on how to perform, queries. You can ask it like how something works in Elastic. But I can do a similar thing, right? Are there any if I can spell here, and from the last day. Okay, so instead of clicking into the alerts saying, I'm just going to ask it.
Instead of having to know where it is, you can just ask it.
Yeah, so I ask it. So I'm coming in and you start my day as an SRE or an operations person. And again, these events up here are kind of the function calls going back and forth.
Right.
But it's going to go in and then again, generate the information. And so this is all the information about that error, right? It's the threshold, alert, APM. But this is about the error itself. We wanted to find out about the service.
Right.
So I'm going to be lazy here and I'm going to paste this. But I'm going to say, for this service, can you tell me the last exception and what the culprit is? The culprit is the file, in this case. So I click on that, and again, it's going to do the exact same thing. In this case, it's going to run some information. Now the difference here, you'll notice, so recently Elastic released what we call ESQL. Naming's hard, but it's ES-PipeQL. It's a piping, so it's a piped query language.
Oh, okay.
So, and that's what it's kind of showing you how to do. So from logs, right, pipe, and then telling you how it's querying it, pipe, we're sorting it and limiting by 1, right? So it tells us that it's kind of being helpful if we want to go on and do my own thing, but again, I don't want to run it, I just want it to do it for me.
Right.
So it is actually going to run it for us.
Okay, so you can't actually have it run it for you.
Yep, so we get the thing, exception message. And because, this is the same thing we saw, but instead of having to click through the layers, I just sit in the chat box.
You're just in the chat box, right? Like I don't have to go, if I know where something is, that's great, but why not just, ask it?
Exactly. And so the one last thing I'll do here, we had the alert that said there were errors in general, but I'm curious about this specific exception, right? So again, I'll paste this in here and say, how many times did this specific, this is not a function, happen in the last hour? So is it happening a lot or not? Oh, I gotta scroll down. And again, it tells me how to run an ESQL, and this time, it adds an extra, parameter in there, and we're running stats to count. But we can see 868 times in the last hour.
So a lot. So you've had this type of caused a lot of errors, right?
Yeah, exactly. So should probably fix it.
Probably.
So
maybe.
yeah, exactly. So in this case, as a person in operations or an SRE person, you would go and you'd open an issue. When I worked at small trading firms, I would just run down the hall and go bug the person.
Totally.
Yeah, right. And you stand there at their desk till they
somebody gets paged. Somebody's like, hey, this needs to be fixed.
Yeah, exactly. But so I know you're a developer.
Yes.
Right. And I think it'd be great if you had all this functionality in VS Code where you probably live.
I was going to say, that would be useful, right? Because I see this, I'm like, okay, but I want to see this where I'm actually in my code base.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is where we're going to switch over to VS Code. So I have to say real quick, this, what you're going to see is not in the product for legal, so legal doesn't come after me. We're working on it. We're part of the GitHub extension beta program that you saw the other day, which is really exciting. This is just a proof of concept I put together. The engineering team's going to work with GitHub to make it secure at an enterprise level and all that, all the good enterprise stuff, not just me hacking it together. But we can do the same thing. So this is in VS Code, and the way this works at a high level is all that functionality you saw with the AI assistant, we have an API.
Right.
So you can get all the benefit of what the engineering team has been creating, use the API and put it, in this case, VS Code, but you can put it in a Teams bot or any other place where VS Code works. So anyways, I'm going to ask the same question to get started. In this part, we just have, from when I was
And now you'll have an agent where you can actually just talk to Copilot Elastic, right?
Yeah, so the Copilot Elastic is my agent, and I'm going to ask that same question. And so it's very simply, it calls back to GitHub. GitHub calls, my observability Elastic cluster in this case.
Right.
And we get a really nice answer.
And it's pumping all that information right into you.
And it's quick. So one of the things that's nice is, GPT 4.0 came out, and it's on Azure now. So actually, this is wired up using GPT 4.0.
Oh, very cool.
So that's why it's so fast, and you get this nice table and the results. So again, we get the same information, but it's all from within VS Code. So the other thing then we can do, okay, so that's fine, there's an alert. But I want to fix it,
right?
Or you want to fix it.
I would like to fix it. Yeah, it'd be easier.
So I can again ask pretty much the same question. Can you tell me the last error message, or what file it's in, what message?
What's the message?
And it's a pretty simple one. But let's say I didn't know, and you can ask, what does it mean?
Yeah.
Right? And so that's what the LLMs are great at. All the same things are happening. It makes the call to observability cluster. We gather all the relevant data. We make the prompt that says, the user's asking this question. It grounds the answer.
And then it's just piping it right into your editor.
And so you learn, you can see how to do ESQL if you want to make queries in your own code at some point. It tells me, again, which file. So you can see at the top, I have Elastiflix repo open. So I'm going to go in and fix it. So I'm going to open up the code and just pretend I couldn't remember, right?
Right, might not know where it is.
Yeah, so I can just search and find it. Boom, there's my, typo.
Right.
And again, you can see it tells me what it should be. So with one less n, but I'll paste it in anyways. And then I can go and save it and run. Now, it's the trust but verify thing, right, with LLMs. Obviously, that's pretty easy. You can push it out to development. But the nice thing then, if you have a development environment where you're collecting all this information, you can push it out, and you can still sit there and wait a couple minutes when your pipeline is done pushing out to dev and say, hey, in the last 5 minutes, was this error? And it'll count and tell you yes or no, right? Hopefully no. And it says there's no errors, and you're off and running.
That's great. That's actually a really great way of kind of doing some testing, right? Because as you said, we want to trust but verify, but then being able to say, okay, I pushed this out through my pipeline, but using real language to be like, okay, are there any errors?
Right.
Now, that's really cool.
Yeah, so it's really exciting. And so I'll leave this up here while we have a couple minutes. I think you have some questions, but for more information, obviously, you can go to our booth that's over here. It's a great resource. We have a lot of great people working there. We have 2 of these labs. So Search Labs is, both of these are very technical focused as opposed to the marketing front side.
Sure.
So Search Labs is search related. If you're building search applications, it has a lot of research about vector search, implementation. We actually have the GitHub repo there too. It has code. You can clone the code. You can hook it up to your cluster and get off and running right away.
Awesome.
Jupyter Notebooks. And then observability actually came out the other day, but similar thing. The blog I have up there with the little running person, that talks about the exact same thing. Instead, there, I put it in a Slack bot, but I'm using the API. So you can get a lot more details on how this was all wired together. And
that's really cool.
While the Copilot might not exist today, you can go and use the API today to integrate in whatever you want.
To put whatever you want. That's great. That's great. I do have a couple of questions for you. So first, I'm going to ask a question. I know that it's just a proof of concept and that it hasn't been vetted by legal and all that. But I am just curious, how long did it take you to get an extension up and running?
So it only took a couple hours, really.
Awesome.
The biggest challenge was at first we weren't outputting the OpenAI spec because we weren't intending it to be that way. But kudos to our development team, our engineer, they changed it, fixed the spec to be the spec that GitHub wants really fast. And then once that was in place, it literally, it's like 20 lines of code to to do it. It's more me making calls back and forth than anything. So it's really easy to hook up.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So thank you for answering that question. I do want to know, how does this integrate into GitHub issues, or does it?
Yeah, so with the Observability Assistant, you can connect, ingest data from GitHub, so you can ingest issues, and then, the connector we have will update. So as you push, maybe you fix that, you can close an issue out, it'll push it. And so what's great is you can ask the assistant, are there any issues related to this error, right? And it'll search the data that we've ingested, show you the issues, show you who's assigned, and things like that.
Oh, that's really great. And you can do that from wherever the assistant is, right? So I can do that from if I'm within Elastic or someplace else.
Yeah, as long as you have the connector hooked up, and it's really easy. We have a little UI where you connect and put in your credentials, and it starts ingesting data.
That's really cool. That's really cool. Now, does this integrate with runbooks? Because I know that that's something that a lot of people for their plans, it's important to them.
Yeah, and so it works pretty similarly. A lot of SREs have them in GitHub. I know our internal teams do. So whether it's in GitHub, you can use a connector. If it's somewhere else, you bring those in.
You just bring them in.
And so what's great is there's a knowledge base setting in the assistant, and you tell it, these are the runbooks, the index that has it. So when issues happen, if that was a more critical issue, not just some typo, right? Like people can't log into your site or something, it'll search for the correct runbook and provide that to the LLM. So not only will you have all the data that says what's wrong, but it tells the LLM how to fix it, so then it makes the nice step-by-step guide.
Right, it's going to do the nice step-by-step guide, and also follow along with your own best practices, and like what your process is.
Yeah, especially for SREs who, and we onboard people onboard new SREs all the time, and they might be an expert in an area, but large, I used to work again at large trading firms, and there's
so
great
many.
at one area, but not in another, so they can get the step-by-step. Yeah.
Totally. All right, and can you choose the LLM that you connect to?
Yeah, you can. So we support all the public LLMs, but we're great partners with Azure. Like I mentioned, we were using the GPT-4 in our own tenant in Elastic, and what's great there is we can send this data, and it's our tenant with Azure, so we're not worried about being trained on or anything.
Right.
But as soon as the new model came out, the O version, like I said, I wired it up.
You were able to update it very fast.
Yeah, and it became super fast, which is really cool. So
that's great.
Yep.
That's great. All right, Jeff, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You can find out more in the featured partner directory.
Yep, thank you.
Hey, and stick around because we have got more demos and more things from our friends and featured partners. Hey, Don, they woke up.
Hello, good morning.
Chat said hello. We've heard from Brazil.
Ooh.
We've heard from Peru. We're going to exotic destinations like Canada.
Hey.
Nigeria, Kenya, Malawi. We've got people from, and there's a lot of people staying up very late with us.
Yes.
So we've got a lot of exciting stuff for you, so stick around. Like, what do we have coming up, Don?
I'm so excited for some future conversations that we have with some MVPs, some experts. I love it. But before we get to that, I want to also chat about some other things that we really enjoyed from this event so far. We are on day 3, and a lot has happened.
There's been a lot of sessions that people have been consuming when they're live in person, and you're probably sitting there at home saying, Self, I'd like to know about some more things. Are there sessions I can watch? Yes, absolutely. And I've seen in chat people asking, are they recorded? Can I rewatch them? The answer is 100% yes, you can. Takes about 24 to 48-ish hours, but not to brag or anything. There might have been a data security session that's already out there.
That one's in my backpack.
I was in your backpack?
Yes.
That is
you
amazing.
And your session were in my backpack because we were busy doing here while you were off doing all sorts of really cool things. So it's in my backpack so I don't miss it.
I left y'all hanging to go talk about some data security. So yeah, feel free. And if you haven't registered yet and you're sitting at home, obviously it's a little late because it's day 3, you really can't come to Seattle, but you can register on the website, get access to all of those sessions, all of those replays.
Awesome. I also saw some chatter online about the WSL session that was in person. I am going to put that one in my backpack. I love the WSL team.
Okay, wait, hang on. You've lost me.
Okay.
What's a WASL?
A Windows subsystem for Linux, but there's more. We can't get too deep in it. Watch the session because we got stuff to do.
All right, we'll head over to Donna because she's with some truly inspiring people. Student innovators, Donna, to you.
Hello, so we're back from the Build show floor. And by the way, we're here with the most famous people at the entire conference, our Imagine Cup finalists. Big applause, okay. All right, in fact, they're so famous, they have their own M&Ms, okay? Do you have your own M&Ms? No, you do not have your own M&Ms, only these folks do. By the way, thank you so much for joining us here to share your stories. First, thank you for joining us at Build. Thank you for the work you do for this world, and thank you for coming and sharing the stage with me. So, Alia, do you want to introduce yourself, your project, and your teammates?
Yeah, so we're Team Plan Roadmap. My name is Aaliyah.
I'm Ever, and I'm Clay.
Awesome. Tell us about Plan Roadmap.
So Plan Roadmap is an AI ADHD coach designed to help you start your task. It does this by leveraging ADHD-specific motivators and simplifying decision-making.
Beautiful. Who doesn't need that? Everyone needs that. Jorge and Akshat, do you want to introduce yourselves and your project?
Yes, thank you, Donna. I am Jorge from Mexico.
And I'm Akshat Saraf from India.
We are both students at the University of Oxford. And our company, JRE, is creating AI-powered solutions to increase efficiency, sustainability, safety, and profitability in the steel manufacturing sector.
I love it. Say that line, the end line, the profit, people, what was it?
People, planet, profit.
I love it, I love it. Okay, can we talk about how good their pitches are compared to Microsoft pitches? Thank you, yes. Yes, big round of applause, big applause. Okay, if I could pitch like you, I would be having a very successful startup too. Okay, so keep working these pitches because they're beautiful and they work, right? Yeah. So tell us, you all had a major day on Monday. You feel good, hopefully. You've spent the week now networking and making friends with all kinds of people through the industry. You've gotten a bunch of coaching from Microsoft people. What is next for you all, Plan Roadmap? And I'm going to ask you all the same thing, so don't get creative. Okay, go.
Well, now that Imagine Cup is over, we're going to start working full-time over the summer, and then we're going to keep working with ADHD coaches to help their clients, and then move over to managers and organizations to try and help their ADHD employees.
I love that because you're working with, you're doing B2B, then B2C, then B2B more, right? So I like that you're doing all of them. You're not just trying to go to consumers. And I love the idea of hitting up enterprises because this kind of thing would be a benefit that companies can benefit from because it's not just for people of ADHD, just people who lack focus and attention. Raise your hand, everybody in this room, right? It's everybody can benefit from something like this. All right, next.
Yeah, so next steps for us are just deploying our systems, really working hard to, connect with manufacturers. We already have pilots going on in India and Japan right now, so just hoping that our systems get deployed very soon.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so I want to hear from Clay, because Clay is avoiding me right now. Here, you all are an amazing team. You don't even go live in the same place, right? What are some of the challenges that you found when trying to build a startup remotely?
We're trying to build a startup remotely?
Yeah. I know, this is a curveball question.
So I think one of the challenges we've had is keeping everyone on the same page. It's something that we've worked together now for over a year. So we've gotten pretty good at it, I'd like to think. We have a set schedule where everyone meets. We try to make it fun. We have a brief period of time where everyone can talk, laugh, catch each other up.
I like that.
Then we debrief, figure out what we want to do, and we do it. So, that was initially a challenge. Aaliyah's halfway across the country from Ever and I, Georgia to New York. So that's something we've been working on.
It is a challenge. All right, so both teams, how can people learn about you?
So you can find us at planroadmap.com to access our tool. Email us, our email is there. It's at contact@planroadmap, or join our Discord. We'd love to connect with you.
Planroadmap.com. Everyone write that down.
Yeah, you can connect with us at jremx.com. So that's jremx.com. And you can find us on LinkedIn. Two difficult names to find, but yeah. We'll do our best to help you out.
Homework for everybody. Keep up with these folks because they're going to be the next billion-dollar startups. Thank you.
Hey, speaking of homework, if you or your student is interested in participating and being part of the Imagine Cup, head on over to imaginecup.microsoft.com. There are a ton of opportunities, maybe even next to you. Yeah, you have that opportunity to head, you could end up here next time. It's so inspiring, I get excited, sorry.
I'm absolutely recommending the Imagine Cup to some of my absolutely capable friends. I am hoping they get in there and maybe they're on a stage next year or what have you.
Hey, if you are just joining us, welcome to Microsoft Build. We are day 3. We are in the midst of a bunch of really cool conversations. I've got some conversations coming. I'm going to leave you, at least until the afternoon. But it's okay, I'll be over there.
But we're going to be friends forever.
Forever. We're pals now. You thought this is your first one. You're like, I'm just going to go build one time. We have you now. Okay. So we've got a bunch of stuff. We've got demos, interviews, some featured partner stuff coming up. We've got lots going on there. So Dawn, you were talking about the WSL session that you need to add to your backpack. Have you had an opportunity to watch any sessions? Is there something that's standing out to you as like, wow, that was really awesome and amazing?
I saw the Azure Container App session with my colleague Anthony Chu. It was so good. I love container apps. It's one of my default and favorite ways to deploy a Python application. Was with ACA, and it's really cool to see all of the AI integrations that they have to support your developer-first AI app.
So I know a lot of our friends have been sitting there and you're sitting at home, but we also have people in this audience here. Hey, audience, if you haven't checked out some of these theater sessions that have been going on kind of all around us in the hub, go do that. You absolutely want to go do that. All right, it's time to go to Leslie over on the main stage. She's with Mural. Hey, Leslie.
Hey, Joey. So joining me right now is Bentley Rubenstein, who is the VP of Strategic Partnerships at Mural. How are you doing?
I'm doing great today. How are you, Leslie?
I'm great. Day 3 of build, it's coming to a close. It's kind of sad, but I'm ready to get some sleep afterward. I don't know about you.
I am as well, but it's been full of energy. We're really, really excited to be here.
Awesome. So I'm excited to chat with you. So starting softball question, what is Mural?
Of course, thank you. So Mural is the leading enterprise visual work platform that is trusted by, I think my screen disappeared. Here we go.
Oh, there you go.
That is trusted by many of the world's largest organizations. It's a place where teams come together to collaborate, to solve challenges, and ultimately improve how they work together. So a few of the examples, a product or an engineering team might use Mural to run retrospectives or planning sessions. A consulting team would use it to collaborate with their clients over the course of a client engagement. There's a whole range of different teams. Sales teams would use it to run sales discovery and account plans. And all of this, again, is really all designed to help teams improve the way they work together and unlock their potential.
I love that. I think communication is so important no matter what job you do. And any way to make it easier and make it so that everybody's on the same page easier is great.
It's essential.
Yeah, I've been in those situations where there's been a miscommunication and then I'm doing the hot potato thing, trying to figure out who knows what's going on. How come no one else knows it? What are we doing? We got to put it all together. So that's really cool and a much needed solution. So, You partner with Microsoft in a lot of different ways, probably. So can you tell us more about that?
We do. This clicker thing here is not moving us forward.
No.
We try something else. I don't know why that's not working, but let me tell you about that. Yeah.
Tell me
more. So we, our partnership with Microsoft extends across multiple years, and it is really all about creating better experiences for our mutual customers. Mm-hmm. So at the foundation layer of that is Azure. Mural's been powered by Azure since day one. And what we hear from a lot of our customers is that, they are doubling down on Azure. They're making meaningful Azure commitments. And so this is really important to them.
Yeah.
What we then built on top of that foundation is really all about modern work and improving how teams work together. And so, that involves integrating with Microsoft Teams. It involves integrating with Azure DevOps. And now, of course, what we hear a lot about here is Copilot, the Microsoft Graph, and a lot more. And so, that's kind of what we've built on top of the foundation. But then we also know that teams use a lot of other solutions in the Microsoft ecosystem that are a part of their day-to-day work. And so we've really done a lot of work to then integrate with other things like Power Automate, OneDrive, Azure DevOps, as I mentioned, and a lot of the security solutions. And so, with this, our customers see that, and then Microsoft has also really recognized that. They named us their Partner of the Year for our Teams app in 2022, and we're really excited to continue building on that.
That's so exciting. And also, it's exciting that the PowerPoint works. Shoot, it's been a minute on this stage since we had the demo gods just decide to be very angry with us. So it had to happen at some point.
It always does.
Right?
It always does.
Sweet. And it's cool that you're connecting with all of those different toolings that Microsoft users are doing all the time. So now you're transitioning into Copilot, and of course Azure, and all these other different pieces.
Every customer we talk to could not be more excited about Copilot, so we are just as much.
Got to do it. So, yeah, kind of going into that more, how are enterprises specifically taking both Mural and Microsoft and putting them together?
Yeah, so the first thing I would just say is, what we really think is if you are a Microsoft-powered enterprise and you're looking for visual work, we believe Mural is the no-brainer solution for you. And that really comes down to two big things. The first is about those better together integrated solutions that I was talking a little bit about before, and I'm going to show you what one of those looks like. But then the second part is also about how enterprises buy and how they buy Mural. So Mural is Mac eligible. I talked about how a lot of enterprises that we hear from are making meaningful Azure commitments. And so they can buy Mural and have Mural count dollar for dollar towards that Azure commitment, which is so important for them. But let me show you what a couple of those looks like. So the first is Microsoft Teams. And so Mural works seamlessly in that Teams end-to-end experience. So whether you're preparing a Mural for a meeting, whether you want to share it in a chat, in a channel, so that you can collaborate with colleagues, or then use it in a live meeting, Mural works in that entire experience, so you can live where you're already working in Microsoft Teams.
Love it.
The second is, I'll just show you two more quickly.
Yes.
The second, Azure DevOps. A lot of Agile development teams, as I mentioned before, are using Mural for retrospectives, plannings, and so they can take advantage of two-way syncing of data between Mural and Azure DevOps. So they can sync all of their data into Azure DevOps, run a retrospective, run a planning session, prioritize things, and then immediately move all of that data back over to Azure DevOps.
Sweet. So you're just like organically integrating all of this into stuff that people already use.
It's the way they're working, and we want to be right there with them. And then the last one, which we can't forget, obviously, is Copilot. So, in November of last year, we launched our Copilot integration. We were one of the very first plugins that is available in the Microsoft Marketplace. And so here, what you're seeing is, a team lead who wants to kick off a project, and he wants to find a brainstorming template to use. And so he'll use Copilot to find a bunch of relevant results for him, be able to actually preview those here right within Teams, right within Copilot, and then start a Mural directly from that template. And all of that's happening right within Copilot, right within Teams, where he's working. And then you can imagine how over the course of that project, he might want to do something like summarize all of the data that has been put into one Mural, multiple Murals, over the course of a really long project. So this is really, really powerful, and we couldn't be more excited to build on this, build on the Teams integration that I showed you, the Azure DevOps integration, and ultimately, again, improve how teams are working, unlock their potential through these better together solutions.
Great, that is really cool. So thank you so much, Bentley, and you can go check out the Mural booth, which is like right behind the stage, or check them out on the featured partner directory. Thanks.
Awesome, thanks so much, Leslie.
Woo. All right, did everyone see the Copilot in that demo? Didn't pay him either. He just did that all on his own.
Very good.
Speaking of all on their own, I want to give a huge shout out to our global communities all over the world. Who make Build happen. Yes. Honestly, it's for you that we put this event on. It's for you that we create this content. And you all show up here at Build and bring us so much energy and so many vibes.
Yes.
So I want to give a big shout out to my Badgers all over the world and to all of our friends in Lagos, Nigeria who are active in the chat. Keep tweeting at us, keep chatting with us. It keeps our energy so high.
It does.
We feel so grateful.
And yes, the community is why we're here. Like developers are why we're here.
Yes.
So we really, really appreciate that. Now, coming up in the next little bit, we're going to be talking about some of the next generation of identity features. And we're going to have more stuff with community MVPs.
That's right.
One of your favorite things.
That's right. Yep. We're going to have more community MVPs. Did you catch the Imagine Cup students? I love that.
Yes. That was so good. Their own M&Ms.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
They have their own M&Ms. They're extremely
so cool.
famous. Okay, by the way, so Christina and I are doing something, and maybe you all can
help us
hover for us. Yeah. We really like these devices.
We do.
And
I
we
want a
kind
laptop,
of want
Donna.
them. I know. I really want the 15-inch laptop, and she really wants a 15-inch laptop. But everyone's like, no, you can't have them because they're only in pre-order and they only have these as demo devices. We're not supposed to steal them. But we need a plan.
We do need a plan. So we're going to come up with a plan, but first we're going to go to Joey.
Toss to Joey.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I am here with my friend Jay Alamar, who is director, and more importantly, or at least nobody will know that you prefer to be engineering fellow. I mean, listen, technical over the director stuff, I'll take that all day. Anyway, from our friends at Coher, welcome Jay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for being here. So let's talk a little bit. I want you to talk a little bit about Coher, and in particular, how you stand out in the AI market.
Incredible. So Coher, we build large language models. We built models that we just rolled out, Command R and Command R+. They're purpose-built for the enterprise. So language models are doing some of the most interesting things in software these days. And they're enabling a new class of tools and systems that people are starting to build with, and enterprises need a lot of help and custom-built sort of models. So we offer that. We deploy it on Azure as well. So data security is very important there as well because people want to have private deployments, and Azure makes that sort of incredible. So that's the sort of high level. And we'll go into a little bit of some of the other language models that we build that enable enterprises to have even better and better systems.
See, Jay's really good. He knows his target audience because he brought up the cybersecurity thing. Well done, Fred. We're here to talk about empowering your organization with production-ready RAG applications. RAG is
retrieval augmented generation.
That thing. It's retrieval augmented generation. Yes, exactly. Talk to me a little bit about why RAG apps are.
I will. And I have a few visuals that sort of help people who are new to the.
Oh, very cool.
Sort of
teach me, because I have no idea.
Exactly. So you've come across what a language model is. It's a piece of software. You give it some text, it gives you text back. And people chat with it. We advise that people think of them as tools that can do multiple things, not as a black box that just secretly outputs text somehow. We say, you're a builder, you're a founder, you're an executive. Think about them as a lot of different tools. And for language models, it can be language understanding capabilities. It gives you a number of language understanding capabilities, but also language generation capabilities. Another way to look at it is to say, chat is one thing. It does a lot of other generation tasks. Okay. So text generation tasks can be like summarization. Here's an article, give me a summary of it. Or it can be, here's a contract, extract for me the names of the parties who are, let's say, mentioned here. So that's another generation task. So if you're an enterprise who wants to roll out a product with generative AI, it does not have to start with being a chatbot. It can be these other sort of generation tools.
Oh, okay.
And some of the most interesting and let's say robust and reliable things language models can do are not necessarily generative in nature. So these can be search systems that enable enterprises to access their internal, a lot of companies have 5 different databases and different systems and an ERP and a CRM there. And searching across all of them is difficult. And so language models enable that. And the retrieval augmented generation is this 2-step, let's say, process of search first and then generate and give me a text answer that is grounded on my information, on my company's sort of internal information.
Okay. Very cool. Having conversations, chatting with folks here, and then my curiosity is, how do people improve on these? And what's kind of the advice as people are like, oh, we've kind of done the basics here. What can we do to go to the next level?
That's a great question. We're really excited about taking this to the next level and seeing how enterprises build these systems and then how they want to improve them after they take them to the next level. So if you think about the general structure of a retrieval augmented generation application, one way to look at it is like this. You have this chat happening, and the language model has access to a data source that it searches and pulls information from. It can be thought of as this as well. So it's the retrieval stage and then a generation stage, where you have a language model on both ends. For the search part, there are 2 kinds of language models that enable search systems to go beyond just keyword search, which is what people have done before language models. And then two ways here are embeddings. So that's one way to translate language into numeric representations that systems and software can understand better. And then the other one is re-ranking. And that dramatically improves search systems. So we've rolled out this model called Embed v3 that people can use on Azure as well, that enables and improves search systems for RAG as well. It supports over 100 languages, and then the re-ranker is another type of language model that, if you have an existing search system and you want to have a language model that improves it, this is just one API call at the end of your existing system.
Okay.
That just dramatically improves the search quality. And you can see every kind of system improving.
Okay, I'm going to show my lack of knowledge in this area, and it's okay because the audience knows Joey's lack of knowledge.
We're all learning.
So you talk about these two different ways, right? You're using search, and then you're doing this creation. Can one feed the other? Like
that is exactly what happens. Yes.
Okay.
One feeds the other. So the search system gets the relevant document, and then it passes that in a prompt to the generation model. So it says, this is the question, answer it by looking at these documents.
Right. And then if that question was answered correctly, and we like that, can we then feed that back to the other system to make it better, right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, very good.
And you can also use the generation model to create either summaries or, let's say, more. So the adding that re-ranker is one of maybe 5 ways we can talk about of improving RAG systems.
Hey, I picked up one.
So we can go over the next few.
Yeah, let's jump into it.
So now we have a system that looks like this, where there's a retrieval step powered by 2 language models, an embedding model and a re-ranker model, and then a generation which has a text generation model. So these are all, let's say, 3 classes of language models that enterprises should be thinking about how to use them in sort of their various systems.
Okay.
So re-ranker is one. That's one of the 5 ways to improve an existing RAG system. Another one is called a query rewriting. So when a company rolls out a system like this, they think that people will ask just one simple, clear question. But then somebody asks a question like this. They're like, we have an essay due tomorrow. We have to write about some animal. I love penguins. I could write about them. But I could also write about dolphins. Are they animals, for example? Yeah, let's do dolphins, for example. So if you take all of this and throw it at a search system, you'll probably not get a good result.
I think you just got a hold of one of my daughter's prompts right here. Yeah.
And that's exactly what companies have to build. And then how can you solve this? You can have the language model rewrite this to say, don't search for all of this text. No, search for only where do dolphins live. So that's another incredible thing that language models can do. This is called query rewriting.
Okay.
And this can go to let's say, a couple of other additional levels. So it can ask 2 questions. It can the search system can say, okay, if you give me a question like compare the financial results of some company for this year and then that year, maybe the system needs to search for 2 queries. And then here you have an idea called multi-query RAG systems, or multi-query retrieval augmented generation systems.
Okay.
These are 3. This is another way of looking at it. So you have your language model that's saying, okay, I'm going to search for this, I'm going to search for this, and goes to the data source, gets back all the information, and then generates the answer.
Gotcha. Yep.
A couple more one is called data source routing. So you can say, okay, if somebody asks questions about HR, search our Notion database. But if somebody asks about the results of the latest sports game, go search the web.
Yep.
And so that's another capability that Command R+ gives models, let's say, systems that are built on this. You can say, these are 2 data sources, search this for these types of questions. And
in my organization, I have this tool for this group, this tool for this group, and it does that kind of traffic cop. You go here, go here.
Absolutely. And I really love that you use the word tool, because that's the future of where things are going. But we'll get into it.
Stay tuned, more coming.
Incredible. The last one we can touch on, and this is the most sort of futuristic, advanced thing, which is the model can ask follow-up questions. So if you say, okay, if you ask a question like this, give me who are the largest car manufacturers, and do they each make EVs or not? You might not find one document that can answer this whole thing. So the model can break it down and say, okay, give me the names of the car manufacturers. Let's get this piece of information first, and then let's go and ask a query about each one of them. And so the model is able to ask follow-up questions, and then that's what's called multi-hop. And the models, Command R and R+, which are deployable in Azure, sort of excel at all of these 5 use cases and make enterprises sort of able to deploy with these.
And these tools are available now, and
they're available
accessible now. Okay, very cool. Let's talk a little bit about, so we've got some good RAG stuff here.
Yes.
What about moving beyond retrieval augmented generation? I got that right?
Yes.
Perfect, all right.
That is perfect, yes, that is incredible. So we talked about a little bit of what is the most advanced things companies are doing out there, from starting with an LLM, adding data sources, and then doing this multi-step thing. You can ask a question, so if we can search Notion, why can't we even post to Notion? You said the word tools, and that's exactly what the future of RAG and the future of LLM applications is the language model is able to use tools, to use different software tools as well. Not just to retrieve information, but to post things, maybe send emails, do sort of additional things. And it's quite magical when you sort of start to see what these systems are able to do. And so here you have this new nature of the language model, not just as answering a question or giving you text back. It can actually do more. You can give it tools, the exact word that you said. So a web search is a tool. You can also give it a Python interpreter to run some code, for example. And then it's able to do a lot more advanced tasks. And instead of just giving you the result, it will say, to answer this question, I will actually, this is my plan. I will do these 3 things, and I will use these 3 steps to use them. Let's take an example. So if you can tell the system to create a plot of the number of full-time employees at the 3 tech companies with the highest market cap in the United States. So this is a complex retrieval and then plotting. And this is a text model. So how is it going to create a plot for you?
Yeah.
So the model here gives you the plan first, and then needs to search the web to get the relevant information. And then it has access to a Python tool, so it can plot with that using matplotlib or Python's plotting tools.
So it's going to retrieve all of the information, pass it along to the tool to be interpreted.
Yes.
Right? And then output as well.
Exactly. And we can see that in action here in this.
I'd love to see it.
In this short clip. So this is the UI of Coral. You can use the tools here. So we give it the web search and the Python tool, and then we give it the request. So create the plot of the full-time employees, and then you start the model starting to hum. There you have the plan. So it says, I will search for the 3 companies, then I will search for the number of full-time employees, and then I will plot. And then now it's searching. So it outputs a search to a search engine. It gets back the information. It's Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA. These are the 3 companies. And then it goes and does a search for each of these 3 companies. Like, what is the number of their employees? So this is the multi-hop.
So multi-searches. It's do one, then do the next, then additional
so it did these 4 now over 2 steps. And that includes this multi-query, but also multi-hop. It got the information back. It generated the code to plot it now. So it's doing all of these steps one by one, just to answer this one request. And while we're looking at the code, what it's doing in the background is actually plotting it. So it deploys it to the Python interpreter to get you that final sort of a graph and plot, and now it's outputting it to you. So I got the information, I generated the code, I ran the code, this is the plot that you have. And the incredible thing that we have is that this entire UI is open source. We just open source this web application that runs on top of these models. It's called the Coher Toolkit. Our team has been polishing it for years and working on it. It's our own sort of playground, but developers have access to it now. It has over 2,000 stars on GitHub, and we invite people to play around with it.
Come in and participate and take advantage of that.
Yeah.
So super cool. So super cool. I can kind of see this, the examples that you've given me, kind of think, I can kind of see this and maybe, something smaller that I'm doing. How do large enterprises take advantage of this? Like, what are some of those use cases that large enterprises can leverage this technology for?
That's a great question. So we talked about summarization is one, for example. So any company that has pipes of data, or text data specifically, they can use these language models to do various tasks. So summarization is one, question answering is one. So you have a document, you present it to the model, and it answers questions. And a lot of people do that as consumers with one document, but enterprises can do that with 1,000 documents, 1,000,000 documents, and that saves a lot of time and helps these enterprises generate structured data from unstructured, long-form sort of text. And so chatbots for customer service is a popular use case. We have a company that's running on Azure, Atomic Work, that's building customer service tools built and enabled by Command R+ on Azure, that's enabling IT departments to problem solve and access internal forms and documents and funding.
Super cool. Jay, where do developers go to find out more information?
We have our featured partner page. I think that's a great place, but we also invite people to search for Coher Toolkit to start building and forking and building their own sort of next generation tools of software tools built on top of large language models.
That's awesome. Get out there, get on that GitHub, start trying some of this stuff out, give that feedback, and of course, always find more about Coher and our other featured partners by hitting the featured partners page on build.microsoft.com.
All right. We are back. Continuing coverage, day 3 at Microsoft Build. Really good stuff so far today.
Okay, so can we just talk about how all of the folks on stage today have been dropping co-pilots?
Yep.
I love that for them. I love that for us.
I really love it for us.
But that was 3 for 3. Like Coher, Mural, Elastic, all dropped co-pilots on us.
It's good.
And they were all pretty dang good. Yeah, I love it.
Now, when is the Donna Copilot coming out?
The Donna Copilot is going to be just tips and tricks on how to get into trouble and also how to get out of trouble.
Okay, yeah, I love this.
I love this, right?
Okay, what can I do that will get me yelled at by my boss? But what can I do to not get yelled at after the fact? I like this. I like all of this.
All right, so everyone's been asking, where are you all? We're on the 5th floor of the conference center in this thing called the Hub.
The Hub.
And we've been here all 3 days.
We have.
And usually you and I would be running around the conference center causing problems. But we've been kind of holding down the fort with the rest of our friends. So what have been some of your favorite things? We've done interviews, demos, this, that, next thing. What's your favorite?
Okay, first, we should acknowledge behind us, we have some really beautiful devices.
They're unattended, just letting you know.
You said Donna Copilot says how to get in trouble, so we could do that. No, but genuinely talk to members of our community. That's why I love Microsoft Build. I love to be able to talk to our attendees, our MVPs, members of our community. That's really, and they're all here, so that's really fun.
It's been, okay, so this year I've done something that it was new for me, which is I've been looking after the Copilot booths. And by looking after, I mean vaguely standing on my toes to see what's going on at them. But it's really
supervising.
fun.
That's what it is.
Supervising, babysitting from over here, so not actually helping at all. But it's been amazing to see everyone come by and ask questions, really meet the experts, get their Copilot-y questions answered.
Yeah,
so
it's been so great. We have a ton of GitHubbers here and a ton of people talking about GitHub stuff, which has been great to see. People have been answering questions there too. And
GitHub has a
don't forget,
huge presence over there.
Yeah, totally. But we also have the Microsoft Learn Build Challenge.
And security's
there too.
Yeah.
I also love the WSL team. They're some of my favorites, and the Terminal folks.
Oh,
great stuff.
And by the way, Joey's can you stop talking? So over to Joey now.
Joey.
All right, hey, thanks, y'all. Guess what? You couldn't stop me. It was a matter of time before I brought identity into this conversation. I know. There's Joey and his identity stuff. But hey, I've got my buddy, Levent Besic, Vice President, Identity and Network Access Product Management. How are you, my friend?
I've been great. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for joining us.
Great
identity.
Oh, boy.
Developers.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of developers out there I don't know about this identity thing. Why do I really need to care about this? And I know, because you're talking about security. We talked about this yesterday, particularly in the keynote, where it's a team sport. Everybody's got to get involved, right? Developer friends. So let's talk about developers and identity and what we hear.
Let's do that. So look, the number one thing I hear from developers about identity is that it is hard. It's complicated. No one wakes up in the morning excited to say, oh, I'm going to add authorization to my app today, right? Or authentication to my app today.
Why not?
So, I know, right? But it's such a critical piece to get right because for 2 reasons, right? A, obviously, it's your first layer of security, often the only layer, right? And it's often the most tested part, right? We get, I think now around 4,000 password attacks a second, right?
I'm sorry, 4,000 a second.
4,000 a second. That adds up to billions, right? Over a longer period of time, like a month or something. It's just keep rising, right? It's getting cheaper and cheaper to those attacks, unfortunately, and it's just gonna keep increasing. So you gotta have your defenses up. But this, and then 80% of all breaches, in some shape and form, leverage identity layer, right? So it's really important to get this right from a security of your environment and security of your customer's perspective. But the second reason, and it's more obvious, is authentication is your really first impression for your users into your application. But when you sign up or when you sign in, it's the first thing that your users see. So if you're brand conscious, app, for instance, your branding, your customization, that experience is important. It impacts your conversion rates. If it's bumpy, the retention rate will drop, right? So it's really important to get it right for developers, and it's just not easy,
So you mentioned some of these concerns, and obviously, with that retention, it's the first exposure, right, that you could potentially have with customers, whether it be internal, even external customers, and you don't want to have that thing. So how are you and your team and us at Microsoft addressing concerns when it comes to integrating good identity, proper identity into external-facing applications?
Oh, it's never been important than ever. So we had an existing product in this space called Azure AD B2C. Great product, serves our complex use cases for our enterprise customers really well. But number one feedback we heard from our developer friends was that it's just not developer friendly, right? It takes hours on the paper, but really days, sometimes weeks to get it up and running, deploying it, right? It's just not easy to configure and test it in the production environment. So that was one key feedback we heard. But the other interesting thing about this product was that it was built on a separate platform. So if you're building for end users, you have to go on a platform stack. And if you're building for your employees or your partner access use cases for your application, you go to another stack. So it's just like, that switching cost just wasn't easy, and back and forth. And then, of course, innovation velocity, right? We have two platforms. There's a lot of innovation happening on identity space, right, with adaptive access controls and verifiable credentials, and it's hard to get both of the platforms up to speed on both sides. So what we did was, about 2 years ago, we set on this journey with two goals in mind, really. One, how do we bring the best of breed functionality of Azure AD B2C onto our core identity stack, Entra ID platform, and have one really platform for developers to really use and expose, right? And then second is, how do we make this developer friendly? How do we really make this really easy to adapt? And we took a clear objective there where we said, this needs to take minutes, not hours or days, but minutes. And we actually put a goal of 5 minutes from a moment that a developer comes to our, awareness developer center page, right? To a free trial, to configuration, to up and running with a tenant or identity layer in your application. How do we make that happen in 5 minutes? And that's basically was and became external ID, which we're very excited to GA this past week.
That's amazing. So traditionally, we think in enterprises, right, this monolithic beast of identities, whether it be rolling back on premises with on-prem Active Directory, now Entra Identity, that you have to have this big, massive, complicated thing. You're really moving it to simplification with the simplified platform.
That's right.
What more do developers need to learn something totally different in order to start considering it? Do we have to start transforming how we do things?
So if we do our jobs right, no, right? We have to make it super easy for developers to fall into the pit of success in a secure way. They have to start secure. They have to continue in a secure posture. And that's what we're doing, right? So there are two aspects to this. First, we created a new developer center really around identity use cases and Entra. It's very easy to get and understand, see the use cases, see the samples, just really understand what we're capable of and what we're doing, and then get you into a free trial through a quick start wizard, right? You don't have to know anything about tokens or anything like that, right? Or the complexity. You can, few clicks and customize your authentication UI, add social login, right? That's a common need nowadays.
Yeah.
And in minutes we'll sort of have a customized sample to your tenant ID and everything ready to go, so you can just import into your code and get it up and running, right? So you don't have to know any of the complexities. But that's only one aspect of the simplification, right? The other thing is, let's be honest, right? Developers have their own flows, and they don't want to get out of that flow. Like, you don't want to really pull someone out of that flow and bring them in through a web wizard, right? So what we did was we worked very closely with our developer division friends, who turns up, makes the world's #1 IDE, and really said, hey, look, how can we make this really simple and easy? And that ended up us investing heavily in VS Code experiences. So we also now launched a VS Code extension. You can just enable it, download, enable it, and without leaving your VS Code flow, we can create identity for your application, just get the code in, again, up and running in your flow. We did the same thing with Visual Studio. Again, a similar setup, right, where you don't have to leave. It's all in the flow of the developers. So really exciting to really bring this to developers and really get them up and running in a secure way with the simplification.
Putting it right in where those developers are, make it super flexible. Let me ask you another question. What about how I write, the languages that I use? Right? Maybe because you talk about VS Code and you talk about Visual Studio. Is this just a .NET thing?
No. We support all your common use cases and common languages, right? You have the samples created for you. Look, we're going to do more work to even increase our number of support languages, but for 90% of the use cases you have there, 95, your language is covered, so you don't have to worry about any of that.
Can you talk to me just a little bit more about the developer center experience and kind of what it is that you are looking to bring to the developers?
Yeah, look, I mean, as a developer, I think the key thing for us to be really humble and insightful about as a product team is we are a means to an end, right? Like, we are a means to an end in your application. You want to come in, you want to get what you need out of us in a very simple, secure way, but you have a journey that you want to create in your application, right? So how do we, help you with that journey? So that's really top of our minds. The developer center is built that way, right? You come in, you get the documentation and knowledge very quickly that you need. You can see your use cases. There are different use cases you can do with our platform. You can create a consumer-facing application. You can create, a partner vendor-facing application where you have to collaborate with them much more closely, right? You may have to go do an even more close relationship, maybe as an employee-like application, right? And either of those cases, right, you have one SDK that you can use. It's called MSOL, right? You can it's very simple. It's a similar user experience, and this is just beautiful thing about having one platform called Entra ID, right, to really support these things. And again, you can read all see the sample code, read all the documentation, and then just click and do a free trial. A very, very generous free trial to check it out and see for yourself.
You want to go over to the aka.ms/dev/external-ID to go get more information. Also, we had a really cool build session on that. Go take a look at the session catalog from that. We'll be back with more coming up.
Received it, Joey. Okay. Okay, so I love that session, even though I think security's really hard.
Right? Security is really hard. That's the thing, right? We all need to do it. We all need to be better about it. It is difficult, but it is great that there are tools that are going to make it easier.
Slightly easier?
Slightly easier? It's still going to be hard, but slightly easier, right?
Okay, so I saw an interesting prompt in Security Co-pilot this morning, which was write up the security incident report for non-security professionals.
Oh.
That's clever, right?
That is very clever.
I kind of liked it. It's like explain security like I'm a 5-year-old or whatever, but for Security Co-pilot.
Or like Donna and I.
For us.
Yeah, explain it to us, right?
Explain to us how bad is this situation. Right. Okay, by the way, so a way we are finding more about security sessions going on at Build, especially the ones we've missed, is using the Build Co-pilot, not to be overly co-pilot-y, but if you type what are good security sessions that we should attend, you'll see the list of them, and you can also get transcripts from them. Yeah. In the Build Co-pilot.
In the Build Co-pilot. And I love that we have a co-pilot for everything, literally.
We do.
Build. It's really good.
You're talking to MVPs later.
I am going to be talking to MVPs later, but we actually now have a poll. What is our poll, Donna?
All right, so here's the poll. How easy is it to find our feedback channels for Build? What are the choices?
These are your options. Option 1, very easy. That's the one you should pick. Option 2, easy. Option 3, hard. Option 4, very hard.
You can't say 4 because this is literally a feedback channel you're using to vote in the poll. So,
but we do want to hear your feedback.
Make choices. Yes. So do the poll, do the thing.
Do the thing. That's
okay.
The big
So
thing, right?
What are some of the other things going on at the Hub today? It's really busy today.
It's so busy. There's so many people around, and I've had so many good conversations, just even at the booths, which is really fun.
Yeah, that's
getting
really
to talk to a lot of folks.
So it's way busier than I thought it would be.
We've got more stuff going on this afternoon, right?
Yes. So we've got stuff going on. I've got some interviews coming up.
I'm going to interview my boss.
You are?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to sit down with Martin Woodward from GitHub. We're going to talk all about GitHub Copilot extensions, which is really exciting, right? Like, I know we talk a lot about all the Copilots. I have a personal favorite, but actually we even got a preview of what some of the extensions can look like during my demo with Elastic earlier. And so we're going to have a talk about that with Martin later today.
Will you make him show you GitHub workspaces or Copilot workspaces? Because that would be awesome.
Absolutely, I will. But now we're going to go to Leslie.
All right, thanks, Donna. I am joined right now by Carter Abasa, who's the head of developer relations at DataStax, data. Tomato, tomato. How are you doing?
That's right, I'm doing awesome.
Cool. So what are we talking about today?
Okay, so we're going to talk about how developers can build RAG applications using Langflow, AstroDB, and Azure. And I'm going to be flying through this, so buckle up, all right?
All right, I've got my seatbelt on.
So I'm going to show you how you can build RAG applications using this awesome tool called Langflow. After we use Langflow, I'm going to show you how you can take what you built and bake it into just a regular Python Flask application. And then we're going to deploy this to Microsoft Azure. I'm going to show you some cool observability capabilities using something called Langsmith. And then if we have time, we'll do some wrap-up and Q&A. So first, my name is Carter Abasa.
Hi, Carter.
Hi, hello. My pronouns are he, him. As mentioned, I work in developer relations at DataStax, and I'm just a huge Gen AI nerd. But I only started doing this about 6 months ago. So I'm really new to AI programming, and after talking to like a lot of people here at Build, I think you are all pretty new to it too, right?
Yes.
So we're all learning this together. So I want to start by saying, like, what is RAG?
Thank you.
Yeah, right? That acronym has been popping up
everywhere.
It's everywhere. So it stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. Still not helpful. The way that I like to think about RAG is with this iceberg metaphor. So LLMs are trained on public data. They scrape the internet, and that's what they know. But if you want to build like an intelligent piece of software that operates on data that isn't public, it's behind your firewall, it's in your database, right? Well, how do you do that? Because the LLMs don't know about the stuff that's in your SQL server. So that's where RAG comes in. So it's time to buckle up. We're going to do some coding. Get ready.
I get the reference.
Yeah.
The power gloves.
So first, I'm going to be mean. I'm going to show you where LLMs fail by asking about one of my favorite movies. I'm going to ask when was Dune 2 released in theaters?
March 2024?
Pretty close.
Is that close?
Well, guess what? Guess who doesn't know? ChatGPT doesn't know. In fact, it doesn't even know that there was a Dune 2 movie, right?
No.
Now look, you guys think I'm cheating. You're like, Carter, use a newer LLM. It'll know about Dune 2. Sure, but that doesn't matter because those new LLMs still don't know about your private data, the stuff behind the firewall, and that's where RAG comes in. So what I want to do is I'm a Dune 2 fanboy. I'm a Dune fanboy. I'm a Denis Villeneuve fanboy.
Oh, he's so talented.
We're going to use ChatGPT 3.5 with data from this Wikipedia page to build an intelligent chatbot. So how are we going to do that? First, I'm going to use resources from Microsoft. So this is just a quick start that I found on your documentation that shows me how to build a simple Flask app and how to deploy it to Azure using containers.
Perfect.
So I'm just getting started by cloning this repo, and I'm using this as a basis for building this chat application. And I'm doing this because I want to prove to you that you can use these tools I'm about to show you with the tool chains that you already use. So I've gone ahead and cloned this, and here's Visual Studio Code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a tool called Langflow, and that's as easy as pip install Langflow. So I'm going to show you my README.
Right.
You're just going to pip install Langflow, and then once you pip install it, you can run it from the command line, and it's going to spawn this web-based visual editor for building these AI flows. And it looks exactly like this. I've gone ahead and created a Dune 2 chatbot. So I mentioned...
Oh, I love these.
Yeah.
I'm a visual person, so I like being able to see the relationship.
Well, I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to zoom out for a minute. So building RAG applications is a two-step process. First, you have to take the data that the LLMs don't know, and you have to ingest it into a vector database. So let's talk about that. So I'm going to zoom in. That's what's happening right here. I am taking the URL for the Wikipedia page, and I'm ingesting it into my application. I'm then running it through something called a recursive character text splitter. It's taking that whole Wikipedia page and breaking it into chunks of 1,000 characters. And then I'm taking all of those chunks and I'm storing them in my vector database. But before I do it, I'm going to run it through something called an embedding model. So I'm going to take that text and I'm going to convert it into something called vector embeddings. And I'm going to store the text and the embeddings in the vector database. So AstraDB is the vector database from DataStax. And it allows you to store non-vector data. So here are on the right are all the chunks from the Wikipedia page. But it also allows you to store vector data, which is what we got from the LLM. So,
and when you say vector data, that's another term that gets floated around.
I know, sorry. So vectors are these really, really long arrays of numbers. And the way that I would ask you to visualize it, if you give an LLM the word dog, it'll create a vector that's like a point in space. If you give it the word cat, it'll give it another point in space that's near dog. But if you give it the word truck, it's a point all the way over here, right? Yeah. So these vectors represent points in space, and similar concepts and similar data get grouped together, right? And that's what I'm going to show you how that works with vector search.
So the closer they are, the more similar.
Absolutely. So now we've ingested our data. There are 105 chunks of data in my database. Now we're going to build the chat experience, and that is what we have right here. And I'm going to go ahead and run this using the interactive playground that's built into Langflow. So let's go ahead and ask the question that failed, right?
Right.
When was the movie released? And hopefully it will say March 1st, because that is the truth. And indeed, very soon it will. Awesome, March 1st, 2024. Hey. But I want to show you how that happened, right? So let's zoom in and walk through the steps. So we ask the question. The question itself is converted into a vector. It's converted into that array of numbers. That vector is then used to execute a vector search. Remember, we had 105, I can show you, we have 105 documents in my vector store, but we don't need all 105 to answer the question. So I'm going to execute a vector search on the vector created from the question. I'm going to get the top 4 documents back, and I'm going to pass those 4 documents to something called a prompt. So this is my prompt. All of the content from the database is being injected into this variable called context. And then I'm telling the LLM, given the context, answer the question as best as you can. And then I remind the LLM what the question was. Now, one thing that's great about Langflow is that you can see the data as it flows through the system. So I can hover over this, and I can see the results from my vector search. And then over here, I can hover over this, and I can actually see the entire prompt that I construct all the way down to the question that I'm asking.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a pretty long prompt, too.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Here's what I want everyone to remember. When you use OpenAI to run these, to sort of ask these questions, OpenAI is charging you based on how much data you pass it.
Right.
So if I hover my mouse over here, I can see that I passed it 1,096 tokens of data. OpenAI and all these hosted LLMs charge you based on the number of tokens. So it's important to know that not only are you saving money by passing less information to the LLM, you're also getting more accurate answers. If you pass information to the LLM, like the entire Wikipedia page, where most of the data on that page is completely irrelevant to the question that I asked, there's a chance that the LLM is going to hallucinate and maybe give you a wrong answer.
Right.
So using a vector database and using vector search gives you more accurate answers, and it saves you money with your LLM.
So less is more.
Yeah, less is more. So anyway, we've built this flow, we're happy with it, but now it's not an app yet. We want to turn this into an app that people can use. So let's do that. We're going to click on API, and we're going to go over to Python code, and all you have to do is copy this code and paste it into your Python application. Wow. And you also are going to export this flow as a JSON file, download that, and then you're going to reference that in your application. So let's switch over to Visual Studio Code and see what that looks like.
Also, is LangFlow just Python compatible, or can you use other languages with it?
No, that's a great question, and thanks for asking. So right now, LangFlow is only for Python, but this is actually really useful for you all to know. Everything that you're seeing is Python code, and everything that you're seeing is actually built on top of a tool called LangChain. So LangChain is the most popular framework for building AI applications, and LangFlow is this fantastic UI built on top of LangChain. So I'm going to go back to my Python application. This is what it looks like. Remember, this is just what I cloned from the quick start.
Right.
All I did was paste in that code that you saw, and then down here, I'm going to create a route called chat, and I'm going to invoke LangFlow using this run flow from JSON method. I'm going to give it the name of my JSON file, and I'm going to pass in the input value that I get from my web form, right? So let's see what that looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and fire up Flask and show you exactly what this web app looks like. Boom. So this is going to be running locally on port 5000. So let's go over to my browser and reload this page, and presto, you've got my web app. So let's go ahead and ask it a new question. I'm going to ask it, what was the meme about? Do you know what meme I'm talking about?
Oh,
do you remember?
I don't actually. I don't remember.
Okay, well, let's see what the chatbot says. So there was a meme about Dune-themed popcorn.
You're right.
Yes, the popcorn bucket, the famous sandworm popcorn bucket, right?
I wanted one of those so bad.
Oh, I've got two.
Oh.
So anyway, so the chatbot now knows everything about Dune 2, including the hilarious meme about the popcorn bucket. So now all that's left for us is getting this deployed to production, right?
Right.
Because like this is just us.
The world needs to know.
The world needs to know about the popcorn buckets. So so doing that is just super easy. You can use Azure to provision a container application, and then once again, like I'm new to this. All I did was follow the instructions on the quick start. I created this Docker file. I configured a Gunicorn. I built it locally, and then I deployed it to Azure using the Azure CLI. It was insanely easy, and then next thing you know, here it is deployed to Azure Container Apps.io. But of course, you can build your own custom domain, URL or domain for this app, right?
No, I'm doing mine for Dune Messiah when that comes out.
There you go. Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going to build the Dune 2 fanbot. You build the Dune Messiah chatbot. We'll team up on this.
Deal.
So the last thing I want to show you before I step away is an amazing observability tool called LangSmith. So as I mentioned, LangFlow is built on top of LangChain. LangChain is this super popular framework for building AI apps. Without adding a single line of code, all I had to do was create a LangSmith account and get an API key. All I had to do was put that API key in an environment variable when I deployed it to the container, and then automatically LangSmith gives me observability to all my LLM calls. So check it out. I can look at the most recent call that I made. This is the call where I asked about the meme. So this is all the content that it got back from my vector database. I can go back, I can go all the way to the bottom, and I can find the question that I asked, and I can see down here in the output what the output from the LLM was. But also I have information about which model provider I used, exactly what model I used, and even how many tokens I used and what the cost of this was. So when you're building these AI applications and you're deploying them, sometimes they can be hard to debug because there's a lot of chattiness between your app and the LLM. And LangSmith is this fantastic tool for giving you observability and visibility into what's happening with the LLM. So anyway, going back to my presentation, I hope that in this time, you all feel that you do not need to be a machine learning engineer to do these things. You do not need to have a giant data science team to do these things. These tools have gotten so good and so easy that even a very mediocre web developer like me can build a pretty reasonable AI application, and so can you. So I guess I'll just sort of wrap up real fast. Thank you so much for having me. If you have any questions that I didn't answer, scan this QR code. It'll send you to a web page that has more resources on all of the things that I showed you. And thanks so much for having me.
Sweet, you did it with 1 minute to spare.
Nice.
Wow. That was great. And yeah, what you said about AI being for everyone, with tools like that, it really does feel that way. Like, I love seeing the, I just really enjoy seeing that there's stuff for visual people like me, like with LangFlow, to be able to break them all down. Being able to see the cost of things, I think, is very important at the end of the day. So having all those tools to make it easy to manage the LLMs that you're working with, as well as being able to put out your general flow of events for the AI chat is really
no doubt. And then also, I mean, it's really important. Like, there's a lot of conversations about like responsible AI. We need more people and more kinds of people building AI apps.
Absolutely.
Right? So I just think these tools are making that possible.
Sweet. Well, thank you so much, Carter. And again, if you want to learn more about DataStax or the work that Carter is doing, please go check out their booth, or you can check them out on the featured partner directory. So thanks, Carter, and thanks, y'all.
Awesome. Thank you. High five.
Yeah.
To Microsoft Build, the show floor, 5th floor, where it all happens. And by the way, if you were here, you'd be here to meet these amazing people. My good friends, Sam and Malix. Welcome to Build.
Thank you.
Hi, Donna. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
All right, so Sam and Malix are from the Surface team. And you two had a major day yesterday and this morning in the keynote.
Yes,
so tell us about that big announcement. What was it?
Yes, so yesterday we actually introduced our two first Copilot Plus PCs, the two Surface Copilot Plus PC, the new Surface laptop and the new Surface Pro. They're amazing devices. They're the fastest, most intelligent laptops we've ever built. They have the longest battery life on any device, and of course, the most powerful NPU in the market right now, which will unlock a lot of AI goodness, and we'll talk about it.
Exactly. Yes. Okay, so nerd time. Specs. Why are these so much better than the really powerful surfaces that are already out there right now?
Yeah, we're so excited just starting with the fundamentals of these devices. They are so much faster. This new Pro is 90% faster than the Surface Pro 9 we already have on the market. I know, incredible, with more battery life and a beautiful new OLED display. We're excited to bring OLED for the first time to Surface, which you can see here. And what I'm personally most excited about is our brand new Surface Pro Flex keyboard. So we know that you get the ultimate laptop setup when you attach your keyboard to your Pro.
Correct.
To your Pro. And then now, we've just taken that to the next level because this keyboard keeps on going when you detach it from the device.
Wait, so I can use it over here?
Yeah, keep typing. Go for it. You've got some favorite hotkeys.
Wait, I'm gonna press the Copilot button theatrically. Did something happen? Oh, it did. Oh, wait.
It works.
Oh, it actually worked. Wow. Okay, wait. It actually does work.
Yeah.
Are you doing that? No.
I promise. Hands up.
Hands up. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah. Super exciting. Yeah. So that that really enables kind of new creative workflows if you love your hotkeys, and you can use Ink and Touch at the same time. If you're working in kind of non-traditional productivity setups, think on an airplane where you've got that tiny tray table. It doesn't fit a full laptop. Pop your Pro up there and put this comfortably on your lap with added layers of carbon fiber, so it's even more stable than our previous. It's got a 14% larger haptic touchpad with adaptive touch mode, and the pen is always visible, so it's ready when you need it.
Okay, I love this because my step one is lose the pen. Second of all is, it's my first thing that I do. I'm immediately going to lose the pen and then say, I know it's somewhere. But this is me on a plane, which is, I am like this on the tray table trying to like write code, send a status update, co-pilot something. But now I can actually just like put it in my lap. Planes, trains, like sketchy conference centers. You just need a surface to put it on your surface, and then you can put this on your lap. The lappability goes up, which is a technical term, I guess.
Totally.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Let me tell you about this one.
I know. I got so enthusiastic. Don't you worry. I got my eye on that because that rose gold color, I really like that, Malix.
It's called
really
Dune.
Like
so this is a brand new color. We have the new Sapphire, the Dune, in addition to our classics, Platinum and Black. But let me tell you about this. This is a brand new design for the laptop. People love our design, so we kind of evolve it.
Yeah.
We make it more modern, streamlined, elegant. Probably the thing that I love the most is the display. So what we did here is, I don't know if you can see how thin the bezels are.
Amazing. Oh, yeah.
So we're actually expanding the view. So our size is 13.8 and 15. And in both devices, we increase the viewing area so you can see more, but we shrink the device. So you get a smaller, more portable device.
You get more screen without some hulking beast of a laptop.
Yeah, and the display is stunning. It has HDR, Dolby Vision IQ, so it's for that cinematic viewing, so it's incredible. We're very well known for our typing. People love typing on this device. And now we made a few edits on the keyboard. We have the Copilot key, which you already explored over there. The haptics touchpad, which we introduced in Laptop Studio 2, is now across portfolio.
Yes.
And it's our most inclusive touchpad. So
I love that. The color is stunning. That form factor is beautiful. I love my Surface laptop. I have the burgundy one from Back, and I use it all the time. And everyone stops me to ask, what is that? Right?
Yeah.
And I know everyone's going to stop me to ask, what is that? And I'm going to do the theatrical demo of the Copilot button and the whole thing.
We love it.
Okay, so why are these great for devs? Because we're obviously here at Build, and devs are all like asking themselves the question, do I need this machine?
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about this before, but we have the most powerful NPU on this device. And we can't wait to see what the devs can do on this device to build on top of them. And of course, they're in this light and portable devices, so you can actually carry them wherever you go and work from wherever. So we're really looking forward to see what they can build on this.
And we've already partnered with a bunch of ISVs who have offloaded some of their features onto this NPU already available today. So DaVinci with Blackmagic Design, Cephable, CapCut, some incredible ISVs who are already taking advantage of the NPU. So we're really excited to see what other people do next.
That makes possible certain works that people wouldn't be able to do in this type of devices come to the thin and portable devices.
Yeah.
Okay, what I love about this is that is a light device. That is not a hulky beast. Here's a scenario. And you tell me if this is a terrible idea. I think it's not. Announced is the AI Toolkit. You can get a small language model, run it locally on your machine, and build an app around it, all offline.
Yeah.
But if this machine is so powerful, I can actually do proper AI development on it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Go for it. Turn that Wi-Fi off, sit on a plane.
I'm going to do this and send you a video. Okay, I'm not even kidding. I'm going to send you a video because that is cool because I'll be building AI on AI.
Yeah.
Right? On AI-powered laptops. That is
45
spectacular.
tops.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay. If that one disappears, nothing happened to it. It's not me. Just pointing it. Okay, so you know I love inclusive design. You all love inclusive design. It's something Surface team is deeply passionate about it and really loves this brand. Tell us about the inclusive design story of these, because I'm sure there's things.
Yeah, inclusive design is just built into the fabric of kind of the hardware and the software for Surface. When we build products that are more inclusive, we empower everyone with greater experiences. We make them more comfortable, and we don't exclude anyone in that process. And so these Copilot Plus PCs are no exception to that rule.
No.
We already talked about adaptive touch mode coming to the new ProFix keyboard and the new laptop. And we're excited that we're also extending the bold key set across the new ProFlex keyboard as well. So it has a bolder font and brighter backlighting for greater readability. Really excited about that feature. And of course, you just think about the combo of this Flex keyboard with Pro. That really makes it our most inclusive Pro we have ever made. And we're really excited to see how people adapt these devices to make them work best for them.
Okay, limited mobility friends, this might be really cool for you because you don't have to go like this. You can have it on your lap where it's comfortable. I have arthritis, so I'm like really into limited mobility functionality nowadays. And we're all gonna have arthritis or something strange, right, happen to us. Okay, I love the bold font and everything because I'm dyslexic, right? And it's just a thing that will benefit everybody. Like whether you're doing a demo or showing someone or just using it on a day-to-day.
Yeah. I want one.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where designing for inclusivity actually does benefit everyone. Shocking.
100%.
Right? Yeah.
And it's just built into the product.
That's right.
It's not some extra that you have to go buy. It's just like choosing a color. You're just going to choose a bold key set.
Okay, so I'm just going to make my way over here with this. I have a Pro 8. Will this work with it?
It sure will.
It will?
Yeah,
really?
backwards compatible.
That was going to be a trick question. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Really?
So it'll work with Pro 8, Pro 9, the new Pro 10 for Business that we launched a few months ago, and of course the brand new Pro, and your existing keyboard that you have with your Pro 8, if you purchase the new Pro, will work as well.
Really?
Yeah.
That's magical. I love that. Sustainability. This is sustainability in action.
Yeah. So every time we design a new laptop or a new device, we try to make strides in making it more sustainable. These are the most sustainable laptop we've ever built. They actually have, the first time, 100% aluminum on the enclosure. And while doing that, we actually reduce our carbon emissions by 78% per enclosure, which is great. They have the most recyclable materials we ever have, and even the packaging. We took a step to the packaging, minimizing plastic, having all recyclable papers, so it's in every step of the way.
I love that because you're living sustainability in action. And that is one of the reasons that Carbon announcement this morning, really making progress is happening because you work on this every day.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So what is the call to action homework that you two have for our Build audience online and here?
Yeah. If you're online, head to surface.com. You can go and take a look at these devices. There are some beautiful websites you can go and explore. If you're here, please come and see us. We're just over to the left of the stage here in the expert zone. Come and get hands-on with these devices. They're also available for pre-order right now, and they're shipping on June 18th. So it's not long until you can get one of your own in your hands and start that dev.
Okay, so if you pre-order right now, June 18th shipping, that's in 3 weeks. That means you can be more, creative, productive, having more fun, lugging less stuff.
Yes.
In 3 weeks.
Yes.
I love that.
Yeah.
Get up to the 5th floor if you're here. Come to the Ask the Experts area. It says Copilot Plus PC in big letters. You can't miss it. And get your hands on one of these. All right, Bill, thank you so much. Sam and Malix, thank you so much.
You.
This has been insanely fun.
Yeah,
so fun.
absolutely.
Thank you. Have a wonderful build.
Get your attention. Go over words that you say. I get lost inside your inflections. I let you stay on my mind, taking up all of my focus. Am I just wasting my time? I know it's too good to ignore it. Oh, nah, no. I can't let this go. Oh, nah, no. Waiting on you like I need it. Oh, nah, no. I can't take it slow. Oh, nah, no. Ain't no way to stop this feeling. Think I'll lose my mind.
Welcome to continuing coverage of Build Day 3. It's so exciting. We've been doing so much. I've been really excited about the Microsoft Learn Challenge. But we have Build Edition this time, so make sure you check it out. Microsoft Learn Challenge is an option that you can see all of our modules, earn digital badges. We have a kind of a step-by-step guide for you to upskill with Microsoft Learn. And we have AI infused to all of these Learn capabilities. So I'm super excited. Go check those out. Some of those capabilities are talking about GitHub and Microsoft Azure, Fabric, that also had announcements.
And Copilot, obviously.
Oh, and Copilot.
Obviously.
Absolutely.
That's
Can't
the
miss
best Learn
Copilot.
challenge.
You can check it all out at learn.microsoft.com.
Exactly. Okay, so we recommend you actually go visit our friends at the Microsoft Learn booth if you're here, because they've got a bunch of really cool stickers and a whole bunch of new opportunities for you so you can get skilled up. Okay, so from the last 2 days, what are some things that you found surprising, Dawn?
Surprising. I was surprised how many announcements Fabric was going to have. I mean, it's a new tool. People are really getting their hands dirty with all of that data integration, and it's been really cool to see it. But I didn't know that they were coming with so much new stuff.
Right.
So that's been cool.
That's actually very surprising for me too, because they had that big conference called FabCon just a month and a half ago.
Yep.
And they dropped some news.
Yep.
And they have brought so much more news this week as well. And if you've not come up here to the show floor on the 5th floor, come and see all of the Fabric booths, because they've got a very cool learning tool that you take home with you called Fabric flashcards. Actually, I liked them so much that I want to make Copilot flashcards. I have flashcard FOMO. Flashcard FOMO.
I love that.
Yeah. We also want to really give a big shout out to our featured partners, Lucid Software, Sonar, and Confluent. So thank you so much for being our partners. You can come and check out their sessions here, as well as in the featured partner segment of the catalog.
Awesome. I was really thrilled to see my skip level manager, Scott Hanselman, be a nerd on stage. He's always breaking out some cool stuff.
Yeah.
And they got to get their hands dirty, get real technical, and build from scratch, which is he's like the Mr. Rogers building from scratch. I love it. He stuns us every time.
That's also true. Do you know who else I really liked meeting yesterday?
Yeah.
The Imagine Cup runner-uppers.
Yeah.
That was really fun, because it was fun for me to meet the winners, but the people who were almost there, incredibly amazing stories. Like, one of them was about democratization of education, second one was legal, third one was about language. And it was all about things that impact our global audience.
I love that.
Speaking of global audience, let's hear more from our global community.
welcome back to Microsoft Build. Show floor. All right, I'm here to introduce you to my fabulous new friend, Dexter Hardy. Dexter, welcome to Build. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. Dexter Hardy, CTO, President and CTO of Integral Inc. out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Awesome. So tell me about your business, what you work on now, and the origin story, which I found very fascinating.
Okay, so simply put, we help companies move to the cloud. So we leverage our solutions, help and build on top of the Azure Marketplace, and allow customers to innovate, leverage AI, and migrate their Linux estate to Azure.
Okay, so you've been a Microsoft partner for a long time, since 2002-ish, right? Okay, and you were a Microsoft partner till the pandemic. I mean, you still are. So tell us what happened. What did you used to do in your business before the pandemic?
So since 2002, we've been a Microsoft partner. And during that time, we were a traditional SI, so systems integrator.
Yep.
And so we would do app development, migrations, custom development. So we did a myriad of things around the Microsoft ecosystem. And then this small thing called COVID happened. And in 2021, we pivoted our business to think about consulting 2.0 and how to provide resources or our IP in a world where you may not be connected anymore. And so what we did was we took our IP with the power of the Azure Marketplace, bundled those up as solution accelerators, and that was literally the shot heard around the world.
Wow.
The first year we were in 44 countries, and by the end of the second year we were in over 100 countries.
Over 100 countries?
Over 100 countries.
Okay, so what we're hearing is a tale of product market fit, yeah?
Absolutely.
And you know, because you've run your own business for so long, that finding product market fit is hard. But once you find it, you just go with it.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. And so, our customers found value in our products, so we created products with value, and the market showed that, right? So we have anywhere from 300 to 400 downloads a week of our solution.
300 to 400 downloads?
A week.
Congratulations. A week. Okay, so you've really leaned into the Microsoft ecosystem and some of the programs that we work with, the communities on. Do you mind sharing that? Because a lot of people don't know about them.
Okay, so some of the communities, and they are very valuable to the being a part of the Microsoft Partner Program, getting engaged with IAMCP. We're also engaged with Women in Cloud. We're one of the allies or supporters of Women in Cloud, which is also supported by Microsoft. And we're also a member of BAPG, which is the Black Partner Growth Initiative, and BCPA.
That is awesome. So you've really leaned into the partner program, you've leaned into the ISV program, and you're able to go and reach customers where they're at, building the solutions they need.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think are some of the things what is the life coaching you'd give other businesses and companies like yourself? What would you advise them to do? Because you've been so successful. They want to hear from you. They don't want to hear from me who's not done this. Yes.
So first and foremost, if you haven't heard of the Azure Marketplace, find out about the Azure Marketplace, because it gave us the ability to go from a regional consulting company to now having a global presence without us having to scale into all of those regions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. And what else? Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah. No, and so once you do that, the first thing that I would say is find a product of value, get it deployed to the marketplace, and again, there are resources available. The ISV Success Program is a tremendous help. The team, they have different concierge programs that will help you from a technical architect standpoint, as well as getting it deployed into the marketplace. So once you get that there, again, there's over 4 million active users in the Azure Marketplace, and now you have the ability to market to them.
I love that. Azure Marketplace, ISV Success Program.
Yep.
But first of all, like the Microsoft Partner Program.
Become a Microsoft partner.
Become a Microsoft partner.
Absolutely.
Step one, Azure Marketplace, ISV Success Program. Do the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any homework for everyone? Call to action.
Call to action. So become a Microsoft partner, first and foremost. Second, focus on community, because the community is what brings everyone together and gives your brand the ability to expand. The third thing, and I would say they're kind of two together, when you're developing your solution in the marketplace, always think value first. So again, when you're doing SIs, you're always delivering value with your customer. So focus on value, and then the marketplace will give you the amplification that you need.
I love that. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
And please have the best time at Build.
I am planning on it. It's a great.
Y'all too.
I can't let this go. Nah, 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 no. Waiting on you like I need it. Oh, nah, 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 no. I can't take it slow. Nah, 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 no. Ain't no way to stop this feeling.
Hello, welcome back. I have the esteemed Charles Lamanna, Core Vice President of Business Applications and Platforms. How you doing, bud?
Great. Thank you for having me on the show.
You had a ton of keynotes, a ton of amazing things that you. Let's start with the co-pilots. Tell us about the Microsoft's vision for Copilots.
Yeah, I think the big thing that you've probably seen at Build throughout is that we're moving Copilot beyond just chat. So it's not just a conversational experience, but increasingly things like automation or even the new agent capabilities that we're talking about. And that's this idea of not just a Copilot working side by side with you, but also a Copilot that works for you in the background. So that is where I think the big Copilot change really that we've highlighted at Build.
And that's amazing. So you said something about agents, and we have some time, so let it marinate. Tell us about agent capabilities.
Yeah, so there's this new idea of kind of taking the generative AI capabilities in the large language model and not just using it to generate text, but instead start to generate orchestration plans and just general planning. And what that means is you can actually disconnect the Copilot from a chat-based experience and start to empower it to run in the background. So it's this idea of a Copilot that responds to events from a database or an application, or a Copilot that's able to go work on behalf of a team of people or an organization or a department, not just your own individual use case. And agents kind of unlock all these different use cases. And you saw that in Satya's keynote and Rajesh's keynote, Scott's keynote, where agents make an appearance because it really elevates what's possible with Copilots. And of course, in Copilot Studio, my favorite product at Build this year.
The thing I like the most is you said, I wanted to break the Copilots out of the chat with agents. Can you tell us a little bit more about what an agent looks like and what is it that it's doing? Because you said disconnected, but it's still connected. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so I mean, the big thing is like in the past when people think of generative AI, you think maybe of ChatGPT or large language models. So text input gives you text output. And that lends itself very naturally to a conversation with a person. What agents start to do is we start to ask, what if the text input wasn't a chat message from a person? What if the text input was an event from a system or content on a file share or some backend trigger like an API call? And that kind of opens this whole new class of use cases for Copilot. And if you kind of go to the next step of that for agents is it's less something that's in your face one-on-one, more something running in the background after you've gone and configured it. And if you go look at a lot of the demos you've seen for agents so far, it's kind of tricky because you can't really show something running in the background. Yeah. So you see a lot of the use of what we call the debug view, where you can see what's the thought process and the reasoning that the Copilot's using as it steps through all these different steps on the back end. And kind of that all ties together to have this idea of agents which start from chat, agents which start from events, agents which can start from an API call. And that makes Copilots not just be a very narrow thing like chat, but start to encompass controls and logic and applications and even workflow. So clearly we're thinking big at Build 2024.
I mean, that's amazing because if only there was a tool for capturing events and doing steps of work. Do you know anything like that?
I do, and excellent setup. So Copilot Studio is we've been working on this for a while, and because what we've wanted to do is how can we make it easy for people to create their own Copilots? Right. Because it's not just about the Microsoft Copilot and extending the Microsoft Copilot, which is great, but everybody wants their own use case. And I imagine a world where a typical company will have more Copilots than even people they have at work, kind of like for Power Automate or Power Apps today, it's normal to have more apps or more Power Automate workflows than you have employees. Same thing will be true for Copilot. So go to Copilot Studio. It's a managed environment. It's really easy to use. And we have a few high-level constructs in Copilot Studio. We have this thing called knowledge, which is where you configure content and information that your Copilot should use. You have the ability to configure instructions, which is like a meta prompt for the Copilot. Actions, which are workflows or back-end systems you can interact with, and then overrides or topics, so you can configure specific behavior in specific use cases. And then what we do is we take all of that, we wire it up, and we let the large language model actually decide when to invoke knowledge sources, when to invoke actions. And that's how you get something so capable with so little configuration. And whether you're a developer or a business analyst, you can go incredibly far with Copilot Studio.
And I don't like the designation low code, no code, because if you think about it, LLMs are the quintessential no code situation, and I love how you're doing that. How do you see this transforming the way folks do business?
Yeah, so I mean, the big thing, and I love that you brought that up, because if you look at like the demos you even saw from GitHub Copilot at Build this year, it's even natural language to code generation in VS Code. That doesn't mean code goes away, but it does mean that increasingly we're going to communicate with programming languages and systems very similar to the way we talk to another person. And large language models can do that decoding from natural language to the code itself. Or in the case of Copilot Studio or the Power Platform, there's some intermediate domain-specific language, which we then have a visual authoring environment about. So that's how it all starts to play together. And that's the future, not no code, low code, pro code, Copilot first development.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of the automation that you do are like this new AI flowy kind of thing. So tell us about that. AI flows, AI recorder, you have something called that, right?
Yes, yeah. And I think so I'll start with AI recorder. So if anyone's ever done robotic process automation or RPA, you're probably familiar with this idea where you have like a screen macro recorder where you track the mouse clicks and the keyboard inputs you do, or you can go edit some code. And that's how you build repeatable automations which run on a desktop. And the reason you do this is because there's not always an API to existing systems. If, say, it's a 20-year-old app or a mainframe app, it may be the only way to interact with that system is through a UI automation. And a typical large enterprise will have thousands of these RPAs configured. Problem, it's hard to build, complex, brittle, fragile. What AI Recorder does is it makes it where you can actually start recording, have Copilot watch what you're doing on the screen, you talk to the Copilot to explain what you're doing, and then we will automatically build an automation for you that can run locally or in the cloud. And this makes the cost way less, but what's more exciting to me is it makes the desktop automations way more robust. So AI Recorder kind of has you record with Copilot to go over configure all of these automations on the back end. And I think it's pretty clear, like once the team built this and I saw the first demo of it a few months ago, I went, well, clearly this is the future of RPA. Like it's gonna be the only way you wanna do this, just so much faster, more robust. Then AI flows are different because AI flows live more in the cloud, they use APIs, they work over backend systems. The big thing that make AI flows different from classic workflow definition is you don't actually define all the explicit steps. You don't say, when this happens, do this, if this, else that. Instead, you describe the outcome you want, and then you provide as much detail as you can. So that can be documents or knowledge bases. And then we will dynamically build a workflow in response to an event to achieve that outcome. So what that means is instead of having to do all the permutations of, say, a policy for approvals or understand all the different pricing criteria, you're able to just describe it once and have it be assembled a nearly infinite number of times. And that just means you cover a much, much broader surface area when it comes to automations. So you're not constrained to just a few specific workflows. Different way of thinking about it.
It's like living in the future.
Yes.
Like the AI flow sounds like a leadership class. You need to talk about what you wanted to accomplish.
Yes.
You don't tell it what to do.
Yes.
So it's like a leadership class built into an AI tool.
Yes. It's like almost we put OKRs in the future, even stuff like that. So.
Oh, I just had a flashback of OKR meetings. So let's talk about security because it's obviously an important topic.
Yes.
Tell us about how we can make these things secure.
Yeah. So I mean, there's three big things I'd really highlight. So the first is everything that we build, of course, has security built into it by default. And you heard about the Secure Future Initiative, a whole bunch at Build, which is all of our software and our platforms, we want to secure and make as robust and secure as possible. And that means many, many layers of defense. So make that be like Fort Knox, the products that we ship. Second thing is we want to go set it up so the solutions that you build are secure by default. So that's making sure we expose the right knobs, the right configuration, the right details inside of the product. So when you build an AI flow, or when you use AI Recorder, or when you use Copilot Studio, your solution is secure because we don't want to make things insecure by design or by default, right? So that's a big focus. The third piece is all of this works together. That's one of the things I love about working at Microsoft is if you use Copilot Studio, it pumps audit events to Defender, and you can use Sentinel to review everything that's happening. So you're able to use the same Microsoft security tools to look across everything.
All right, so just to finish up, what is one thing you want everyone to try today, and what are you most excited about for the future?
Yeah, so the biggest thing I would say is go give Copilot Studio a try. No credit card required, anyone can sign up. Start building and experimenting with Copilots. I was able to build a Copilot over all of Microsoft products for like a holiday shopping Copilot. And I was able to build that in less than 3 minutes.
What?
And, yes, and that's me. So you could probably build it in less than 2 minutes.
Probably
so,
5 minutes for sure. And my
Yeah.
favorite feature, by the way, if you make a mistake and delete your environment, you can bring it back in minutes.
Not that we know.
Ask me later how I know. So this is amazing. So 2 call to actions, aka.ms build blog PP 2024, and the second one is aka.ms Charles Lamanna Work Lab podcast. Thank you so much for being with us, my friend.
Yes, thank you for having me. Good seeing you. Thank you, everybody.
And we're back, and we have so many things that we've talked about that are coming up. I've been so excited for all of the Copilot updates.
I knew I would flip you at some point. Dawn used to be excited about other things, and now she's excited about Copilot updates here at Microsoft Build.
But what have we gone into?
Okay, so we had a big deep dive on Microsoft Copilot in Azure, which is now got a fabulous booth, but it's now generally available to people, so all of you should try it. Did you know Copilot in Azure can write CLI scripts for you?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it can. Go and have it write a script for you to do something strange. Really, really cool. Did you see Sarah Bird's Responsible AI keynote yesterday?
I did, and the dashboard. There's a lot of new updates in there.
There's a lot of new updates. What I like is the focus on responsible AI throughout our AI products. So, of course, Azure AI Studio has this entire responsible AI theme around the content moderation, et cetera. But Copilot Studio has it too with the 3 settings. I think there might be more settings now, which is like high, medium, low moderation, M365 Copilot, et cetera, et cetera.
And you can tweak and tune the things that are important to you in order to navigate that content for your end user. And I was really excited about the Azure OpenAI Toolkit, which also includes content for VS Code and the Azure SDK AZD. Those are 2 of my favorite ways to deploy, favorite tools to deploy in my Python code. I usually do Python.
She's wearing a Python dress because she's a Pythonista. That's cute, right? That's cute. Okay, so I have a real question for all my C++ devs out there.
Okay.
Python people are Pythonistas. C++ devs are what? C++ plushies? That sounds terrible. Please come up with a better name. Someone tell me on the Twitterverse or in the chat, C++ devs are what? Till then, on to the next.
All right, I am here with Muazma, Principal Program Manager, correct?
Yes.
On the Microsoft Azure Data Team.
Yes.
Okay, I've got it right. That's always the trickiest, right? All the titles, right?
Yeah.
We are here to talk a little bit about some new announcements that happened around Copilot and Azure.
Yes.
So tell me more.
Yes. So going into public preview this week, we have Microsoft Copilot in Azure.
Okay.
And that actually makes our developers, database administrators, anyone who's building apps using Azure, their life much more easier. And part of that capability is a lot of Azure SQL capabilities going into Microsoft Copilot in Azure.
Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit more. One of the challenges that I always kind of have, and I've heard, particularly when it comes to Copilot things, is all about prompting.
Yes.
Do we have some help for some folks on the prompting?
Yes, so we have 2 experiences. One experience is part of the Microsoft Copilot in Azure.
Okay.
And part of that experience is we see a lot of prompts which help you do better database administration. In terms of the database administration, we have active user connections, finding out if my database is slow, missing indexes, point-in-time restore, any of those things. So
Okay, hang on. You said, why is my database slow?
Yes.
Tell me more. There's got to be more. There's got to be.
Yeah.
You just ask it, why is my database slow, and it like tells you?
Yeah, it tells you. Let me show you.
Yeah, show me. That's even better.
Let's see that. So here is what it looks like in Azure Copilot experience. So you go towards the Copilot experience, just type it with natural language, why are things slow in my database? And within few seconds, it will start showing you some amazing results, starting by looking at what your database has been up to. It goes into the CPU utilization. For example, your past hour, it was 40%. It runs some queries on your behalf. It tells you the query that actually is causing the CPU to go up to 99%. And then not only it provides you the query, it provides you the hash of the last 2 hours, which indexes were used, and what was really causing that query to take all the CPU utilization. It gives you some troubleshooting information, a lot of additional information that you can go to find more about how you can write better queries. And then if you note there, we are actually doing a list price equal to @1.
Yeah.
So it's going to ask you what you can do next. So it could even suggest you a next question to ask. In this case, how can I optimize that query that is causing the CPU utilization?
So basically what's happened here is it's saying, this query was not optimal.
Yes.
And then you've said, well, tell me more.
Yeah.
And now we have an optimal query?
Yeah, and it provides you an optimal query and also provides you how to further enhance it. It gives you an example of how to actually create a non-clustered index on it. So the next time you run this query, it will be much faster and better for you.
So it wasn't just the query that was causing the problem. I had not optimized the database.
Exactly.
Oh, that's
and it
so cool.
also goes into some anti-patterns. So we know that developers are not really using the patterns that are best for databases. So it actually goes into the explanation about logs, what you can do, how to use predicates, all of that, and also give you next steps. So you're not done there. So you can actually go and learn more about how we actually came up with those solutions, and then what is next that you can do in this database.
So this next step here, it says identify recent changes in database workload. Yeah. That's another prompt that you could then move into the next step of the troubleshooting.
Exactly. And then it also gives you other information, like how do you monitor this database, what are the best practices, and you can go on. And this really becomes an end-to-end experience for our developers and DBAs and anyone who's building applications using Azure SQL databases.
This is so freaking cool. I want to cover off one of the other things when we were talking about the announcements that were made, and dive a little bit deeper in there. So you talk about moving this to preview now.
Yes.
What type of scenarios are really supported in the preview of the solution?
Yeah, so all of our available SKUs in Azure SQL Database are supported. That includes business critical, general purpose, elastic pool, hyperscale. Any of those are currently available, and it will further expand into other databases such as Azure SQL MI and a few others in the future as well.
You also have something else they tell me that you got to show me. I'm sorry, I'm caught up in this. You can't be better than this, right? There's nothing better?
We have one thing more. So
Wait, there's more.
So the next experience that we have is called Natural Language to SQL.
Okay.
So with English text, you can actually get T-SQL query right in your editor. So this is a new experience coming in preview. In the Azure Portal Query Editor, you can use natural language, and then we can provide you select queries. We're starting with just select queries right now. In future, you can imagine update, inserts, others as well. And then we use the Azure OpenAI as a large language model RAG pattern to actually get that query for you most optimized for the use cases.
I am absolutely awful at SQL queries. So this is essentially me being able to say, write me a select query to get me this information.
Exactly. Do you want to see it?
Can you show me?
Yes. So this is what the experience looks like in the query editor. You can just basically start with the natural language text. In here, I'm actually asking, show me a pivot summary table that displays the total number of properties sold each year between 2020 to 2023. For me to write this query, it will take about 10 minutes to really figure out the right pivot table and the query that is needed. Within a few seconds, it gives you the results. Before I go into the result, you have an option right there to provide us feedback. If you really like this, you definitely need to provide this feedback. If you don't like this, please provide us that feedback as well, because we can further optimize the algorithm or the RAG pattern that we're using on the background to make this more effective for you.
So if it didn't really quite get me what I needed to, tell you so that we can help optimize it?
Yes.
Cool.
And if you're happy with that, go ahead and accept it and run the query. And right there in the editor, you can see the result. And this is exactly what I was looking for.
I don't know how you could have possibly written that query in 10 minutes, just because I'm just really bad at it, but in 3 or 4 seconds, that is absolutely amazing. And then we can take the code here and then implement it into other places wherever we need it as well, right?
Yeah, you can just copy it from here, directly run it from here, or copy it to your favorite tool and just execute this query over there.
Wow, this is really cool. In preview now,
yes,
or very, very soon this week, yes?
This week, yes.
Okay, awesome. Where do we go to learn more? How can we get more? We were just chatting before. Did more sessions on this? More information to come?
Yeah, there's a bunch of sessions this week, so definitely check those out. In order to learn more about these capabilities, go to AKMS/SQL Co-pilot.
Very, very cool. You can't go anywhere right now because I want to go more into this whole thing with the natural language query editor. This is just so amazing. Muasma, thank you so very much for joining us at Microsoft Build. Go check out her sessions and, of course, all of this stuff on the AKA link.
All right, so if you like that conversation, way more up here, floor 5 at the Microsoft Build stage. Plus, we're here, so it's the best stage.
I love it over here.
Did you see the featured partner area?
I did. Make sure you check out our featured partners in the featured partner directory. And special shout out to Mural and F5, 2 of our featured partners. We got a whole list. And in that directory, we have all sorts of things. There's demos, there's like notes and goodies. So definitely go check that out. It's been lovely to also see them at their booths and all the cool things. I walked by and got a bunch of stickers.
She's chasing stickers. I like that.
I like
that.
Like a dev.
By the way, not to do a plug, but if you're here physically, if you come to the 5th floor, find a Copilot booth, you can have Copilot Learning Hub stickers.
Yes.
Okay? Those are brand new ones we made, only available here, and it will be a cool way to show that you care about getting educated on all things Copilot.
I stole a couple of those too.
Off to the next.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. My name is Steve Batish. I'm a technical fellow in the Windows and Devices organization. And we are changing the way people use computers through Copilot Plus PC. A little bit about what interaction technology is. It's enabling two-way flow of information through an interface between the computer and the person. And that could be transduced mechanically, electrically, or algorithmically. It's crazy to think it wasn't really that long ago that this was the interaction technology for computers. It was a punch cards. This piece of card represents 80 characters, or really one line of code. and a stack of them was a program. It's kind of crazy. This was not long ago, like we're talking about like in the 70s and the 60s. And to actually compile your program was quite an ordeal. You have to write it, you have to take it to the punch puncher. They had to coalesce it, bring it to the computer, get the printout. Finally, at the end of the steps, you realize that you made one syntax error and the thing didn't compile. That was how we used computers not too long ago. What's interesting, if you look at all the different computing form factors in our time, they all had this pattern. This pattern was when you had a step function increase of compute ability, allowed us to write software that changed how we can interact with the computer. For the most part, abstracting the functionality of the PC, of the processor itself, and that enabled us to build new types of computers. And you see this pattern repeated over and over again, all the way from mechanical computing, the vacuum tube, to the microprocessor, to when even GPUs came, to finally GUI and the mobile, and now cloud. And today, the big thing that's happened with the step function in compute is the neural processing unit. So you see this pattern repeated over and over again. With NPUs, this is a really massive leap in compute availability at the edge. And the reason is neural processing units are really specific for the computation behind neural networks. They're basically tensor accelerators. If you think of CPUs generally as great for scalars, GPUs great for vectors, for the most part, NPUs are purpose-built to handle tensors. All the way from the entire silicon architecture to the software stack is all about managing this data type. And it gives us a tremendous amount of efficiency as a result of it. Here's an example of comparing cloud GPUs in terms of total TOPS, but the efficiency of TOPS per watt, trillions of operations per second. So think of miles per gallon and then top speed. The things that are happening inside of Copilot Plus PC is absolutely extraordinary. This is a log scale graph, so you can actually see in the Snapdragon X series Elite a jump in performance, but it's also a jump in performance and efficiency, and that's really remarkable, and that's going to allow us to do a whole bunch of things. Here's a workload my team did. So this is an NPU running the same workload on the GPU and the CPU. And you can see how fast it is, but it's not just fast, it's very, very efficient. If you compare it to the amount of processing power required to do that speed on a Core i7, let's say, you would need 20 Core i7s. That would cost a lot of money, and also that would take a lot of power. Or even on a GPU, it would take a couple hundred watts and also a lot of money. But on a neural processing unit integrated into the SOC, it's fractions of a dollar, and fractions, not a dollar, but fractions of the cost of the CPU, and under 4 watts is what you see in the Copilot Plus PCs. And that's really good, because the thing we know in neural networks and large language models is the greater the model, the greater the capacity it has to essentially work across these different domains. Smaller models have less capacity, larger models have more capacity. And when you have when you have a larger model, you have a lot of compute you essentially have to handle. And you can kind of see what's interesting has happened in the AI kind of field is at a certain size, you get these kind of emergent operations happening. All of a sudden, the model leaps in its ability to do pretty magical things. And we kind of call that kind of the sparks of intelligence. And right now, we like it around 2 billion parameters. The cool thing that's happened with our devices, especially Copilot Plus PC, is that we have kind of crossed that threshold. So now our devices can run these types of models locally on the device to do amazing things, and that's what's really cool. And that allows us to do a whole bunch of neat things with interaction technology. The mouse and point and click has been the paradigm for a long time for us and how we use computers. But with AI, we're going to go from being programmatic to piloted. We're going to go from exact to being fuzzy. We're going to be from explicit to implicit. We're going to go from commanding to asking. And that's going to change how people use computers. This amount of compute allows us to do these low latency transforms, these neural networks, built into the operating system in a performant manner so we can do better privacy and work offline. And it's really the underpinnings behind our banner feature called Recall. And the way we built Recall was having these models run consistently and constantly in the background to detect your region, do OCR, do image encoding, text encoding, and a natural language parser, all running in the background without burning up your battery life, a tremendous amount of compute so that you can help remember what you've seen, the stuff you've seen, and go back. So this is really kind of the underpinnings that enabled Recall to happen. And it allows us to create on the fly a vector database that allows you to very quickly and easily search the things that are on your machine, just like the things you were able to search on the internet. It's in fact the same sort of database technology that we use in the cloud that powers Bing is running here locally on your Copilot PC device. It's pretty incredible. And this allows us the combination of the step function and compute with the new interaction technologies you saw yesterday with Recall, Co-create, and a whole bunch more coming. You allowed us to build a new category of PC. This is really the next PC, and everyone is all in making it happen. It's super exciting. It's got a certain minimum bar to actually run all these experiences, which is great for our customers. And it can do some pretty amazing athletic things. So this is a demo we've never shown before. This is the first time I'm showing this demo. We're running all the 40 models that we're talking about simultaneously on the device. So on the left, you see Image Creator running, generating images on the fly, all on the device. We started phySilica, which is a small language model that approaches GPT 3.5 abilities. And you can see the NPU really kind of screaming there on the top right-hand corner in the Resource Task Manager. All the while, this is happening. In fact, I have studio effects running in the background. So the things like denoiser, blur, background segmentation is actually literally happening in the background. The thing I want you to pay attention to, you can't see it, it's just on the bottom. There's no workload on the GPU. And what does this mean? By the end of this demo, while I'm running this entire workload, I can run a game. And that's pretty awesome. That's the type of power that sits in these Copilot Plus PCs. This is a laptop, for crying out loud, doing this workload. It's pretty incredible. That's awesome, thank you. This wouldn't be a developer talk without some developer slides. So this is my developer slide. So what's really neat is these are the things as a developer you can access on the device. We have a WinApp SDK where you can actually use phySilica on the device, a small language model integrating your application. It's super cool. You have OCR that runs super efficiently and fast on the device with multiple languages. You have the ability to use live translation in your applications as well as writing into the vector index that you have so that you can enrich it even more. Then there's a whole bunch of really neat Windows Core Audio APIs for beamforming, sound localization, noise suppression, etc. It's really a high-quality audio pipeline built into all of these Copilot PC devices to really help person-to-person and person-to-machine communication. And finally, we have studio effects that you can use and integrate into your application and experiences such as background segmentation, teleprompter, and auto-framing. That's the call to action. Use these experiences, buy these devices, and make magic happen. Thank you so much.
Stage joining me now is Jack Chabot, who's the head of product, Azure AI and HPC infrastructure.
Great to be here.
Welcome to Build. Welcome to the Build stage. So great to have you. We're going to talk a little bit now about the partnership between Microsoft and AMD. So first question, talk a little bit about the partnership between Microsoft and AMD and kind of some of these new capabilities that we've been talking about throughout the week. I know Satya mentioned a couple of things about the Instinct MI300X.
That's right.
I actually touched one in person yesterday. It will never work again, let's be clear.
So yes, no, I mean, we're super excited to have released the general availability of MI300X as part of our generative inference and large language model portfolio of Azure offerings, workload optimized. But while super momentous and fantastic milestone, we have to remember there's actually been a long journey for us to get here. It was actually back in 2020 where we first started working with AMD, at that point at MI50, quickly to MI100, and our big milestone was MI200, actually released and announced at Build 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was an Azure-based system and actually building things in scale. As you know, we're active participants in Top 500, which is a forum for measuring large supercomputers, kind of a worldwide rankings. So we submitted our system. It became number 11 at the time, worldwide rankings of that system. And that's the scale of investments and systems you need to do to really focus on both understanding and building the capabilities to support these frontier models and really these scenarios.
Can you give us some more examples or give us some examples of kind of how Microsoft is really leveraging this technology? Sure. I mean, we're getting on these leaderboards and stuff, yes. But how does it get real?
Yes, no, I mean, so, there's obviously the partnership that we do on bringing up this hardware, working together with AMD on the system layer, but it's also important that throughout that, we also focus on the software capabilities. So ROCm, which is AMD's stack, above the driver, but below the frameworks, that's something we collaborate. It's an open source stack, which means it's a community-driven effort. And bringing these large systems enables us to work together and develop that stack so it's ready, and that has compilers, that has optimizers, profilers, everything that a developer needs to be successful on these systems. And that's as much part of the partnership as it is developing the systems themselves to make it ready. And given we're at Build, which is a developer conference, that's super relevant for that community. You asked about how we're leveraging those systems. So we've been actually enabling them in Copilot. So while we released GA, it's actually much more than that because we're live in production. Means if you're actually leveraging M365 Copilots, you're actually potentially already getting your inferences from through the platform, through MI300s. So if you're doing 365 chat, if you're using Word or even Teams, those workloads are already running on these systems. And bringing this in production while at GA is amazing because normally we'd start off with POCs, early engagements, but here you have a hardened system that's ready for everybody because obviously those investments go into building the system and be ready for everybody else.
It's so super cool that we see GA into production kind of at the same time. Absolutely. 15 seconds.
Okay.
What's next? Where do people go to leverage some of this work?
Well, so there's a lot going on. We have a lot of things on our side. We're obviously expanding what the copilots will be used. The next thing in our, what we're working on is bringing this to, Azure OpenAI API, which means developers leveraging that API for their own copilots will also get transparently the access to the system. But this is more than just our foundational model. As you've seen, we've announced the Hugging Face partnership, which means this is bringing the open source models and that community onto this platform. They have a robust system making sure performance and stability ongoing, which means it's already ready for developers to take advantage if that is the scenarios you're going after. So a lot of exciting stuff.
Perfect. Thanks for joining us. You mentioned Hugging Face. He mentioned AMD. He mentioned a bunch of our featured partners. Just head on over to the featured partners page on build.microsoft.com. Back for more in a minute.
Thanks, Joey. That was yet another awesome interview with one of our awesome featured partners. And if you didn't know already, because we talked about it so many times on as of Build 3, you can go check all of them out at the featured partners directory.
Absolutely. I see you had an outfit change.
Yeah.
Or maybe like just a jacket?
Just a jacket. It's kind of chilly in here. I don't know about y'all. But...
Chilly in here, but the features and the news is hot.
Oh, you're turning into Seth. What has he done?
I know he's rubbing off on me. But we got a lot of cool things in store for you. We've been talking about a lot of cool things for 2.5 days. We're halfway through our 3rd day of Microsoft Build.
Yeah, gosh, what's been one of your favorite parts of Build so far?
I've said it a few times, and I really mean it. I love talking to our MVPs, knowing what our customers think, knowing what the experts who talk to a lot of our customers think. It's really important for that feedback loop for our products and to make sure we're delivering like we say we are.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like talking to the MVPs, and I just like talking with people in general. I feel like there's so many awesome people working on a bunch of different jobs and stuff. And while I may, as a host, may not have been able to see the sessions or the breakout sessions directly, I feel like talking to so many feature partners and doing all these interviews, I've learned a lot. Like, I've certainly learned a lot about AI. Like,
Absolutely.
I don't work on AI in my day-to-day a lot of the time. So getting to learn up on some new vocabulary like RAG and vector search, that's super exciting. And
so you would say that's your favorite part of the event so far, getting to know the AI of it all?
Or just getting to skill up.
Absolutely. You know? Speaking of skilling up, if you don't know, Microsoft Learn has some new tools called plans. You can create your own plan so you can skill up in AI, or you can skill your team up, create a plan for your team, and you're all more well-versed in the industry that is rapidly changing.
Yep, and of course, you get some really cool badges and certificates to go with it.
Well,
and
I wanted to say that sorry for interrupting you.
No,
I just wanted to say
we're so excited.
We had a really good point on Learn and upskilling with AI, that you are able to deliver more and faster. And speaking of which, let's go to an interview with a feature partner that knows how to deliver.
Boo.
Knows how to deliver, indeed. We had a little discussion. Is it Postman or Postman?
Postman.
Singular.
Sterling and Atish here from Postman. Okay. And I use it all the time. Like, I remember using it. There's a lot of features in there. I love the collections. I love the collaboration. But for those that don't know what Postman is, why don't you give us a little introduction?
Yeah, so if you've lived under a rock, well, here it is. Postman is an API platform that allows you to build, document, and test your APIs in a collaborative environment.
Yeah, and the reality is that almost all of software now is moving into an API-first world, and Postman really dove into that. Yeah. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so Postman, we firmly believe in the API-first world. Everything is going API-first world, especially now with AI being everywhere. Yeah. That as long as your API is there, it should be, you can be doing it and working and building in it on Postman.
Yeah, and the thing about it is the API, like APIs are kind of opaque sometimes, and so the fact that you can go into Postman and you can actually put the APIs in there, put all of the variables, get stuff out is really nice, and I'm sure there's a lot of people using this stuff, but one of the things that people think about when it comes to APIs is this notion of security. Yeah. So what are you doing to help out with that?
Yeah, well, as part of our V11 release that just happened, I'm really happy to introduce, we have Postman Vault. Oh. And that is our secure way of storing all of your API secrets on your local environment and being able to call them across the application and across your workspaces. So the cool part about Postman Vault is that in the API development world, securing your secrets is so important.
Right.
But, how many times have we inadvertently saved our API keys, committed them to GitHub?
Stop calling me out, Sterling. Just stop calling me out. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, we've all done it. And so with Postman Vault, you can keep all of that stored locally, encrypted on your machine, and easily access them across your workspaces.
So I feel like I kind of want to see this in action. So you brought a little clip. So why don't we get the clip here and let's see if we can put it down here. And then Sterling, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so obviously this is Postman. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see Postman Vault. This is how we open up and actually start your building into Vault. You can copy your API key or copy your Vault key, download it, and then right here, I'm going to put my secret in, which is my OpenAI API key, and I'll paste it. And when I go back to my request, the new syntax, instead of having it saved as an environment variable, Now I'm saved in my local vault, and I can call it. And in this case, I'm going to hit send. And there you go. It's all there encrypted on your machine. And because we also know that so many people use third-party vaults, we also have integrations with Azure Key Vault, AWS Secrets Manager, HashiCorp, and coming soon, 1Password. Sorry.
I mean, this is cool stuff. So can I ask a couple of questions about this as we're looking at this? So if I'm sharing, because like the hardest thing to do is share password or share secrets correctly. How does this work in a team environment? I know you mentioned Azure Key Vault and others, but what does it look like if you're doing this as a team?
Well, when you're on a team, anytime you use a vault, you can share that password with them, but once it's shared, it stays masked. So I can share my API key with you, and you won't see it, but you can access it, which is really, really cool. It gets blocked on your console logs and on any code snippets that come out. So you'll never have to worry about inadvertently sharing your API keys.
And so if I'm working as a team of developers, because I've had Postman on the local box and then the Postman on the web, and the cool thing is the notion of sharing. What does sharing look like? Like if I put my key in the vault, is it a local thing? Or is it something that we can put online? Do we have to use these third-party services?
Yeah, you can use the third-party services, and they are domain restrict. You can domain restrict them, which is also really powerful. So I can at Postman, anyone with an @postman.com email address can use my keys.
And this is in all of the collections that you may set up for various and sundry things.
And workspaces. So you don't have to copy and paste your API keys or secrets across workspaces. It is so no longer needing to copy and paste. It's accessible across the board.
So it's been a while since I've used Postman, obviously.
Yeah.
So there's this notion of workspaces and collections. Can you tell me the difference between them and then what it looks like when you're sharing these kind of secrets?
Yeah, so you have a workspace. You can have a private workspace or you can have a shared workspace. Now, shared workspaces are collaborative in origin. So I can have my team in there with me, and we can go back and forth. We can collaborate on an API. I can have my private workspace, and then you can have a public workspace. So if you're a company and you're sharing your stuff, you want to share your APIs with the rest of the world, you can do that as well.
Oh, I mean, this is cool. Like I said, I write like AI Python code and stuff, and so the APIs, I'm usually making them, but enabling people to use my APIs in a safe way with this vault is awesome. Now, Natisha, we've been hogging all your time.
Sure.
Tell us about people getting started with Postman. I bet there's some things that are hard to do, but how are you helping them?
Sure. So I think, and we've identified this, that APIs are not one and done sort of projects, right? These are hard projects with longer life cycles. And this is when we want to help our users through Postbot. And Postbot is basically an AI assistant within Postman that helps the users within the journey of the API lifecycle and the API journey. And so the whole goal of Postbot is to increase developer productivity. And the areas that Postbot works well in the ecosystem is around generating API tests, generating API documentations, helping the users do expert debugging. It can help you visualize your responses. It can also help you provide expert AI support. So in case you are finding a little hard to navigate through Postman, Postbot is there to help you as well. And
there's more.
And with V11, both our enterprise and non-enterprise users get access to Postbot. And we've also partnered with the Azure OpenAI team to make sure that the availability hits the enterprise-grade standards, the security is hardened up, and the entire interactions are isolated. So yeah, a lot of goodies coming your way through Postbot.
It's like having a friendly advisor over the shoulder saying, here you go, this is how you do this. Because, I mean, even if you're the most ardent API developer, there's still things that you're going to forget. I mean, I call it, web-driven development, where we go and search on Stack Overflow, but having Postbot will definitely help. I understand you brought a demo for us?
Yeah, sure. So,
all right, let's cue it up. What do we got here?
Yeah, so once again, this is our Postbot, and it lives in the bottom right. Now, the cool thing with V11 is that we have a new agent that was released, and it can do multiple things at the same time. So in this case, I'm asking Postbot to add tests and documentation to this request. And in a matter of seconds, I have fully tested and fully documented this API. And the cool part about this is I can go through, I'm going to look at the documentation. This looks good. It's giving me the request or the response schema, giving me information on the request. And now I'm going to go back and I'm going to review the test. Now, ideally, you want your response time to be under 200 milliseconds, but in this case, I'm going to adjust the time to 800 milliseconds. And we have it looks like a duplicated test, no problem. But the cool part about this is you can do one click, but similar to what we have with if you've used Copilot in the past, you know your business or you know your business better than anyone else. So I'm going to ask Postbot to write an API contract test for this response, and it grays out. It gives me what it thinks it's going to do, similar to Copilot, and then hit Tab, and now I've saved it and it's there. And the last part about this is Nitish talked about is being able to visualize your large JSON objects. I hate parsing through large JSON objects. Yeah. It's impossible sometimes. So with the help of Postbot, I can visualize this as a table, and immediately I can read through it. And so if you're a non-developer looking at this for the first time, you hit send, the code's there, you see the visualized as a table, and it's just that easy. I can parse through it without having to understand JSON.
I mean, this is great. Like, I'm looking at this screen, and not only am I getting help to write because those tests all Postbot wrote.
Yeah.
Yep. Everyone loves writing tests. That's not true. This is not true. I know I'm a dev. I'm just kidding. So the fact that Postbot was able to write them for you, what are some other things that Postbot can do to help out as you're working?
So one of the workflows that we have identified and where teams struggle is that while you're building these APIs, you want your front end to be unblocked. And while you do that, you don't know how to set up a mock server within Postman. So if you just ask this prompt to Postbot, then Postbot will help you set up the mock server and provide you that expert support on how to use other things within Postman, navigate through that part well. And you can, while you build your APIs, your front-end team is unblocked and they can continue with their own work. So Postbot is present where the users want it to be, right? So that's the best part about Postbot and how we are trying to build that.
So tell me a little bit more, because I understood a little bit. You're saying that with Postbot, because obviously the front-end engineers need, and I've done this. In fact, I literally did this on Friday because I was building some multi-agent thing, and I had fake API, and I just had JSON that I respond, and I had to write that. You're saying that Postbot can do something like that to help you?
So if you've written those fake examples, the correct word there is examples and not fake there. Yeah. So if the contract is what you have ironed out, then you can set those contracts up within Postman, and Postbot can help you set up the mock server without any code, right? So it won't do it for you, but it will help you guide through the exact steps so that you can follow it and you can set it up.
Yeah, but that's actually way better than whatever goofy thing I was doing, which was like fake JSON response that's similar shape, but I may, for the front-end developer, I may not be helping them because the shape might be something that I guess, but there may be a ton of other contracts that Postbot can help you get started building something that gives good responses.
Yeah, so the core areas in all of this is primarily focused on making sure that your testing, your documentation, and how you want to make sure that your APIs are reliable, how your end users are consuming them, whether it's internal to your team or external, they're able to navigate through that situation. And Postbot makes sure that all the mundane activities, the boring parts of building an API, those things are taken care of.
Tell me more about the documentation. How does it help there?
So there are two entry points for Postbot to help with your documentation. So if you open the side navigation bar, and if you don't have any documentation, that's usually the case, you can click on...
They keep calling me out. They're calling me out. Bad tests, bad docs, it's all... Yes, thank you. Sorry, keep going.
No, so...
Call me out.
Yeah, so you click on either the Generate Postbot button there, or you can actually open a Postbot from the bottom navigation bar, enter in that you want to write the documentations, add some emojis for good measure, and Postbot will be able to generate that for you.
Man, I'm going to be so productive here that it's... So tell me about, in general, how are people finding success with Postman, and how do you foresee them finding success now with the additions of PostVault and Postbot? Sterling?
So with Postbot and with Vault, success is collaboration.
Yeah.
Now you have an AI assistant with Postman, or with Postbot that can help you pair program. It's going to sit there and help you, ensure that your tests are accurate, your APIs are ready to go, and ready to be shared with the rest of the world. Because an internal API is okay, but an externally facing API that others can access, that's powerful.
Yeah.
Especially in the AI world.
And especially having the security of knowing that you've tested this well, that you've been able to do it faster with Postbot, and they've been able to build documentation. Tell us more about the success that people are finding with this.
No, I think security is a core principle against which whatever we do at Postman, it's important for us. And both with vaults, where we give the users the ability to mask their keyword, their secrets, their API keys, or with Postbot, where we are partnering with Azure and the OpenAI team under that gambit to make sure that the entire environment is isolated. We provide more moderation for the requests. That's something that we are really proud of.
And if you want to talk about success, yes. So one of our early adopters in enterprise, they actually, in the first month of adopting Postbot, their test went from 7% of across the board to 41%.
Whoa.
And one of their users said that Postbot has become the main tester for their team. Because it's so quick, you can just one click, add documentation, one click, add tests. You can add more tests. And because you know your business logic better than anyone else, they went in and put all of that business logic, did API fuzzing testing, pen testing, all of it. It's amazing.
Yeah, and it's really good. Thank you so much for being with us, Julian and Atish. You can find out more about Postbot and Vault by visiting the Featured Partner Directory to find out more. Make sure you take a look. There's amazing partners there that have amazing things. More after this.
And we're back. It is build day 3. We were here by the build stage in the wings of the build stage.
The cool spot, like the cool insider spot. In my opinion. Yeah. So if you just woke up from a nap, welcome back. Hopefully it's back like you've been watching all 3 days, but if not, no worries. That's what that digital backpack and the session scheduler and on-demand videos are for, so don't miss any of those. And yeah, I'm excited to keep chatting about stuff. Later, we're going to be having a conversation, or not me, but Christina is going to be chatting with her very own team all about the awesomeness that is GitHub Co-pilot, which is my personal favorite co-pilot.
Yeah.
And what else we got?
We have more about with developers and developing with AI on Windows.
Really cool. And we're also going to be talking with even more feature partners along the way, too. I'm excited. I'll be chatting back with Carter about data stacks for like a 2-minute lightning round of questions. Hopefully you saw the really cool demo that we talked about earlier. We did some cool Dune chatbot action. So
I love a demo. We also get some conversations with some MVPs. I love MVP chats, and there's more of that in store. So we've had 2 days. We're going forward, full steam ahead on our 3rd day, and I hope you've been enjoying our time here.
I know, right? It's day 3. Ourselves as hosts, we've been having a blast, but we're also starting to get a little loopy. So, if you see any weird shenanigans happening with any of us in the next couple hours or so,
don't tell anybody.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't tell anybody.
Between us.
And we apologize in advance. It's not going to be me because, Awesome. But first, before we get to host shenanigans, well, we're going to cut over to Jeremy Chapman, who's going to be doing a Microsoft mechanics demo. He's going to be building some AI-powered apps and tour the mechanics of Azure Communications services.
That's exciting.
Good stuff. Let's check it out.
Hello again, and we're going to take a look at the internals, the mechanics of Azure Communication Services for the next couple of minutes. It's the platform, the infrastructure that runs Microsoft Teams globally. I'm joined by Milan Kaur, who's actually on the team building out the platform. What we want to do is actually talk about what Azure Communication Services is, show you what it looks like running, and also some tips in terms of building out your own code. And stick around because we've got some samples at the end that you can use to get started quickly. So Milan, why don't we catch everyone up who's in the audience here and watching today? What is Azure Communication Services?
Well, Azure Communication Services is Microsoft's intelligent CPaaS, which is Communication Platform as a Service. And it enables developers to have API-level access to rich communication capabilities, such as chat, email, and now even WhatsApp and voice and video, so that they can use these capabilities into their apps across different devices and platforms.
Right, and of course, because it is the year of AI, you can also pull in all the different Azure services, including the different AI models behind the scenes, and plug into what you need to get this to work in your own way. Again, being multimodal with all the Azure services connected to it. Now, the great thing is, everyone can build out their own different services if they wanted to for text messaging support, chat, video, telephony. With Azure Communication Services, it's just one API that you have to call, and basically all the work is done for you. So these are the things where, for example, just through normal programmatic API calls, you can get text messaging support, which is nice, telephony, video for video calls. You can get chat support. Even email is something that you can do right here from just Azure Communication Services natively. And like you said, even WhatsApp and other things are being added to it. So there's a lot of things you can do now. And also, you've done some updates recently. So what else is new in the service?
Well, for the channels, we have the new channel WhatsApp, and we've infused AI into it. At Build, we just announced AI analytics for WhatsApp. So that's pretty exciting. And there are a lot of other announcements that we made at Build. So let me start talking about Click to Call.
OK, let's show Click to Call. This is the call experience if I'm going to call into an application that's kind of branded as my app, no Teams. I just call in, right?
Yes. So Click to Call enables you to connect your developers. Not developers. Connect your customers who are using custom branded websites.
They might be developers.
Yeah. And to connect them to the Teams, sales representative who are using Microsoft Teams. For example, Jeremy, you're here and you want to talk to the sales representative who are selling, solar panels. So you can actually start the call right from the website, and you can select, if you want audio or video.
Right, and something like solar panels, this is something that's very consultative in terms of how you would sell it or how you'd buy it.
Yep.
So you need to make sure that you can get all the different tools like screen sharing and being able to kind of give product demonstrations. So here you're basically saying, I want to be able to use my video, and I want to make sure that I can, people can collect data on the other side because I'm going to be buying something ultimately in this one. So why don't we show what the call kind of support tech experience looks like?
Right. So here you see that as a business representative of Contoso Solar website, I can see my Microsoft Teams view, which I'm very comfortable using, right? So you see the Queues app for Microsoft Teams here. It kind of lists all the calls that your organization or the call queue has received. It also shows analytics like, how many people are waiting in the call queue, what's the average waiting time, and so on.
Right, and then when the call comes in, it looks like a Teams call, which is nice because it's very familiar in terms of the experience.
Exactly. And as soon as an agent, when you accept the call, on the right, as you can see in the browser, there's a customer profile window that has popped up.
Right.
It's taking the data from the organization's CRM. So imagine how cool it is that as a business representative, you're picking the call, and you can see the customer information pop up right there and then.
Very, very cool stuff. So, and in terms of beyond all of what you can do here, let's have a look at what the user experience. Let's go back to the user side of it, because this was, again, the support tech. So what does the user see then when they join?
So here's Donald, and he will get the audio-video experience of having a call with the customer representative. And we introduced something called live captions, where they can select the language that they want to use. So it's a great accessibility feature for the client side, which is Donald, or the customer here.
Right.
Because they can see the transcript here, right?
Yep.
And then we also have additional features that we just announced, like deep voice suppression. And Jeremy, you could imagine like in a situation like this where we have so much energy around us and background noise. So something like this is like really useful.
And even all practically, I think everybody was taking a lot of online meetings and calls over the pandemic with lawnmowers and hedge trimmers and things behind them. That technology you basically get in the background as part of using, again, Azure Communication Services. And we're also seeing screen sharing here as well.
Right, so we now support screen sharing, and we also introduce features like PowerPoint Live and Reactions. And I just want to make one thing very clear. Yes, all of these features are available on the Microsoft Teams side. But the magic that Azure Communication Services is bringing is that it's enabling these communication features for your customers who are not on Microsoft Teams. They are on your website, on your mobile app.
Yeah, so there's nothing for them to install. They don't have to go into Teams and kind of schedule a calendar invite or any of the meetings. It's just your normal web kind of look and feel, your branding. They hit the call icon in this case, and they'll be able to connect to a call or to an expert in our case. So very, very cool stuff. But I know there's a lot of developers, again, watching that probably manage services like this. So what does it look like in terms of the management and operations experience?
Yes, so it's built. We need to talk about developer experience. So we have a feature called Call Diagnostics, which lists down all the calls that the organization has had. And you can click on the call and see the summary of issues. And then if you want more detail, you can double click into it. You can see a participant level drill down, like which participant had what kind of experience during a call.
Right.
And then you can see, a timeline view where you can see things like network, what was the quality, what was the bit rate like, and then all of the other analytics that you would use for diagnosing, a call issue.
Yeah, I used to run call centers when I lived in China, and like the things that you can see here, like jitter and the different call kind of experiences by the minute, super valuable information, especially when you're troubleshooting, diagnosing any issues. All of that's just right there graphically for every single contact basically that you get. And of course, for troubleshooting, the nice thing is we give you all the links to the right different pages inside of learn.microsoft.com. And it wouldn't be complete in 2024 without a Copilot demo. So of course, we've wired in Copilot.
Yes. So here you can see that the Copilot can help you figure out how to use this tool really effectively. And you can also ask it questions like how to, evaluate network quality, how to troubleshoot a certain issue that you're seeing in the call diagnostic view.
Right. One of the powerful use cases, again, because Copilot can basically reason over what it sees here on the left and the documentation that it has to help you troubleshoot and save time again using Copilot right now that you can do within Azure Communication Services. So the other part of it, I think it will be interesting for all the developers watching are kind of what's the code construct? What am I doing in terms of building out these types of app experiences? So why don't we go into something I think a lot of people will look forward to, a sample, in terms of what we just saw that you can use right now. So here I'm just pulling up one TypeScript file, but you can see that we give you basically a nice sample through GitHub, and we'll show you that link in a sec. But basically, all the things that you'll need are already built, so you can start kind of kicking the tires and getting used to how all of this stuff works. Just to go into kind of what we just saw in the very, very first demo, we showed that call widget. So I'm just going to zoom in here to our call widget. And you can see exactly kind of what's here in code. It's relatively easy in terms of pulling these different controls up. But this is something, again, once you get home from build next week, these are things that you can start trying right now.
Yeah, and I'll quickly add one thing. So the widget that you saw in the Contoso Solar website on the right, that's part of our UI library, the Azure Communication Services UI library. So you can actually use that widget directly into your code, and that's what you're highlighting here.
Right, and the important thing here is also, again, this is the back end. This is the infrastructure running Microsoft Teams. So it's a global service. All the availability, all of the kind of service quality that you expect from a global service like Teams that you can harness, you can brand it and make sure it matches your website, your look and feel, all of those things. So it looks like it's the experience that you're providing. So in terms of the sample, and I promised I would get to this is something that you can check out right now. If you go to aka.ms/C2C build sample, that's where you can get to this sample that we showed today. And that's going to be something that you can get to at any time when you watch this. And also, I'd encourage anyone who's checking this out and wants to build an app like this for their own environment, all of the information that you'll ever need in terms of Azure Communication Services at aka.ms/Azure Communication Services. So, Milan, thank you. This is amazing to see all the different work and the updates to Azure Communication Services. There's a lot more to come at Microsoft Build. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. Day 3 of Microsoft Build. We're back. Where have you been all day?
Where have you been all day?
I've been up there.
Isn't the height difference between us like actually comical?
I believe you're like 1.5 Joey tall. Or I'm sorry,
Okay.
half a Joey tall.
Okay, question.
Yeah.
Do you think Joey and I should do a buddy comedy show?
But
If
like
you say so, drop into the chat Joey and Donna buddy comedy. Okay, drop it into the chat, and then the production team has to make it happen.
buddy cop film, is that what we've
Yeah,
got
a buddy
going on?
cop film. Wouldn't it be? I want to be bad cop though. So.
That's
make
totally
choices.
awesome.
Make choices, Joey.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay,
Did you like the mechanics thing?
Yeah, I used to do call center IT, and literally watching how things have evolved technology-wise. We used to have big rooms of like lots of actual copper coming in, actual phone lines coming in, none of this cool technology. Now you can just do it all, basically leveraging the cloud.
Isn't that
That's
amazing?
super cool. We've got some more stuff coming up. Donna, you want to talk about?
Oh, actually, okay. Coming up is Christine, our very own, talking to Martin Woodward from GitHub about what's new in GitHub. Okay, you definitely want to tune into that because that's the latest who's who, hello, and what's going on in GitHub. I really, really hope they talk about, I don't know why I'm hitting you, they talk about GitHub Co-pilot workspaces, which are the agenty things. So you give it a project and it breaks it into plans and then executes each one. There's automation and Copilot, magic and things. So I hope they talk about that.
Agenty things.
Agenty things.
Okay.
Or we can sit in the front and heckle them. So you all should come up here, because probably you're not doing anything that good. Maybe you are. Come up here, sit in the front, so you can hear about what's new in GitHub and agenty things.
Also, folks there in chat can sit there and heckle as well. So,
That's true.
at any rate, hey, look, it's time to head on over to Leslie, who is catching up with our friends at DataStax.
Hello. Pretty fun, though. All right, so I am joined once again by Carter Rabasa from DataStax. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome.
Cool. So you just gave an awesome 15-minute demo, like back before lunchtime.
Yep.
And now we've got 2 minutes or less than 2 minutes. So we're going to call this a lightning round.
All right,
Any questions we can get
let's
into.
go.
All right, first question. What is DataStax?
Well, Leslie, I feel like you should be able to answer that question. We spent 15 intense minutes together, but I'm not going to put you on the spot. DataStax is a generative AI data company, and we build tools that make it easy for developers to build awesome AI applications and deploy them at scale.
Great. And word on the street is that you have a new extension for DataStax available.
We do. It's sick. It's one of the first GitHub Copilot extensions that was just announced a couple days ago. And look, when you use GitHub Copilot, like, what do you like about it, right? Like, you're in Visual Studio Code, and it's keeping you in the flow of writing your code, right? That's what people like about GitHub Copilot. But man, it doesn't know anything about your databases or your collections or your documents. Shucks. Which means I got to Alt-Tab over to my web portal. Our extension for GitHub Copilot lets you ask all of those questions right in Visual Studio Code, so you don't have to wonder, like, oh no, like, what collection am I trying to store data into? And it'll even write code for you, right? You can be like, oh, you want to insert a document into a collection? Here's the code. Copy, paste, you're good to go.
Great. Question 3. Astra Vectorize, that was also announced at Build. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
It's awesome. If you're building these AI applications, you're having to like make API calls to vectorize your data, and then you're making API calls to store it. What if you could just do one? So like now, you can make one API call, and we will use either OpenAI or Azure OpenAI on your behalf to vectorize your data and store it for you. And so instead of making 2 calls, you're making 1, which means you're doing half the work for twice the fun.
Sweet. Well, Carter, thank you so much. We made it to 3 questions. I think 3 is a magic number, so that is excellent. And if you want to learn more about how to be more productive writing your AI applications, be sure to check out the DataStax booth and also the feature partner directory. Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so very exciting. All of you in the chat thought that Joey and I should have a buddy comedy.
It's coming. It's happening.
Yeah.
We have
So it's
Argentina
happening.
in the house.
Oh, by the way, yeah, humongous shout out to our friends in South America because Argentina, Chile, Colombia, see my accent? You know what we should do? Is take our buddy comedy to South America. So if you'd like us to come to South America, drop that in the chat as well because we got to show our management. Obviously, we have to go.
I'm not quite sure that we have like the insurance that can like.
Joey, why are you interrupting my plan? This is a scheme. Joey doesn't understand a scheme, apparently.
It's because I didn't bring bail money, Donna.
He didn't bring bail money. We haven't even committed a crime yet.
The 2 of us are together.
True.
Let's see.
Hazard.
Yeah.
All right, devs for Windows. All right, you're having your year. You've been asking for years. Windows Insider program right over there. Wave. They're not waving. Windows Dev program right here.
WSL?
Our good friend Raji Raj heads up the Windows Dev platform. They just announced Windows Co-pilot Runtime, a brand new way for people to build Windows apps that are AI infused, right? It's a big deal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yep. So everyone should be doing that. Hit up Raji Raj on Twitter with all of your feedback and stuff. And then what else you got that you're excited about?
We've got a whole bunch more things coming up, a lot of demos and a little few more conversations with some friends.
I like
I don't
that.
want to give up all of the things right now. But everybody wants to stick around because we've got more. Now, next.
Awesome. Actually, Christina's corralled some people. There she is.
I'm super excited right now. I'm joined by 2 of our MVPs. I'm here by Josh and Rick. All right, day 3 of Microsoft Build. How's it going for you guys so far?
It's been really great. A lot of great content. Just the side conversations and just being able to have those hallway sessions with folks has really been the most valuable for me. I don't know about you, Rick. But
Yeah, what about you, Rick?
So I've got an admission to make. I haven't made it to a keynote. I've hardly made it to a session. I came in here the other day, and I met people, and I've been doing the hallway track ever since, and it's just fantastic, right? The socializing, the meeting, the product groups, talking to other attendees. The atmosphere is really, really great.
Well, we're so glad to have both of you here. Also, very nice GitHub hoodie.
Thank you very much.
I'm a little bit, partial to GitHub by myself, so appreciate that. So I want to ask you, I'm going to start with you, Josh. Like, what is the one big announcement of this event that has you the most excited to take back to the customers and the users you deal with every day?
So it's actually a little bit of a side announcement, but it's Visual Studio Code for Education.
Oh, okay. Tell me about this, because I actually, genuinely, it's brand new information to me, so give me the pitch on that.
So Visual Studio Code for Education is kind of like code.org, but it's essentially getting Visual Studio Code into the hands of kids, primary and secondary education. So, activities, tracks, and all that stuff for learning. I do a lot with my daughter's school, and this is the type of stuff that will really help them, realize that it's attainable and doable from a development perspective.
No, I totally agree with that. I mean, I used a programming language called Logo when I was a kid, like turtle programming, and that kind of unlocked in my mind what I could do, and then I built web pages. But having an actual IDE that is something that real people use too, that you can start when kids are, regardless of their ages, in education, that's really, really powerful. So that's exciting.
Absolutely.
All right. Now, Rick, I know you've been doing the hallway track thing, so you haven't been able to maybe tune into all that stuff, but you've seen the news. I know you read the book of news. So what's the one big announcement that has you the most hyped?
So mine's a lot more mundane, but the functions team have pushed Flex consumption into public preview.
Okay.
It's the functions I always wanted, right? It's really powerful. I can connect it to virtual networks for security because everybody now cares about security. We've got to be really cautious, right? But I only pay for the time that my functions execute for.
Right. See, this is what we've always wanted, right? Because that was the whole promise of serverless, is that it's like, oh, you don't have to pay for the compute only when you're using it. But now it's going to be in Flex, and you said this is now in preview?
Yeah, and you combine that with the new V2 versions of APIM that have also just GA'd, and I can have a really, really cost-effective, really well-engineered and secure environment. And it's great. It's going to be really, really good for my customers.
That's awesome. No, that's really exciting. All right, so what are your plans now, like, after build is over? You guys going to party? Do you have, like, what were you going to decompress? What's the deal?
I mean, do we really need an excuse to party?
We don't.
Okay.
We don't. So we definitely want to party. This is me just kind of like teeing you up, like being like, I'm going to see you there, right? We're going to be.
Yeah,
we're
absolutely.
We're going to be throwing down.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, I mean, frankly, I think I need sleep. You know, I've been up really early for 3 days.
Yeah.
Right.
And with all the mixers and the social content, it's been quite late. I'm looking forward to the mix of the celebration tonight, right? And then I think I'm just going to sleep for 3 days and then catch a plane.
Yeah, nice. I'm also going to like sleep for like 3 days, so I feel you 100%, 100%. Like, what are some of the things that you've seen like this week that are going to be really exciting? We talked about VS Code for education, but for the the clients, the customers that you talk to all the time, what are some of the things you think that they're really going to get value from?
I think the wide array and litany of Copilot stuff, not just things like GitHub Copilot, but also the Copilot Studio things, Prompty and things like that. I mean, there's been a lot of really great stuff that I think will help folks in various aspects of their adoption of this stuff. So, I mean, that's all good stuff too.
That's great. All right, well, thank you both so much. And you can learn more about the MVP program at aka.ms/MVP.
Hey, chat. It's time for us to talk a little bit. We've got a poll. That means wake up. It's time to answer some questions. Question in chat. How many Microsoft Learn challenges have you completed?
We're excited to hear from you. There are 4 options. You can say none, but excited to do my first. I hope some of you are in that group. You could say a handful. I know the ropes. There's 5 at least. I'm a veteran participant. Or none. Tell me more about it. It doesn't matter what you choose. We just want you engaged, and we want to know which one you are. So put it in chat. We'd love to hear from you.
So what if you've done challenges, but maybe not challenges in an area that you want? So can I choose option A? Like, I haven't done one, but I'm excited to do a first one because it's a new technology. But I've also done some things, and I kind of know the ropes, and then maybe I've done everything.
You pick what suits you. I'd love to get you.
I don't think it's multiple choice, though. I don't think it's multiple choice. This is so super cool because you can learn, get skilled up on AI.
Absolutely.
I have seen a whole bunch of stuff in chat, people going, where do I start? Where do I even get going?
Totally.
A Learn Challenge, perfect place for you to start. And you know what? You get a digital badge. And you saw it roll up on the screen. In fact, you slugged me and you're like, hey, Joey, look, somebody put a Learn badge up on the socials and put something up there.
We're seeing all of your social media posts. We're so excited to engage with you, and we got more to do.
Absolutely, but first,
we're gonna go with Donna, our featured partner, talking to Snowflake.
Hello, we are back on the build stage, the best stage. It's not the best stage, it's currently the best stage, because we're on it. And my new friend, Matt Marzillo, from Chicago, by the way, Chicago people, holler in the chat, from Snowflake, is here to talk to us about AI.
Yeah, glad to be here. Yeah.
Awesome. So, speaking of really cool things, I hear you're celebrating a major milestone this week. Do you want to share with the audience?
Yeah, sure. So I was asked to provide a superpower. I humbly and honestly don't have a superpower, but my daughter does. This week is her 5-year survivorship. She was a leukemia survivor. She was diagnosed about 8 years ago, went through treatment for several years, and 5 years cancer-free. So that's going on this week. So yeah, thank you. Yeah. I mean, build is important, Snowflake's important, Microsoft's important, but
that's more
nice
important
to have that reminder, right?
What's her name?
Stella. Yep.
Congratulations, Stella. Good job. Okay, awesome. So, speaking of day job, Snowflake, fantastic company. Microsoft partner. I've worked with you all for a long time. And I know that your customers have very specific use cases that they come to you for over and over and over.
Yep, yeah.
What are some of these use cases that you've been seeing a lot of lately?
Yeah, so I mean, they tend to fall into several buckets, right? We tend to see a lot of Gen AI use cases, at least right now, as we're kind of getting our feet wet with this.
Yes.
A lot of use cases around making sense out of text information or documents.
Yes.
We also tend to see a lot of use cases around increasing efficiencies, right? Or doing something that we were doing before, but doing it a lot faster.
Okay.
And then we also see a lot of use cases around searching what data you have in any form and getting that returned to you very quickly, right? And so, specifically in the retail sector, we're seeing a lot of sentiment analysis, right? So that sort of falls into saying, hey, making sense out of some text data or some documents that you have, understanding what your customers are thinking about you or your products. And then in the efficiency gain is personalized recommendations, right? Nothing new, right? We've been doing that for a while in retail, but there are lots of ways of doing it more intelligent, doing it quicker, doing it more efficiently with Gen AI capabilities.
Okay, so I, of course, am extremely biased toward retail cases. I run a fashion company. So this is very cool. Like looking at consumer sentiment, this is a thing AI can actually do, reason over all and all of that data and make some sense of it.
Right.
So I'm a believer that generative AI generates, and we should do cases that are good for Gen AI rather than throw every single use case on the planet as a Gen AI thing. Because not everything is a Gen AI. Some can be predictive AI from back in the day.
Right. Yeah. Not every problem is a Gen AI problem. Also, what we're finding too is that problems that maybe weren't a Gen AI problem now can be solved a lot more quickly and a lot more efficiently with Gen AI.
Right.
And it's often a good place to start there with something that we've already kind of been solving, but we can do it more quickly and better.
That's right. So where does Azure fit in? Because I know that is a thing that you all integrate with.
Yes. So I guess more specifically, looking at what we have at Snowflake. So Snowflake has its own generative AI platform called Cortex, right? That's the kind of the big word here.
Cortex.
So within Snowflake, it's already generally available. We have all these experiences that allow our customers to use AI or generative AI in seconds, right? So you can use these pre-built functions with LLMs that we have inside of Snowflake. We have all these experiences around search, around document AI. We have our own Copilot.
You have your own Copilot?
Yes.
Go on.
We also have something called Streamlit, for those who aren't familiar. It's this really cool, basically a Python package that we have inside of Snowflake that allows our customers to very quickly develop applications that can be built on top of all of their generative AI functionality. Also within Snowflake is we have the functionality to bring in external LLMs or bring in your own LLM applications, and importantly for this conversation, make external calls to other generative AI platforms like Azure OpenAI and OpenAI.
Right, I love that.
Because the one thing is great is that the Snowflake platform is expanding, right? We have all these generative AI capabilities, but it gets confusing, right? Because Microsoft, I don't know if you heard, has some generative AI capabilities as well.
A few.
Yeah, so it's kind of use case dependent, right? So a lot of different use cases will kind of be used, you'll want to use the different LLM or different generative AI capability depending on the use case. Our product folks are smart enough to realize that, and you have the flexibility to very easily and securely set up these external calls to Azure OpenAI.
Okay, I love that because what you're doing is leaning into where you all have the specialized information.
Yep.
Right, you have special data, you have special information, so you're able to build AI products that fulfill your specific use cases using things that already exist, like Azure OpenAI, but you also use your own custom models and things where it makes sense, in the use cases where it makes sense.
For sure.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and we have, we encourage our customers to go ahead and experiment with Cortex and use Cortex and use it in your production workloads.
Yeah.
But in addition to having this really great platform, Snowflake also put a stake in the ground of saying, hey, we have built our own generative AI model. We have our own LLM called Arctic, right? And there's kind of 3 big differentiators that go along with Arctic, right, or come with Arctic. Number 1, it's enterprise grade, right? When you look at the benchmarks that we put out, it's right up there with a lot of the other top LLMs for a lot of different LLM use cases. Second, it's a breakthrough in efficiencies. We're using this thing called experts, right, that allows you to very quickly get your response back from a prompt with your context, so you're not, spending too much money, using too many tokens to get your answer back from generative AI. And then lastly, it's truly open. It's part of the Apache project.
Oh, nice.
You don't have to give your mother's maiden name, your email, or a bank account number. You can go ahead and use the models as you like. And also, very importantly, it's available. Arctic is available inside of the Azure Model Catalog right now. So if you're not yet a Snowflake customer, you can use Arctic inside of Snowflake, obviously. But if you're not yet a Snowflake customer, you can use Arctic inside of Azure right now.
I like that. In the model catalog, models as a service, this is exactly what we should be doing as a tech industry, right? Making models available to people for their specific use cases where they already live, where they are at, rather than trying to make them go switch to something else. So I think people should try that out if you're Azure customer, not yet a Snowflake customer. But if you're a Snowflake customer, obviously use it this way. I hear you have a demo of some sort. Do you?
That's right, yeah. So let's take a look at the very simple architecture.
Okay.
And I love simple architectures.
I love that.
Of this demo that we have, right? So the idea being is that everything is inside of Azure, right? Okay. Reminder to everyone that when you deploy Snowflake, you're going to deploy it to a cloud. Snowflake is going to be right on top of Azure, right? It's going to be using blob storage under the hood. It's going to be using Azure Compute. So what you have here, those first 3 purple squares are kind of showing standard what you do in Snowflake. You have some data, you do some feature engineering, and you make a dimensional model, or you have some data, whether that's a dimensional model or unstructured right inside of Snowflake. And the key comes in that 4th square, where we have the Streamlit. That's that crown right there. That's the package that we have that allows you to build applications quickly and easily in Snowflake. And then that little mountain there, because Snowflake loves naming everything after.
I see that. I see a theme.
Right? So that's called Snowpark External Access, right? And Snowpark External Access is a available functionality that allows our customers to very easily and securely connect to external services. So that's like the key linchpin that allows our customers to make the external call to Azure OpenAI.
Okay, I like that. What is it? Say it again. Snowpark
External
Access.
SPEA.
You're naming things like we are now. Yeah, I know. Snowpark External Access.
Why not another acronym? Right?
I know.
Yeah.
SPEA. Okay, I got you. Okay, go on. Go on.
All right, so let's take a look at what it winds up looking like.
Okay. Oh, I like this. Wardrobe recommender.
So it's a wardrobe recommender.
Okay.
So what we have...
Everyone pay attention. Pay attention. Okay, do it.
So what we have right here is the actual application, right?
Okay.
What a user would have to do is enter some sort of prompt.
Yes.
We defaulted with this prompt of reviewing the image and selecting an image of a person and what they're wearing. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be accessing this image that's sitting inside of Snowflake. And then we're also going to grab a table of URLs to other clothing items and then pass that to Azure OpenAI and ask Azure OpenAI for a recommendation, saying, hey, look at this image, look at the way this person's dressed, look at these URLs, and tell us which of these URLs are the best fit for this person.
Okay.
Had I known that you were going to be as... great.
Fashion-y?
There we go. Yeah. I probably would have picked some better outfits, but you can see we have this gentleman wearing a white suit.
Yeah.
And the application and Azure OpenAI come back with some pretty good recommendations,
I like
right?
that it went to real things.
Yeah. So we have a blue Poplin Tommy Hilfiger shirt. And yeah, great. A white,
love it.
chambray suit separate that I think that gentleman would probably wear. And the really cool thing about this is that this is all 41 lines of code, right? So this is 41 lines of code inside of Streamlit. It's all inside of Snowflake. You don't have to manage any infrastructure. And we have a quick start that's on quickstarts.snowflake.com. Go in there, search OpenAI. We have several quick starts. If you already have a Snowflake account, if you already have an Azure OpenAI service, not exaggerating, you can set this up in probably 30, 40 minutes.
Do you have a GitHub repo for this? Because I'm extremely interested in it.
Yes, and it does link to a GitHub repo.
Oh, okay.
For sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. We did not plan that. I thought he was going to say no, and I was going to assign him homework to make one. So that backfired. But that's awesome. I love this because it's a problem for people, not just me, but for people, right? I like this kind of thing for this conference. I'm going to Chicago for Ignite. What should I wear, right? Something like that. I love this. This is like the Netflix recommendation engine, but in 46 lines of code and not when many more lines of code. Isn't that funny how tech can just solve these, like you were saying, things that used to be hard but possible are now way the heck easier.
Yeah, that's right. And so the way that this is set up, so the 41 lines of code here is the application that utilizes the function. You got to create that function. That's in one other script. So it's, and that's, I think, 30 or 40 lines of code.
Oh, wow.
So you're talking 2 scripts. That's it. That allows you to develop an application, connect to Azure OpenAI, and provide some recommendations.
I love that.
That's
a great use case. That is a great use case. So this is your use case around wardrobe recommendations, fabulous. And then as people, retail establishments, there's like 65 steps in the process. I liked one of those earlier ones where it's getting customer feedback on things, right? How are you doing sentiment analysis?
Yep, so we talked about some of the pre-built experiences that are inside of Snowflake. So we literally have a sentiment function inside of Snowflake.
Oh, you do?
Right.
Has that always been there, or is that AI
That's relatively new. Yeah, that's part of the, so anything that's using Gen AI and Snowflake is going to be called part of Cortex, right?
Okay, so the Cortex bucket is all your Gen AI stuff. In it is Arctic, which is your model, and with all of these other things in it. Okay, so Cortex is your Gen AI bucket of stuff. I got you.
So part of that Cortex bucket is a sentiment function.
Okay.
And what you can do is you can call that sentiment function, leveraging whatever LLM you'd like to, and understand what your customer feels about you, right?
Okay.
So again, what was once maybe a slightly more complicated problem, detecting sentiment analysis, is now a whole heck of a lot easier with Snowflake Cortex.
So have you found that the accuracy is way up? Because that's always my question. Like, can you do sentiment analysis? Yes, you can. Could do it 10 years ago, too.
Right.
But I don't know about the accuracy all the time. What do you think now?
I think the accuracy is getting better and better. It's starting to asymptote, I think, right? So, like, there's only so much better we can get with sentiment analysis. But it's getting a lot easier to do, right? So sentiment analysis is one of those, it's a really great way to, like, just start using generative AI, right? It's something that a lot of us can understand. It's a lot of us can wrap our heads around. And we know, and like, you can start to kind of like battle test it a little bit out there in the wild. It's like, hey, does this customer really like us? Does this customer really not like us? How much do they like us? Does this really pass the sniff test? And it's a good way for customers to kind of understand that, yes, it is working.
Well, I think it's a good, what is the word? It's a good test, right? Because some wardrobe recommender, it's hard to test that. It's like, is this a good outfit for me, yes or no? I don't know, maybe I have bad taste, or maybe this has bad taste, we can't tell. But sentiment analysis, we know the reviews on this thing are actually quite terrible. Why is it telling me good sentiment? Right? It's the human checkingness, the human in the loop part is simpler for a use case like that.
For sure. And I mean, and kind of extend that a little bit more as far as like, how to leverage text data or documents inside of Snowflake. We have our own ability to do search, right, and use embeddings and create a vector data type right inside of Snowflake. So yes, so sentiment's a lot easier inside of Snowflake, but also now it's a lot easier to create embeddings inside of Snowflake, to use those embeddings to find data, to find answers quickly, to find context, right? We talk about RAG a lot here, right? So you can use those embeddings inside of Snowflake.
So you can ground in a lot more things too,
exactly.
right? And say like, so you could ground in the data of these phrases tend to be good, positive, bad, et cetera. What was the third use case? I forgot. So one was sentiment, second one was retail or recommendation. What was the third one?
So I only showed 2 use cases, but I mentioned 3 buckets. The third bucket that I didn't show a use case for was, basically some sort of search functionality, right? So, and we have
search functionality. That's what it was.
So the idea is that inside of Snowflake, you can have structured data, you can have semi-structured data, you can have unstructured data, right? We're entering this new world where that's all going to be open and easily open to an entire organization, right? So somebody who is an analyst in the marketing department, rather than having to run to a DBA or run to an engineer to ask them to query some data or find the answer, they can find it themselves, right?
Okay,
Just with some plain text, leveraging a lot of the functionality that we have built inside of Cortex.
I like that this enables people to be a little more free.
Yeah.
They can do stuff for themselves more. Autonomy. I love autonomy. We love autonomy.
Yes,
right?
and the engineers are going to love not getting bothered by the marketing person saying, hey, can you drop what you're doing and spend 45 minutes trying to figure out this query for
Your
me?
marketing people, you're welcome. Listen to the man. Okay, listen.
And finance people.
Well, finance people, we usually need money, and they say, no, go away. Okay, so Matt, it has been a joy talking to you. Thank you so much. Where can people find you? What homework do you have, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, so I think first things first, if you're here at Build, go ahead and head over to the Partner Expo. We have a booth right over there. There's plenty of lovely Snowflake people there who are going to want to talk to you about all that we have inside of Cortex and some of the fun stuff that we're doing.
Ask for a demo.
Yes, yeah, and some of the fun stuff we're doing with Iceberg and Fabric too, which is really cool. I love it. Also, check out quickstarts.snowflake.com. Search OpenAI, search Azure, search Microsoft. There's plenty of quick starts out there to show our joint customers how to use Snowflake with Microsoft. And lastly, talk to your Snowflake account team. Ask them for some help. Ask them for help showing how to use Snowflake with Microsoft and Azure.
But definitely do the quick start thing, because you can do that right now.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, Matt. This has been a joyful conversation. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you, Stella.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful build.
Thanks a lot.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Donna. And thanks to all of our featured partners like Snowflake. We're going to have more exclusive interviews, easy there, Joey, tripping over my tongue with our featured partners as we are coming up. And this is really cool. So GitHub's coming up very, very shortly. And I was just kind of sitting over there, and Martin and Christina start talking, and then my head explodes. So you need to stick around to see more of GitHub as we keep coming up.
Absolutely. And we're going to get into the Visual Studio Code Toolkit. I don't want to give away any details. I want you hanging on the edge of your seat.
No, spill tea. Spill tea. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk.
All right. VS Code is one of my favorite editors. It is extensible. You can get it on the web. You can use it. It is what powers code spaces. It's also in your dev containers and in your dev box. And it's created by really cool people.
But wait. You're a Pythonista.
I am. And I do my Pythons and my snakes in my VS Code.
I had no idea.
Yeah. And we have all sorts of extensions. Download the Python extension for VS Code, and that gets you all started. You also have this walkthrough that will show you all of the cool features, the debugger, the testing suite, which we're always improving. And, okay, not to toot my own horn, but I do monthly release videos for VS Code and Python, so check that out on the VS Code YouTube.
My face. Sell plug. That's awesome. That's amazing. And if you've never experienced it, never looked at it before, you can jump on over to Microsoft Learn.
Absolutely.
Go through a couple of those learning modules and learn a little bit about it.
You're so good at this.
If you're an expert, we've got more conversations with some experts, our most valuable professionals.
Absolutely.
I love our MVPs. They give us such amazing, great feedback. Leverage them all the time, helping us out here at events, building out lab materials, and then just checking us for, look, sometimes we don't get it all right all the time. We'd like to think that we do, but we don't necessarily get it right all the time. Also, friends in chat, I've seen that you've been active. I see that Nigeria, I see you there. All the way down in Orlando, Florida, I see you've been answering those poll questions. It's a mixed bag. I haven't really seen any, no, I haven't done anything. Yeah. But I've seen a lot of that kind of middle ground. All right, hey, speaking of MVPs, I did that segment. Did you like that?
It was really good. You're a pro.
Like we're going to head on over to Donna with a couple more of our MVPs.
Hey. We're back. Okay, guess who I found? Dwight and Ginny, who are not just MVPs, but they're also Windows insiders.
Yes.
And that's right, respected members of our community. I am so happy to see you both.
Oh, it's great to be here.
Thank you. Okay, when they came on stage, I leaped on them, just for context. Okay, it's so funny for me to ask you this. Ginny, please introduce yourself for our audience.
Hi, I'm Ginny Cahey, Windows Development MVP for ever and ever and ever. Woo, Thank you, thank you. Also, I own a small ISP company, so I have a vested interest in getting what I think is important done by Microsoft so I can have the right tools for what I'm building.
I love that. I love that. And
what I
this
do.
week's been very exciting for you.
Great
We
news
will get
all
into
around.
it.
Love it,
Windows
love it,
everywhere,
love it.
finally, right?
Yes.
Okay, Dwight, explain yourself.
Hi, I'm Dwight. I am Regional Director down in sunny South Florida, and I run a consultancy called ThoughtSpeed Engineers, and I work for a car company called JM Family. And I just love it here. I always love coming to Build, especially with all the AI co-pilots everywhere.
Okay, so announcements at Build that you're excited about, that you loved. Okay, let's start with you because I know exactly what you're going to say, but I want to hear you say it anyway. Go ahead.
I bet you won't.
Okay, go ahead.
So I have, can I say two favorite things?
You can say two favorites.
Okay, I'll start with my most favorite thing.
Okay.
My most favorite thing is renewed support for WPF.
We got a bunch of we have a bunch of Windows nerds in the front clapping.
WPF has been an awesome XAML UI framework that's been in heavy use, particularly for enterprise applications. Visual Studio uses it, for example. It's a great, powerful framework, and it had gotten stagnant, frankly, for a few years. And this year it is getting love,
So much
and
love.
I love to see
I
it.
haven't even heard this in 5 years, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot.
Well, I don't know if it's been 5 years, but it's been a while.
It's been a minute.
It's been a while. It's been a long time.
Okay, that's your first
So
one.
that's the first one.
Okay.
But the second one is, did you see the cool recall experience that's coming in Windows?
Yes, the Windows Recall. Yep.
Recall. Well, I thought immediately when I saw it, I want to do that.
Yes.
I want to twiddle and tweak and do something with. Well, it turns out I actually can, because there's a Windows Co-pilot runtime and library. Yeah.
These people. Did you bribe this woman? Like, what's happening? Yeah. You didn't even.
that
Okay,
gives
just so
me
you know, the Windows
access.
Co-pilot Recall people are sitting in the front row. Not the Windows Co-pilot runtime people are sitting in the front row, screaming.
And get this, I can access it from WPF. Yes.
This is the most bribery I've ever seen.
If I really want to go
on the
back
build
to,
stage.
Go back to my history.
Yes.
If I could remember how to write C++, I know you were a C++ developer.
Is for life. Is for life.
Excuse
Hello.
me. Okay. Well, you too.
One C++, always C++. No one.
You
just
too
three people.
can access.
I
the recall
too can use
experience.
this.
You can.
I too can use this.
So I think those are two great news items.
I love
for
that.
this year.
Look at that. The Windows team lives for this moment. They've been waiting 6 months to hear
this moment.
Someone make a video. Oh, they are. Okay, Dwight, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I can't top that. Well,
it's my year.
Okay, go ahead.
It is.
Go ahead.
It
Go
is.
ahead.
WPF. See, it doesn't work for me.
It doesn't work.
Okay,
That's
my
because-
favorite thing was Scott and Mark's session on learning AI.
Very good.
They built a.
Did they fight?
They fought.
They fought.
Jokingly, of course.
Obviously.
But, it was just great to see them, look at Scott's cluttered desktop and then use Copilot to clean it up, using a semantic model.
Yeah.
So it was great to see them interact and see how easy it was to actually code it with Visual Studio. And, I just loved it because I can see all kind of future ideas and use cases for that. So that was my core.
I love that. Okay, so other than Copilot Learning Hub, these two were your favorite announcements, which make me happy. Good. And what's been the sentiment here? Because you're both here. This year at Build, because you both have been at Build like millions and millions of times. How do you feel that this year's been different than previous years? Dwight, you go first.
Surprise question.
Surprise. I know. Look at you prepping. You thought we would stick to the script.
So, this year, everybody's interested in just kind of understanding more about, where this AI space is going and what's really happening with Copilot. With so many Copilots. Is this going to be just all one Copilot to rule them all, right? So it's just interesting to see the comments that I'm hearing about, I want to use Microsoft 365 Copilot, and I want to use Copilot in Windows, and, is it all going to be one in one day? And so, yes, that is the feedback that, we're talking through, and it's interesting to hear everybody here just asking questions on that.
I love that. And then?
And some people here know me from Twitter. You know me from Twitter.
A little bit of
Twitter.
She's only Twitter famous.
So I've been tweeting throughout the whole conference. So I'm getting feedback not only from attendees, but also from the digital attendees from around the world and people who probably ought to be. And the feedback to the announcements that I've been sharing with them has been overwhelmingly positive. They just love what they're seeing and just can't wait to start playing with the bits. I can't wait get me one of those new computers that can run this stuff.
Yes. Those right there
Right over
on that
there.
table.
Right over
Okay.
there.
All right. We are, of course, out of time because we're going to keep talking. You all tend to build. I'm going to corral these two to go look at new laptops.
Hey, we're back. More Microsoft Build and more information or more chats with our MVPs. Well, I want some of this most valuable applausers.
Yes. Who do we have to pay to get an applause like that every time I wake up and sit down at my desk?
Oh. You've gone to another level. I was just
know.
hoping for like random bits of applause when we say something cool. Yeah, production. The
There
production
you
team.
go. I don't know
the
if you
creative
could hear
team.
them
Thank you,
doing it.
creative team. Appreciate it. Yeah, there's love to you. Hey, news. Newsy thing.
Lots of news.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we kind of go deeper into some things maybe we really haven't spent a lot of time talking about. I've done a little bit of talking about, this new AI on PC and the web and end stuff, but hey, Edge folks, my Edge folks, we've got some really cool enterprise management features for you, one including the ability to block screenshots.
Yeah.
So that you don't get data exfiltration.
Uh-huh.
And then we also have the ability to check and see which Edge instances have not been updated.
Yeah.
So we're not running some of this old stuff. What do you have, Don?
Well, I've been really excited with the Azure AI search. Used to be called cognitive search, so you know what you're talking about. They have some increased improvements. It's about retrieval augmented generation. It's been all over these patterns. And if you want to get started, start with that. But I can't go too deep. You watch the sessions, we got more to do. We're going to go over to with Christina and Martin with GitHub.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm excited. I'm not going to lie. This is a conversation I've been looking forward to all week because I'm here right now with Martin Woodward, who is the VP of Developer Relations at GitHub. He's also my boss.
Yeah.
So please give me a good review.
Will do.
All right.
Anytime now.
I guess it'll probably depend on how this goes. So
This interview's fantastic, and but you've got great shoes, so that's the main thing.
I do have great shoes. The audience can't see this, but my shoes are literally like a blue screen of death blue and a 404 error. They're really great. Oh, they're zooming in? Yes, please. Yes, get the shoes. They are really good. Thank you. Thank you, Martin, for giving that shout out. Okay, so GitHub Copilot, which is our AI coding assistant, was all over the keynote. It's been all over Build this week. What are some of the biggest features that developers can look forward to using in the future?
Yeah, so the keynote we announced, sort of the two major things that people have seen was Copilot extensions.
Yep.
So you can now build and extend on top of the GitHub Copilot platform, which is great, and that's massive.
Yep.
And then Copilot Workspace as well got a lot of, it was the first time it's been demoed live on stage before, and so it's nice for people to see it was like actually real and works, and people are playing with it over in the booth over there and things. That's great. And we also had a few announcements as well that didn't make the keynote but are new. So in terms of around the Copilot Enterprise features, it's got a lot better at being able to do RAG-based search around your source code.
Very cool.
And then even if you ask it questions like, what's the latest version of C#? It comes back and tells you it's C# 13 because it's able to use Bing to actually go and get the latest stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, so it can add to the stuff that's already in the model.
Right, so we can augment on top of the model that's already there. And that's really important because that's kind of like what we need, right? Because we're getting almost not dependent on these things, but we can see that potential. And then we want like, okay, what's the latest information we can get? So that's really great. All right, let's go a little back and let's talk a little bit more about, the GitHub Copilot extensions, because this has been exciting to me as a user, and it's definitely something that I'm excited to talk to developers about. But why are we doing this, and like, what is the benefit to developers with this?
Yeah, so what you get to do is you get to bring, so how it works is inside of the Copilot experience, you can mention an expert. So for example, you can mention data stacks, or in the keynote we did Azure.
Right.
And then you can get the context and the information from these systems into your Copilot conversation, and then ask it queries. Like I was asking, where's my particular web app deployed? Or you can say, what's happening with my app? And it can look into your App Insights telemetry and things like that. So you get to bring the context and information to you, but from all of your systems. That's not just third parties and providers, but you can even build your own extensions.
Yeah.
And then like hook it into your own systems at work. So then people who are building systems in work get to benefit from your knowledge wherever it is, even if it's not in source control. So yeah, I think actually the most powerful thing is people building extensions for their own business. That this is how we deploy things in Contoso or in Microsoft or in a bank or whatever.
Right.
It'd be good.
No, that should be really good. Okay, so like, how does this work, and what types of extensions are there?
So there's two. So you do a GitHub Copilot extension.
Okay.
And you can think about that's like a server-side thing that lives in the Copilot, the GitHub marketplace. That allows you to kind of get in the conversation, and you can be mentioned, and then you can actually send stuff to the Copilot LLM and get answers back and things as part of your flow.
Right.
And then on top of that, you can even extend that further. So the VS Code team announced a bunch of APIs. So if you want to further enhance the experience within VS Code for VS Code users, you can do that as well. And then that allows you to not only bring down the information from the server and from Copilot, you can go look in the client IDE and actually combine the two and then use that to give your answer. So,
which is really cool, yeah. Actually, and he stressed that this was just proof of concept because he doesn't, want anybody can map from. But Jeff from Elastic was actually showing me an extension that he built earlier today, using that, and it was really powerful, being able to use that agents feature. So that's really cool.
Yeah.
And I think that offers people a lot of opportunities. And what are some of the extensions that like developers can build with GitHub Copilot?
Yeah. So I mean you can build anything that's gets into that conversation. So all things from like at Azure, where it helps you with your Azure resources, or at data stacks, where it's helping you with your databases. But you can do anything. Like one of my colleagues is actually talking in about 30 minutes time. It's BRK 149 if you want.
BRK 149. Okay.
That's extending Copilot. He wrote an extension which gives you all your answers talking like a pirate, because you can get involved in the conversation and influence what the LLM model gives you.
I love it. Okay, so I'm now going to assign myself, and you're my boss, so you're going to have to hold me accountable to this, that I'm going to assign one that's going to give me answers with Taylor Swift lyrics.
That would be amazing. That's actually really doable. That's really easy to do. So
okay, so we're going to do it, and we're going to make it a demo. All right, okay. I'm assigning that to myself.
Next build, we're going to do that as a demo.
Yes.
And you're going to be on stage with me.
Yes.
Sweet.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And then we also have building people your own. We've already got some partners who've already announced some things, right?
I have a list.
You have a list. Please let us know.
You can now watch an old guy read names out on stage. So with DataStax Docker, we had launched darkly, so that's great. So is this feature flag enabled in production?
See, that's so useful.
When you're a DRI, you're on call, you're in a code base you don't quite understand. Now you can ask questions about code you don't quite understand, because Copilot and GitHub can find the right code for you, bring it down.
Right.
And then you can also ask questions of the systems you're integrated with.
Well, that's the thing, right? Yeah. Well, because this is power. Because again, and to be able to do that all from the interface where you do all your coding, right?
Exactly.
To not have to go to one service to another in one place, I can just ask.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got
what's
more.
going on? Tell me more.
Lambda test.
McKinsey,
Octopus Deploy, do a cool one.
Nice.
And then we have obviously Teams have got an extension as well as the Azure one, which we talked about. And then Pinecone, Product Science. Sentry, and I'm trying to README. README was the one for documentation.
Oh, that's great. That's great. So, and that's good for documentation too. Do you know how that one works?
It allows you to like query the docs that you've got because it has their little index, which is perfect. Because then if you've created your own internal docs using README plugins, then it allows you to integrate into them. It'll also help you create docs for code that you have and things like that, which is pretty neat.
No, that's very
skeleton it and give you the it doesn't replace human authors, but it gives you the. It's a lot easier to edit something than it is to come up with it by scratch.
Well, no. Here's the thing. Like we all know this. Like how important like documenting code is and writing and commenting code is and documentation. But getting started, like even creating that skeleton, that scaffolding, is for a lot of people a barrier to entry. And so that's great.
And that's the bit that spoils your creativity. That's the bit that stops you from being in the flow because you're like, oh, I've got to do a template and blah blah blah. And whereas you can just say, get me started. It gives you starting. Okay, now I'm here. Now I can just edit. And that's what we found with Copilot in general. Is it's improving developers' iteration time. So we're getting faster at building. We're not. I think people were afraid that we maybe build massive PRs and things like this. But if you look at the data from people like Accenture, they're actually seeing 50% more builds happening for teams that have Copilot installed.
Oh wow.
Because they're doing shorter builds, because they're able to
because they're able to iterate more.
Yeah.
No, that makes a ton of sense. Actually, it's funny. We've had an installation here at Microsoft Build, like showing off Copilot, the pixel stuff, and that kind of builds on that idea because it is an iteration process. Yeah. Try to make that work. So I like that. Now, all right. How can people, start playing with this stuff? When is this going to be available? How can people, start testing out these extensions, and when can they start, building them themselves?
Yeah, so that BRK 149 session this afternoon, you can go watch that. That'll help talk you through it, or watch the video, as soon as it's available. And then you sign up to join the waitlist to actually get access to all the APIs because they want to make sure they're getting feedback on the APIs.
Right.
Which is why they announced it here at Build, because where else to get the best feedback in the world?
Absolutely.
Exactly. And then doing that, and then the extensions can go into the marketplace, and then people can use those extensions, and then later on in the year, depending how feedback goes, make those more generally available. So that's currently the plan.
That's currently the plan. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit later, more generally later on, but you can sign up to get on the wait list now, and check out BRK 149. 149.
Yep. And then there's a short URL as well, gh.io/copilot/extend.
Okay.
And that'll take you to the blog post and all the documentation, all that sort of stuff.
That's great. That's great. All right. Do you have any final thoughts? Any final things you want to share with us? Well, we got a few more minutes.
Check it out. And also, if you get a chance, if you're here at the show, check out Copilot Workspace. But otherwise, I'm looking forward to people's extensions and seeing what wacky ideas people have got.
Absolutely. And if you have any bugs, this is the man you need to go to, Martin Woodward. He's gonna. I'm sorry. He's gonna take care of all this for you. We were doing such a great interview, and now my review is gonna be bad. No.
Yeah.
Send the bugs to me. Don't send them to Martin. But
my email address is filmgirl@github.com. So yeah.
That's true. Yeah, send them there. All right. Martin, thank you so much for joining me, and thanks for being here. And I know you've been doing a ton of great stuff, and I'm so excited to get to talk to you and also about extensions.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, welcome back to the Microsoft Build. If you're just joining us, you are officially fashionably late because we've got like a few hours left in this day.
But if they're joining us, there's more that they can see. Everything's online. You can put it in your backpack. You can watch it now because, well, there's a few things that's only not recorded for the people here. So it's exclusive. So you got a good up. But then let's jump into more.
All right, so that GitHub interview was really cool, talking about extensions. My favorite was when Christina tried to get Martin there, and then he flipped around on the email address. But had we talked about extensions, talking like pirates?
I thought that, well.
So
What's the joke?
So you know what a pirate's favorite letter is, right?
R.
Are you sure it's not the C? Okay. Sorry, had to do that. We've also I've got some Docker conversations. We're going to bring whales back. We're going to bring I don't know if he actually brought whales. We're going to have to double check on that. We're going to have a Docker conversation coming up. And of course, more with our favorite fun featured partners. What do you have coming up for the rest of the day?
Well, Well, we were talking about GitHub. I've been having a lot of fun talking about GitHub and the GitHub extensions. And then that ties a lot into VS Code. I enjoy VS Code. That's one of my partner products. And it's really cool how the extension marketplace is something that the audience really likes. You get to find what you need, customize what your use cases are, and build for others. So that's been great.
So super cool. All right, folks, we've got a lot more.
Yes.
And okay, now we have even more with us. We have even more with us. If you mentioned earlier pre-recorded things and adding sessions to your backpack.
Yep.
If you want to make sure that you have access immediately, find that session that you want to watch.
Yes.
Put it into your backpack. And then when that session comes online, you're good to go. And now we are ready for my buddy Seth. Hey, dude.
Hello, my friends. I'm here with Kyle Ruddy, Director of Technical Product Marketing at HashiCorp. How you doing, my friend?
Very good, very good.
Fantastic. One time, no joke, I went to the HashiCorp website, and the number of products that you have is astounding, and they all do amazing things. So why don't you introduce us to HashiCorp if you don't know what it is, and that way we can get a sense for it.
Yes, absolutely. So really what it comes down to with that plethora of features that are out there, it's all about either infrastructure lifecycle management or security lifecycle management. And you probably have heard at least of Terraform that's on the infrastructure side, or Vault that's on the security side.
So there's a ton of stuff. If I'm trying to get started, you have just the tool to help us out, right?
We do. Especially at an event like this where AI is all the rage, we have a tool that can help you get started.
All right, so you brought a video. Let's start playing, and let's tell us what we're looking at here.
Yes, let's kick off the demo video here because we're at our developer site where we can find documentation on all kinds of things, including, say, Terraform.
Oh.
Where we can see our configuration language, we can see some of the syntax, some of the resource definitions, providers, we can even get into expressions. But at this point, if you've never used Terraform, you're probably kind of glazing over.
Feeling like a lot.
It's definitely a lot that's going on here. So if we go up to the right-hand side there, we can actually use the developer AI that kind of is very fancy. And you can ask it questions like, how do I authenticate into Azure so I can start deploying resources with Terraform? And it goes right immediately in and gives you that step-by-step process so you know exactly how to get up and running and authenticated to Azure with Terraform.
I mean, this is awesome. Are you using like LLMs in the background to do this goodness?
Absolutely, yeah. We've trained a whole bunch of LLMs on the background to give you the best information possible so that you can even dive into saying like, hey, what about some sample code so I can start deploying virtual machines in this environment? And not only does it give you just the virtual machine code, but it gives you the entire sample so that you can actually have a virtual machine that's provisioned and it's ready to roll within the environment. Because we're starting with everything from the provider block down getting into the resource group that you may or may not need to provision, networking, public IPs, and networking, the whole thing.
And including a link to the document down below, which is fantastic.
Exactly. It gives you that contextual information so that if you do need more information, the link's there, it takes you right there. However, that's also not where we stop because we can even, if you've used Terraform before, you know that there's a difference between the Azure Linux virtual machines and just a regular Azure virtual machine.
I didn't know that. See, I'm learning here.
Exactly. You can even ask it that type of information and it'll give you the response back.
I didn't even need you. I could have just asked it.
Exactly.
What are you here for? We should have just interviewed this bot here.
Exactly. You could have just asked it this entire, conversation and it would have been able to manage that process. However, we've shown a bunch of stuff around Terraform here, but we can also ask it Vault questions so that, because, we're also caring about security lifecycle management, so we can ask it, how do we integrate Azure in with Vault's OIDC provider?
That's so hard to do, too. I've done stuff like this.
It does, and look at, the code, the concepts is just scrolling immediately by, but it gives you, again, that step-by-step process of not only how do you do this in Azure, but how do you integrate that back in with Vault. So it's a really great, it's available right now in beta form. So, definitely, requesting folks try it out, kind of get used to playing with it, give us a lot of feedback. We've got a feedback link that's right there on the bottom of that page right there.
Yeah, I'm not good at infrastructure as code. I'm not good. I'm an AI guy. I love writing my own models. I love playing with LLMs. But the fact that I can use tooling that's as good as you all's, and be able to have a bot help me. It's like the AI that I've been working on so lovingly gets to help me with the stuff that you've worked on so lovingly that's super useful to me.
Absolutely, exactly.
So where can folks go to find out more about this stuff? And then what are some things that you've seen feedback that you've gotten?
Yeah, so first and foremost, head out to developer.hashicorp.com. That's going to be where you can find not only information about that, but about all of our products as well. And then some of the feedback is really around adding new features. How do we get more stuff into it? How do we, gain access to maybe different services, maybe new services that you all provided, as part of this event?
Yeah, and the cool thing about this is, look, we're product people. I always tell myself, when someone says yes and, we love your feature, or they don't ever say we love it, well, can it also do this? That's how I know you've hit the jackpot. So good job, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. To learn more about HashiCorp and all other featured partners, go to the featured partner page to see demos, to learn more about what they're doing, and to generally get a feel for our awesome partners. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Hello. Okay, so you're probably tired of Donna and I talking about how excited we are about the new Copilot Plus Surface laptops. But we're here with Jacob. And Jacob, you're actually going to show these off to us and tell us why they're so great. So tell me, what's new with with Surface?
Well, that is a great question. What's new is these are the latest Surface laptop and Surface Pro devices from Microsoft. These are Copilot Plus PCs. And what that really means is that they're devices that have been certified by Windows to run these awesome on-device AI. We've already kind of seen a ton of sessions talking about this Copilot Plus category, but this hardware is just incredible. It brings everything to life on these PCs.
No, I mean, don't undersell it. This color, I don't know how well this is showing up on camera, but it is so good. Like, it looks fantastic. And the design of these things, it's so good. Donna, we've been around these things for a long time. These are like the best devices we've had in a while.
So I love the Copilot button brings up a Copilot. So I'm just like, so Jacob, how many of these do you have?
This is one of the only ones we have right now. So I don't know if I can give it to you, Donna.
It's not so much giving, so much as lending from.
What I can say.
Donna, come back.
What I can say.
When can I have one?
Well, you can have one on June 18th. So they are available for pre-order right now, but in June, you can have one of your own.
It's practically June in New Zealand now. I think it counts. Who thinks it counts in the chat? Say it counts. Who thinks Donna should get one of these? Raise your hand. Everyone. Woo!
Just not this one, right, Donna? Just not this one.
Can I have that one? That one's rose gold.
Can we have the pink one?
Dune is also available on June 18th.
Or now.
Or June 18th. How about that? I love it.
So poor Jacob's like, can you all leave? So what is the most interesting part about working on this product suite? Like, for real?
I mean,
other than people trying to steal it.
Yeah, other than people trying to steal, we just love getting to showcase the best Windows experiences on the best hardware.
Yes.
So we're super thrilled that this platform gives us the ability to kind of showcase the awesome new, Copilot experiences, the, Copilot and Windows runtime, and the ability to just, light up anything you do on this device with the best screens, the best cameras, microphones, and this awesome silicon inside from Qualcomm.
Awesome.
Okay, and we were talking earlier, you were telling me about how great the trackpad is. So you said it's the best one on the market. That's a bold claim, because there are some manufacturers out there
user, by the way.
I am a Mac user, so that's a bold claim. So why is this so great?
Yeah, so I may have said best, but what I really meant is it's the most inclusive trackpad on the market.
Agreed.
We call it the Precision Haptic Touchpad, and it has this new adaptive touch mode that essentially makes it easier for people of all abilities to be able to use the trackpad and be able to use it in any context. So it's awesome.
That's great. And Donna, I know you care about that so much.
I care deeply about accessibility, and as someone who has major arthritis in this hand, I feel that this would be the perfect laptop for all my small language model needs. Jason. I didn't call you Jason, I'm sorry. Yeah. Awesome.
She's trying to take one, but you're saying no. We can get one in June, Donna, the actual June.
Yes.
And where can people go if they want to pre-order?
You know, Surface.com is the best place to go to pre-order right now today.
Right now.
And you'll get them on June 18th. So hopefully all of you are doing that, along with Donna, too.
I'm going to pre-order as soon as we leave here. I may pre-order from this machine. Yeah. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, all right, we're back. We are back with a friend from Docker. I've got Justin here. Hi, Hey, Justin.
Hello.
Hi, Docker.
Hello. Hello, Microsoft.
Is that what we're going to do? We're no longer going to use each other's names. We're going to call each other by the products. Justin is the Chief Technology Officer. I don't like to just narrow it down to CTO, because that could mean anything nowadays with some organization. Thanks for joining us here at Microsoft Build. Let's talk about this. We were chatting a little bit before. So Docker and Microsoft have been collaborating with developers for 10 years now.
I know, it's amazing. I mean, Docker's like 11 years old, and straight away Microsoft came along and said, let's work together. Let's build, the first thing was, let's build Windows containers, and which was just a, at the beginning it was just x86 Linux containers.
Right.
And then we got Windows containers, and then we got all these things like, ARM containers and things that, have come together now with Windows on ARM as well. And that the Windows on ARM announcement, there's been so much excitement about that. So everyone is pre-ordering their Surfaces.
So that's what I was gonna, I was gonna ask about this. So I was going to say, you've been around, you've been talking with folks. So there is a lot of buzz around that, and a lot of
such a lot. I mean, developers love their laptops, and they're power users of laptops, and these are, this is a big change for laptops. This is something really exciting to look forward to. Really fast and powerful. Local AI as well, which a lot of people have been really excited about, running local AI models. We've been doing a lot of work with running local AI with Docker, and people are really excited to see what they can build and make it easier for them to work.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's been a bunch of innovations around container technology. We've seen a few here, as I chatted with some of your friends earlier. The whole test environment, the whole debugging thing, the ability to be able to debug
Docker debug is really great. Like, that's really makes it easier to just install extra tools in your containers and debug stop containers, things like that. Yeah, and test containers. Yeah, they did a great talk yesterday.
Yeah, and some work on Build Kit for Windows containers.
Yeah, because that was one of the missing pieces in the Windows container ecosystem, was really fast builds with Build Kit, and that's out in preview now.
And talk a little bit about the work that we're doing around DevBox.
Yeah, so lots of people want to, give their developers instant development environments in the cloud, in Azure. So now they can have Docker Desktop pre-configured and all ready to go as part of their development environment, all customized for how you want to work, and just spin it up when you need it, spin it back down, use it, alongside your laptop or on its own. So it's great.
So let's talk a little bit about how Docker is leveraging the tools and your platforms there to even better developers and get them to be a little bit more productive. I mean, I know everybody loves the environments, but how do you make it even better for them?
Well, what we've been doing is that, developers love their laptops and the laptop experience, but we've also been letting them, burst into the cloud with things like Docker Build Clouds. You can run your builds much faster in the cloud with a shared cache. So you're using as hybrid, Azure and desktop together. And we're expanding that into more things, so you can preview your containers if you've got things where you want to interact with the cloud environment directly, or you've just got gigantic applications where you want to run part of it in the cloud, part of it locally, or you've got big data sets that are already in the cloud and you don't want to download them all to your machine. You can just seamlessly, still use your local environment, but also just use the cloud at the same time in this hybrid model. So everyone's been really excited about that here.
And don't forget that AI thing, apparently that's kind of a big deal. I'm pretty sure that's not going anywhere, right?
I think we've heard a little bit about that. So we actually launched the Docker in Copilot integration, which is really exciting. So you can ask it about, how do I containerize my application? How do I use Docker Compose? It's all got access to all our docs, and you can help you. So that's really cool. And we have so many people building AI applications in Docker. We've got the whole Docker Gen AI stack, which is a RAG application that you can just download off GitHub and play with and understand how to build in your.
Available now.
Yeah, available now. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Tell folks where they can go to get more information.
So go to docker.com, download Docker 431 with the new ARM support and all the new features coming out.
Very cool. And of course, oh yeah, I'm going to say it again. Head on over to your favorite featured partner page, and that would be build.microsoft.com. Hit that featured partner page and go see our friends at Docker.
And if you're in person, booth's over there.
Booth's over there.
Very busy.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. We'll be right back with more coming up.
And we are back. We are in the wings of the build stage on day 3.
Day 3.
And since this is a developer conference, the Microsoft Build Developer Conference, don't forget to go to the resources and the developer tools drop down on the Build website to get all of those goodies and whatnots, demos, examples, codes. I think there's like some free stuff in there too.
There is. There's some offers from some of our partners like Docker, who Joey was just talking to, and yeah, all that stuff is on the site, so that's really, really great.
And we were just talking about how much we love Docker.
We do. Like, do you remember, do you remember what it was like before Docker?
No.
Exactly. Exactly. That's sort of the whole thing, right? It's so great. All right. One of the other things you can do on the Build homepage, you can connect with experts, you can get your questions answered, and this is like a great launching point for to do technical deep dives. So if you're wanting to go deeper into an area, this is a really great place to get started. And you can also see what partners are aligned with, various tech trends.
I love it. And I'd love to also ask our audience a question.
Yeah.
I can't get enough of the feedback because the polls are so fun in chat.
Polls are fun. Let's do a poll.
So I'm going to give you a question. Christina's going to give you some answers you can choose from. Fill in the blank. The best thing about the Microsoft Learn community is...
All right, option 1, getting answers to training certifications queries. Option 2, being part of the conversation with experts and peers. I like that. Option 3, joining a learning room to connect with others. Or option 4, getting the latest news on Microsoft Learn. So just leave this, take the poll down below, and maybe we can get some feedback on which one is coming in the lead. I think I like being part of the conversation.
Okay. Okay. That was going to be my first...
well, that's okay. Well,
I think I want training and certifications. I think that's really, really fun. You can get a fun little badge.
Yeah.
I get this little serotonin boost. And also with the with the plans from Microsoft Learn, you can also get nudges if you're behind on some of your trainings. So I want you to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, and actually being part of the conversation is what's getting the most votes right now. So please continue to be part of the conversation. Even after Microsoft Build is over, we've got so many. We look forward to your feedback, and these resources will be available after the show. We're doing great stuff here, and we're going to continue to have a great next few segments, and we're now going to go over to Donna.
Hello, Microsoft Build. All right, so we're here to solve one of your biggest problems. All right, for the last year, you've been asking us the exact same question, which is, how do I run AI models locally on my device, especially smaller AI models rather than GPT something, right? So we decided to pull John Lamb, one of the smartest people you've ever met in your life, to come and explain things to us because he and his team have been working on an amazing new product.
Yeah, this is the AI toolkit for VS Code.
Okay.
And what we've been doing is trying to solve the kind of 3 big problems that people have, which is these small language models. I want to go get them and download them locally to my machine. I need to be able to evaluate them to see whether or not this change that I made to my software made things better or worse.
Yes.
And then finally, this fine-tuning thing.
Yes.
Right? Fine-tuning is how I can kind of further train the model to do a task that I want the model to do, not what the model wants to do.
That's exactly it. You want to layer on your own data, and you also want to run it locally on your machine, offline capable.
Yes, exactly.
Especially on those shiny new Windows devices, okay? I'm very interested in this whole thing because this unlocks so many scenarios for all of these different kinds of organizations, right? So think government, education. So many companies have these offline scenarios. I didn't understand how important this topic was going to be when we first started this whole era of AI. So I was so excited to hear that you and your team have been working on this.
Yeah.
So this is really cool.
Yeah, this is, do you want to see?
I want to see it. I want to see it.
Okay.
I want to see it too.
So this is the AI toolkit in VS Code. And what you're looking at here is essentially it's a catalog of a bunch of curated small language models that we have. And what the toolkit, one of the key features of the toolkit is allowing you to go and download and test locally a small language model, whatever it is that you want. So what I'm going to show you is, let's take a look at this Phi3 mini model, which is the smallest of the Phi3 family of models that we downloaded.
Just came out last month.
It just came out a couple of weeks ago.
A couple of weeks ago, yeah.
And we released the two larger variants of it yesterday, and the Vision one.
Really? We released a V3 Vision model yesterday? Look at the announcements I miss while I'm here on the build
You're
stage.
trapped here.
Okay.
So why don't we take a look? The simple prompt here. This is my hello world joke thing that I like to say, which is tell me a dad joke. And then I also have to tell it, don't explain it. Oops.
Has Seth been here? There's more dad jokes in this demo. Okay.
So you can see that, the reason why I need to do this is it likes to explain it, and it's really trying hard not to explain it.
Oh my
right? So the dad is strong in this model.
Wow.
But the cool thing about this was this all ran locally. It ran using the GPU that's in this laptop.
Yes.
And
it was fast.
And it was fast.
It didn't think about its existence for 5 minutes before giving you an answer. It just gave you an answer.
Right,
Like,
so
I like
super
that.
small. But the thing that's really cool about the V3 mini model is how trainable it is. Right, so this process of saying, okay, well, there's like this base model is trained on a lot of interesting curated data that they have, but I have a specific task. So let me show you this this thing here. So this is a website called the Mountains Concierge. This is our eShop demo in .NET. So we show this a lot. And one of the things that I've noticed is that the model is not that good at answering subtly off-topic questions, right? So this one, I'm asking it for an invisible jacket.
Yes.
Right, so I'm pretty sure that this jacket is not actually invisible.
Unless you're Wonder Woman.
That
That might be a thing. Yeah. Other than that, all right, okay.
But it was only her jet that was invisible,
Oh, yeah,
right? Like
that's true. Never
her
mind.
clothes were still, So the great thing about this is we can take some additional data and we can fine tune this thing. So I created this data set. About 2,300 questions and answers against this catalog. And I use that data set, which also had some off-topic questions as well, like invisible and other things, to train the model saying, okay, when you predict the category of the product, make sure you predict none if it's an off-topic one, right? So that's how this all works.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you just like some results for this. And so I'm using Azure AI Studio to view the results here. And this was the performance of the original V3 mini model at predicting the category. It was 14% accurate. Now, 14%, that's not as bad as it seems, right? Because it wasn't trained on the product catalog data, and it wasn't trained on questions about products.
So that's just like raw V3 out of the box.
Exactly.
That's what you get.
Raw
Not
V3.
the worst. Not the worst. Okay.
But after training it with my data set of 2,300 questions and answers, I was able to get the performance of this thing up to 91%.
What?
Yeah. So 91% accuracy for predicting the product categories, and now it's going to refuse to answer questions like this. Now, the original version, the version of the app that produced that wrong answer was running against GPT-3.5 Turbo, which in fairness wasn't fine-tuned on this data either, but it was only 45% accurate.
That is fascinating.
Yeah. So I was able to get a small language model, which can now run locally with lower latency. I don't have to make another round-trip call to a service to go do this stuff.
So this small language model, fine-tuned locally, performs better than a large language model on this very specific, slightly tricky task.
Yes.
Okay, John Lam, I run a fashion company. This is very important information for me. Please.
Don't answer.
I know. This is very important information because this is the number one issue. It's like, hey, it's a slightly tricky ask, and we're getting back responses that are really not accurate 50% of the time. Right? And that is such a question from customers as well. So you're actually solving two of my issues. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you want to see it answer the question?
Absolutely, I want to see it. Yeah.
So this is a live code running right now.
Okay.
And so we can ask it the question, what's a good invisible
jacket
for trekking? And then boom, refuses to answer the question. It's a little bit worried, but we can fix that.
Okay.
But then, just so you know that we're just not, refusing to answer all the questions, we can say, what's a good jacket for skiing?
Okay.
And then returns an answer.
Whoa. Okay.
So this is a great example of a task that people really want, right? Like there was that meme a little while ago. Remember, there was a car dealership. They had ChatGPT in it, and some kid asked it to do its physics homework, and the AI just said, "Hey, here's the answer."
Yes, but also remember the guy who negotiated that Chevy for like $1 or something.
Yeah, that one too.
That was. we have so many cases of this out there, and it makes companies nervous.
Yes.
They're saying, we don't mind if our customers don't get an answer and call an agent, but we don't want them to get a wrong answer, because that is brand disruption, right? That really destroyed like brand value, brand equity, et cetera, et cetera. And I love this, where it's like, nope, not answering that question, deflect. And you can even point to a help site at this point, right? Like CRFAQ, call somebody, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly.
I love that. And you can cite sources. There's so many use cases. Now I'm just like enthusiastically arm waving because this is just cool.
Yeah.
I love this.
Yeah. So this is the AI toolkit for VS Code.
Okay.
It's available now.
Yes.
So you can go, there will be a link in the description.
Yeah.
And,
okay. So what do you want people to do? What are the 3 steps that you want people to do? I know you said so at the beginning, but we want to hear it louder for everybody, make sure that they remember.
In the back of the room.
In the back of the room.
So remember, the 3 things it helps you with is there's that playground experience that we saw with the dad jokes and stuff, right? So this allows you to try different models and just prompt them and experiment with them.
Yes. Even if you're not a dev, even if you think your air quotes not technical, go mess around with the playground, because it'll give you a much better idea of what AI models are like. Move the temperature all the way up to get more creative answers, down low to get less creative answers, and just kind of play with the different settings to get a different idea. I tell everyone to do that. But then the second step is a little more technical and fun.
Exactly, right? So evaluations are just such a key part of the experience, and making sure that you run and design evaluations to measure whether or not things are getting better or worse. We're really just getting started on that feature. There's a lot more to come on evaluations, but that's something that I want people to kind of take home and just really think about is how do I measure quantitatively and qualitatively whether or not the AI is doing the task that I want it to do.
That's right.
And then the third thing is this fine-tuning thing.
Yes.
And fine-tuning in AI Toolkit, we have local fine-tuning. So if you have a local NVIDIA GPU, you're going to be able to do the same fine-tuning thing that I did.
Yeah.
We have in private preview fine-tuning on Azure Container Apps.
Oh.
Right. So you can use bigger GPUs and you can stuff into a laptop.
I like that.
To fine-tune faster than you otherwise could. And that's in private preview. So again, at the AK link, you can sign up for that. And so those are kind of the 3 things, right, that I love people to go try out.
Perfect.
And let us know.
All of this can be found on our call to action, which is going to be down here somewhere, called aka.ms AI Toolkit.
Yep.
aka.ms/AI Toolkit. Yep. So all of you check this out, because any of you who've asked this question this year, which is, how do I use smaller language models that are, less expensive? How do I run models locally on my machine, which I think is a magical experience? And 3, how do I get more accurate results with fine-tuning that I have more control over?
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes.
Thank you so much for
You're
being here
so
and
welcome.
sharing this with us.
Thanks for having me.
This has been spectacular, John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Everyone, go forth, do the thing. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, so one of the things that was really interesting about the keynote on day 2 was all of the topic about Microsoft Fabric and that integration with Snowflake. I thought that was kind of cool. Like, Fabric is really becoming the center of all data. Doesn't matter where that data is. It could be in existing data sources, existing clouds elsewhere, all going to the one lake, right? Is it called the one lake or one lake? Maybe I shouldn't call it the one lake. Maybe it's just one lake. Yeah.
It is one lake.
Yeah.
And it was really cool. I just got off a plane from PyCon, the largest Python conference. I saw Snowflake there, and I got to see Snowflake here, and then I get to see them on stage. The collabs are cool.
Okay. Feature partners.
Yeah, I would love to shout out some of our feature partners. Make sure you check out the feature partner directly. We have Fortinet, HashiCorp, New Relic, all
So
in the
many
feature
others.
partner in the feature partner directories.
area.
And there's so many others, so check them out.
All right, we're keeping it real here on the show floor of Microsoft Build.
Ever wonder what a day in the life of data is like? When data lives in the Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform, it works around the clock to drive innovation. First stop, the Azure Database Ecosystem. Data is primed for its processing adventures ahead with flexible and secure options and hyperscale performance. Cyber attacks and stranger danger? Not in this database. AI-powered end-to-end security keeps data safe at large scale and high speeds, and built-in protection controls and flexible policies ensure responsible data handling and access at role level. So much to do, but where to start? Microsoft Fabric unifies and simplifies the data landscape, clearing the path to critical insights. By joining forces with machine learning and advanced analytics, data unlocks new information to drive decisions that solve problems fast. Up next, data delivers more value with AI in Azure. Microsoft Co-pilot is always by data's side. A quick chat helps data spark opportunities. Generative AI joins the party, working with data to whip up new experiences fast and responsibly, using advanced models like Azure OpenAI Service and Azure AI Speech. Azure AI Search jumps in to retrieve the most relevant data. Whew, data's job just got easier. Thanks to Azure AI Studio, data has access to all of these AI services in a single, unified platform. And with Azure Kubernetes Service, new app features deploy quickly and scale with customer demand. With cutting-edge capabilities and end-to-end services, Azure helps data do more than ever before.
Welcome back to day 3 of Microsoft Build. If you were just joining us, where have you been?
Where have you been, twin?
No, but seriously, we've had so much great stuff going on. We're going to continue to have great things in day 3 of coverage. Coming up later, we're going to have what's new for developers on Windows, so it's going to be a great conversation. But honestly, this is the first time you've been on this side of things, Dawn.
Yeah.
What's your week been like?
It's been busy, jam-packed full of news, and what's really cool is when you're an employee of Microsoft, you really just see what you work on. You feel like you're the center of the world, but then I get to hear all the different announcements, all of which is summarized in the book of news. Go check it out. That's been my best guide to catch up what all my colleagues have been working on.
I totally agree. We were talking earlier about Khan Academy.
Yes.
All right, talk to me about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been really thrilled at the new partnership with Khan Academy and Copilot, and how they're supercharging, for lack of a marketing term, but they are supercharging. Your learning with Khan Academy, a brand of a company that we know and love. It's kind of like a brand name in my household, so I was really excited about that.
No, that is very, very exciting.
What have you been excited about?
Okay, I mean, all the Copilots, right? Now, GitHub Copilot is my favorite, and earlier I talked to my boss, Martin Woodward, about GitHub Copilot extensions, and
great interview, by the way. That was so
much.
Cool.
Thank you so much. That was really fun. I hope I get a good review. No, but we were talking about that, and I'm really excited about extensibility with all the Copilots, right? That's been one of the cool things of this year. Like last year, I feel like the story was Copilot is everywhere. We have 1 million Copilots, and this year we're like, yes, we still have 1 million Copilots. However, you can build your own, and our partners, people like Khan Academy, are building their own as well. And that's really, really great, because just to see the progression, from one year to the next, and honestly, the way things have been working, it's really been going 1 month to the next. Absolutely. Things can change so much.
Absolutely. I just feel like it's within the brand of GitHub to really just open things up and let you do it how you would like to do it. We provide the options and the opportunity, and we open it up. I mean, that's why we love open source.
It is why we love open source. And honestly, thank you for mentioning that. I mean, I know you're very active in the Python community.
Yeah.
And no, giving back. And this is what's been great about an event like this. We've been able to talk to our partners. Many people are making their solutions open source. I love seeing that. I think that there was a lot of fear that with some of this AI stuff, people would want to keep things close together. Yep. And certainly some people want to do that. But more people are willing to share their solutions too. And I think we're getting even more content out of that. So it's really great.
It helps us move faster.
It really does. It really does. All right, now we're going to go over to Leslie, who's going to catch up with the team from ARM.
All right, I am here right now with Shemek Virkas, who's a principal engineer at ARM. How are you doing?
Yeah, hello.
Cool. So ARM is really cool. It's really grown a lot in recent years.
That's right.
And just to kick things off, since we're going to be talking a lot about ARM, what are some of the challenges that come with measuring performance for it?
So the most critical part is to have the right tools for the right job. Select the right workloads to measure your performance, and also understand how it all fits into the Windows on ARM ecosystem. Today I would like to present the tool that we developed in ARM called Windows Perf. This is the micro-architecture performance analysis tool. Together with the ARM's telemetry solution methodology, we implemented the top-down hotspot methodology inside the tool. We can actually follow steps that were precisely defined by our architects to actually measure the performance. And today I would like to show you and maybe execute Windows Perf on our Neoverse Windows on ARM machine that I just logged into. And I would like to show you how we step-by-step do the top-down analysis, how we use the new and existing tools like top-down tool to do that automatically. And also I will showcase how we actually fit into the Windows on ARM performance ecosystem, because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We just build enough so you can get what you want. Everything else is already there from Microsoft.
I like that. Work smart, not hard.
That's right.
So do just enough for people to get to fixing their problems. So we're going to kick things off, it sounds like, with the demo, right?
Yes, just a little bit of the introduction. You can go to the ARM developer webpage to read about the telemetry solution, top-down methodology, and much more. You can also visit our Windows Perf webpage just to get our software release, binaries, and also read about interesting stuff. we also link other documentation like ARM learning path and ARM CPU telemetry solution data. I will later also show you how I actually follow the top-down methodology. We actually define also metadata in a JSON format that actually describe events and metrics and groups of metrics, so we can actually just follow steps designed by the architect. This JSON file we also include into the Windows perf. At the bottom of it, there is a section called methodology, and I will just follow the steps described by this. I will just follow the cycle accounting, group of metrics. I will see where our workload. We're gonna work actually on a C Python native ARM64 workload. We're gonna compute Googleplex. I'm gonna follow the steps manually to explain what's happening, and then I'm gonna run the top-down tool from ARM to show you how we can automate that process. And after that, I will go a little bit deeper. We're gonna do a little bit of the sampling to show you where in the source code exactly your hotspot could be. So let's start. I have some helper document to help me with the commands.
Because you mean you're not going to memorize all of those?
I don't memorize them. They are automated. But what's going to happen quickly is I'm going to do the wperf stat command. We're going to count. Minus -m stands for the metric. We're going to pick up the group of metric. It's all implemented and baked into the Windows perf. On core 7, we're going to run CPy10. And the -c 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 100. We're going to evaluate this. We're going to run this for 10 seconds. So while we are running this, I can explain what's happening. We are now performing the static performance analysis. We're going to run the workload, collect the data, and after the workload finish, we're going to analyze actually what we learned.
Cool.
So it's not a real-time analysis. And our workload is also designed to exploit certain algorithm or a module that we are trying to optimize, because this is micro-architecture performance analysis or profiling, not the whole application.
Cool.
For that, there are different tools. Yes.
Awesome. So micro-architecture profiling is getting kind of nitty-gritty.
That's right. Getting inside the CPU nitty-gritty details and understanding which parts of the CPU are actually lighting up when your workload is running. You can actually passively observe if you, for example, you're running vectorization, or if the crypto instructions are running, or maybe your load store speculation is on a heavy side.
Okay.
We're going to observe this with the workload, but the first step in the top-down analysis is to actually look from the very high point of view on the workload. We're going to look at the front end and the back end of the CPU. Just quickly, front end of the CPU is like a pump that's trying to suck all the instruction in the CPU and speculate which one I actually should get in advance, whereas the backend is the conveyor belt that actually transmits all the instructions later and actually perform the computing. So the backend, you will actually you are mostly interested about the data, whereas in the front end about the instructions themselves and the decoding. Here at the bottom, you can see that for the telemetry solution metrics, we see that the backend is heavily, or maybe not heavily, but is used much more frequent than the front end. So we can actually start zooming in at the backend. And because in that JSON, I already checked what are the groups of metrics that we actually should inspect to look at the backend. I was just going to do that automatically from my little tiny helping list of the commands.
So that analysis came up pretty quickly too. Is that the norm, or?
Yes, that's the norm, because workload is usually very small.
Okay.
Because you want to run it in a reasonable amount of time to just saturate enough events. And please remember, this kind of CPUs are running like 3 gigahertz. So it's billions of instructions every second. So it's really enough to look at what's happening. Also, performance engineers will actually adjust the time and the workloads independently. But that's another set of problems that one has to solve. Here we have a very simple workload.
Gotcha.
We're not going to worry about that much. But it's a very good question, actually. So we're going to run this command a little bit more complicated, because after -m, I have many more metrics. I'm going to run exactly the same workload. The same things will happen in the CPU. I did not change anything, right? It's also very important when you are running a workload that workload has no external state. It will not read a file. It will not check the time. It's always the same piece of algorithm or a module doing exactly the same thing.
Awesome. And you're able to analyze just the front end and just
That's
the back
right.
end, right?
That's right. That's right. Usually you own the code you are actually profiling. So in general, we know what we are looking at. We just want to understand exactly where we, maybe not where we make mistakes, but where we can actually improve, right? Or what we can actually change to make that workflow better. Please also note, I'm not actually measuring any time here. So I don't care how fast the workload is running. It's actually continuously doing the same computation of 10 to the power of 10 of power of 100, right?
Right.
So, okay, so I finished the analysis now of the backend metrics. I actually use the multiplexing of Windows perf. It's a very nice feature that allows you to measure many events at the same time. Because in general, you only have few registers to actually latch those events. But we are actually multiplexing. So what we are doing here, we can quickly just look at the list. And at the bottom, actually, we can see that mostly load speculation, store speculation,
integer DP?
Integer double precision speculation. These are the dominant, and we're actually expecting that because we're actually just taking integer numbers and we're actually multiplying them a lot.
Oh, boy, yeah.
And how Python works, we are actually calculating very, very big number. It will grow in memory, right? So it actually, we're expecting the loads and store will actually be dominant. And indeed, they are taking around 35% of all the speculative instructions. It's actually very useful to understand. Also, when you look at this kind of a set of metrics, you can see here, for example, that there is no, for example, scalar floating point operations is actually good. We don't want to use floating point just to compute integers because they are slower on every architecture. On every architecture. Let me try to also go deeper. Let me see what I can do. Okay, so I already understand. I have few speculations that I can look at. So now let's go deeper. I will actually look at the load speculation. Our favorite test event that we test all the time is the load speculation. So now I would like to understand with sampling, I'm gonna now change the way I'm actually measuring things. I went from counting stuff to actually sampling. Sampling is actually a process, I will call it, it's a statistical process. So we'll now use maybe some statistical methods to actually understand where we are actually hitting in the source code all these hot areas.
Perfect.
I will just annotate at the same time because we don't have so much time to actually show everyone. I will do something very similar to what I did before. By now you can see I will do the -e LD spec. I will just try to see when my event counter saturates, where I actually hit the program counter. I'm gonna also correlate this with the lines of code. Actually, I can talk about this when we actually do it. So I can correlate this. And actually, I can understand where in the source code I'm gonna actually hit some bottlenecks.
Yeah.
Because what we want were the hotspots in the source code for developers.
That's important. We don't want to do all the trial and error for things that have nothing to do with
That's right.
Yeah.
So we did this analysis because we have this CPython build with the debug information. I have all the information about all the symbols, all the functions, and the DLLs is calling. So I can see that 79, or maybe 70, yeah, 79, in this case, 79% of all the maybe hits when we saturate the LD spec event actually happened in the X malfunctioning the Python DLL. It's actually a good news because we are multiplying, and this function, it looks like it's multiplying, and actually we checked and it is multiplying. So how you can actually go even deeper, you can actually disassemble to see which instruction exactly is being the one that is causing the problem. But this is sampling in software, so there is a little bit of inaccuracy. We will eliminate that because we're gonna implement the ARM SPE, which is sampling in hardware. So I can actually move to something a little bit different. I want to show you how we implement all this stuff with the ARM, with the Visual Studio GUI. We have extension that does exactly the same thing. We can run the sampling or we can run the counting, and it actually gonna show you in your source code where are the hotspots.
Oh, perfect.
It's very useful.
Yeah, super useful.
Especially when you just have a smaller app, you are open source, you have a microtransaction. It's easy for you to just run this from Visual Studio. It is ecosystem.
Or if you're not someone who likes to use the terminal.
That's right.
Too, right.
Not everyone likes to use a terminal. Why we have Windows Perf also as a terminal application? Because we are actually Linux Perf inspired. We want the performance engineers to actually join Windows on ARM performance analysis, and it's a very easy way for them to actually join. You can see here at the bottom, we have the disassembly that I didn't show you from the command line because it's a little bit hard to see, but we have the disassembly. What else we can do? We also can use the WPA, which is the Windows Performance Analyzer. We develop a plugin that reads the Windows Perf JSON output. It processes it, and we can use the WPA, which is a Microsoft tool that is used by everyone that does performance analysis.
Oh, great. So you have that Windows ecosystem.
That's right.
Integration.
So we integrate. We don't develop something new.
Right.
If there is a visualization already available, we just attach ourselves to that with an adapter.
Yeah.
And that's what we did.
If it ain't broke.
Yes. And no one has to learn anything new. And this is just an example of me showing you different metrics and different events that I just captured running a different workload, actually. It's just a different workload, and over the time, with the timeline, we can actually see how it works. So that's one of the other highlights of this solution. Yeah, I think in general, that's all I wanted to show.
Cool. You're so casual about that. That's all I wanted to show. No big deal. Like
it was a fast track for performance analysis. Performance analysis is not easy, even for advanced performance engineers. I think that's all the key takeaways.
Cool. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, performance is so important to so many people, and making it easy to detect those performance bottlenecks is so important.
That's right.
So what's next for Windows Perf?
What's next? We're gonna add ARM SP support, so hardware sampling. Why we didn't add it now? Because not every ARM CPU has actually that feature baked in. For example, mobile devices will not have, but my server workstation does, right? Right. So you want to have the software solution just to have sampling, and then you have one in hardware for your server solutions. Other things that are coming is we're going to actually integrate with the ETW, Extended Trace for Windows, so you can actually inject all this data directly into the ETW, which is the right way to go. We are again tapping into the Windows performance ecosystem.
Great. Well, I'm excited to see what's going to be happening next year's build, too. So, Shemek, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and if you're interested in learning more about ARM, go check out the booth. If you're here, you still have a couple hours. If not, no worries. Go to the featured partner directory and check them out there. Thanks again, Shemek.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello.
Look at us, not in jail from stealing one of those devices. You're welcome. Okay, so I want to learn more about featured partners. Where should we go?
Okay, so you should go to the featured partner directory on the build site, and that's great. You get lots of resources. They have a lot of offers, but also really good resources and tools and how to learn more. So it's a good place.
Check that out. If you happen to be here a few more hours, head on over there to the featured partner area. They're really cool. I went around and they gave me a bunch of free stuff.
Oh, good. Yeah,
I
haven't had a chance to get any free stuff yet, but you always get the free stuff.
I love free stuff.
Even when you're not allowed to get the free stuff, you get the free stuff.
It's like technically, okay.
Technically.
Learning and skilling. It's a big theme of Build. That makes me really happy. Yeah.
Yeah, and you actually have your own learning resource, right?
I do.
All right.
So we just unveiled the Copilot Learning Hub for all things Copilot. Technical people, that's all of you at Build, go to learn.microsoft.com/Copilot. All right, for all things Copilot. You can learn by roles. So what is your job? Are you a data person, a security person, dev person, app maker, et cetera? So you'll figure out which Copilot experiences are most useful for you. Or do you want to look at product by product? So do you care about Dynamics 365 Business Central, or do you care about Microsoft Copilot or GitHub Copilot? You can find all the resources by product as well.
Thank you for building that, by the way, because it is difficult to sort of traverse where you need to go and which one you need. So, and I know that we've talked about that. So thank you for taking the initiative to put that together.
Thank you for hyping it for us.
Yes, and you can find other resources at learn.microsoft.com as well on all kinds of other things. But we also have a survey for you. This is important.
Survey, ready? Okay. All right.
You need to register by May 25th. Yes. And you can go to aka.ms/attendee recruitment survey at event. And I think we've got that link on the screen right now. Yeah. Again, you've got 2 days to register, but we want your feedback because we want to know, what your thoughts have been.
Okay, so do the survey and then, but don't do it yet. Right now, go and see Leslie.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Donna. So I'm joined right now by Anthony Morelli, who is a Senior Director of Product Management at Lucid. How are you doing?
Doing great. Enjoying day 3.
Awesome, me too. I can't wait to hit the A after window. I don't know about you. Sweet. So kicking things off, can you tell me about Lucid and what you do?
Sure. Yeah, so we're Lucid Software. A lot of folks know us from Lucid Chart, which is our first product that we launched about 15 years ago, centered around intelligent diagramming. But over the years, we've expanded into a full visual collaboration suite. So a lot of products focused around the same intelligent, shared, collaborative canvas. So we have our main product, Lucid Chart, which is intelligent diagramming, like I said, really great for processes, technical systems, organizations, both things that you might create manually and things that you create automatically from data, or actually recently with AI, all powered by Azure OpenAI service. And then we have a digital whiteboard called Lucid Spark, which is really great for teams coming together to collaborate on complex ideas, any kind of interactive presentation or facilitated workshop, agile planning. And then we have a third product called Lucid Scale that does cloud infrastructure visualization. So you can plug it into your Azure environment, and we will give you an interactive, pivotable visualization of your cloud.
Awesome. I'm a visual learner personally, so I like having those visualizations to understand like relationships between components and things.
Exactly.
That's great. So how does Lucid interact with Microsoft?
Yeah, so we've been a Microsoft partner forever. One of our visions really is to bring visual collaboration to all the places that our customers work. And obviously for everyone here and for most of our customer base, that's Microsoft. So we've had integrations with all the M365 products for years, both in terms of bringing Lucid into those documents, as well as bringing information from Microsoft into our products to do things like generate those visualizations I was talking about. And then actually in the last year, a bunch of super exciting stuff. So last year, we released a Teams AI bot to do summaries of any documents that you shared within Teams.
Awesome.
We released a bunch of native AI functionality, especially for AI-generated diagramming, all powered by Azure. And then we actually released an integration with Azure OpenAI service that might be interesting to folks here, which is all about prompt engineering on the canvas. So it's sort of the idea of how do we give you a collaborative visual environment to work on language models with your team.
Great. That's a lot of great stuff.
It's been a fun year.
Awesome. So specifically, I want to hone in on some recent developments that have happened with Lucid and Microsoft 365 and Copilot.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Sure. Well, that's what brings us here today. So we've been super excited to partner with Microsoft on an M365 Graph Connector and Copilot extensions. So I'll start with the Graph Connector piece. I'm sure many people know, but it's the way that you can index content into the Microsoft Graph. So what that means in practice for us is Lucid content can show up natively alongside Microsoft content anywhere that uses the graph. So let's say you're searching for something. You can find Lucid content alongside Microsoft. But where it gets really powerful, obviously, is with Copilot. So that allows Copilot to do things like answer questions based on Lucid content and Microsoft content. So imagine you're coming out of, for example, like an architecture review meeting in Teams. You can come out and ask Copilot, find me the up-to-date documentation for all those services we just talked about. It could look at the Teams transcript, find the relevant stuff, but then actually look at Lucid content and surface all your relevant documentation, all of your architecture diagrams in Lucid Chart.
Perfect. So building on top of what Copilot already does and then adding in your own Lucid flair.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, I love the idea of just building on top of what already works or something that users are already familiar with.
Exactly.
I think that's just a nice transition into exploring something new and getting more productivity out of it.
Exactly.
Awesome. So, you kind of already went into the why, but tell me more. Why did you choose to build the tools that you did?
Sure. Yeah, a lot of it comes from customer demand, right? We've been hearing a lot from our customer base being pulled into many conversations about AI. And unsurprisingly, a lot of those conversations include Copilot. And what we've seen is, a lot of our customers are nearing kind of the end of that evaluation phase. We're starting to see some really large-scale enterprises roll out Copilot across their entire user base.
Yeah.
And their feedback to us is, they want to make the most out of that investment. It's not insignificant. It's a ton of value, but it's a real investment. So they're super interested in how can they bring other data sources that they care about into Copilot so that their users have a better experience, right? They can stay in that one central platform for everything that they're doing.
Cool. So since it sounds like you're accomplishing those goals, how have customers responded?
Really, really well. It's honestly, I mean, speaking as a vendor and maybe to some of the other vendors out there, for us, it's a great way to sort of introduce AI into the conversation with a customer because, Copilot's such a strong brand. They're already doing that evaluation, and then we can sort of support them in their goals and introduce our native AI functionality at the same time.
I love it. Well, Anthony, thank you so much for sharing. Lucid sounds really awesome. I'm actually going to look into it because I like the visualizations personally. So if you're interested in Lucid, be sure to check out the booth if you're here. Otherwise, you can also check them out on the feature partner directory. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Day 3, continuing coverage of Microsoft Build. And what's been really great about this, Donna, you were talking to me about this before, is that we spent a lot of effort making this event accessible. Talk to me about that.
Okay, so one of the things that we at Microsoft focus on is making sure that our events are inclusive of people of all abilities, including people with disabilities, right? So there's been some really strategically done accessibility things, like there's sign interpreters in every keynote and all of the breakouts. There are these quiet, chill-out spaces called humanity spaces, where it's a stimulation-free zone. Nice. So people just who are overstimulated by, lights and all the people have a place
so much
to
stuff.
just be quiet.
That's great.
Like a tech-free zone. Yeah. I've needed that, by the way, this week. You have too. We've been using our green room for that, but I'm really happy to see the conference organizers have thought about that. Second, on the stages, there's ramps leading up to all of them.
That's great.
Which is great for people in wheelchairs, which we've seen, people using canes, but also people like me whose feet are just extremely tired from 3 days of standing and walking around, right?
Yeah.
And then you've noticed there's captions on all of the screens, all over the place, because not everyone has perfect hearing. Did you know like half the adult population above 40 is hard of hearing?
What was that? No, yeah,
exactly.
no, exactly. Yeah.
And then also it's great for people who speak another language that's not English.
Yes.
Right?
No, I mean, this is what's been so great. And we've got even more things coming up. In just a minute, we're going to be talking about what's new for Windows to help with productivity. We've got more from our featured partners. And but thank you for highlighting all the accessibility stuff, because
it's a huge shout out to the organizers.
Yes,
so thank you to all of you who put this event together.
And also, shout out to the crew and everybody who's been behind this too.
That's right.
We really do appreciate this, and this is really important.
It makes a huge difference to people to feel a sense of belonging. So thank you.
It does.
Hey,
All right.
Joey has someone. Who does Joey have?
Joey has somebody. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. We are back with Jay Alomar, Director and Engineering Fellow at Coher. Welcome back.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Great to have you. You recently at Coher launched a new state-of-the-art model family, Command R and Command R Plus. Talk more a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So, as you mentioned, these are state-of-the-art large language models, or LLMs. They excel, they're purpose-built for enterprise use cases. So they excel at 3 things. So advanced retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, which increases the accuracy of these models and reduces hallucinations. That's one of the main things that enterprises care about. Tool use is another capability. So this enables futuristic agentic use cases. And then one thing that a lot of companies care about, especially enterprises, is being multilingual. So these models support 10 languages. A lot of companies work or operate in multiple geographies. They need to support people that speak multiple languages, and so multilingual is an important capability. And enterprises tend to use these models for use cases like summarization, copywriting, building chatbots that do customer service, for example, and improved search systems.
Really quickly, before we go, can you talk a little bit more about a customer that you're working with on Microsoft Azure?
Yes, Atomic Work is a company that works in the IT space, and they've built a digital agent called Atomic AI that uses Coher's Command R Plus models, and it tackles end-to-end service tickets that customers, the IT departments require. For example, if a user wants a request from the IT department to find a specific form or document, the agent is able to handle that request end-to-end using the models.
That is so super cool. Hey, listen, if you would like to find out more about our friends at Coher, head on over to the featured partner directory on build.microsoft.com.
we are back. First of all, we love seeing the chat. We love seeing your tweets. And I want to give a huge shout out to all of our friends in Bangkok, Thailand. I see you tweeting at us, and it was such a joy spending time with you last December. And you did promise you're going to watch us at Build, and you've been watching us at Build. So thank you and hello. And by the way, the rest of Asia, Australia, New Zealand, hello, hello, hello. We love you. We miss you. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you for tuning in.
Tweet at us.
Tweet us, for real, at us.
Yeah.
We're actually saying at us from us, right, for real.
Come at me, bro. Come at me.
No, and we've had a great day today. Like in the last couple hours, like, you know, you did a great dev tool demo with John Lamb.
That was fun. Okay, John Lamb is so smart. He's like wicked smart. Every time I talk to him, like, I am very stupid. John Lamb is so smart. But he taught me something really important.
What was that?
Which is to take small language models and be able to build a local AI product on device that you can fine tune and get much better results. That was pretty cool.
That was very cool.
So your interview with Martin, your boss, was awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I like that you asked him about GitHub Copilot Workspaces, which is my most interesting thing right now. I'm fascinated by it.
It's really, really great.
But your favorite GitHub thing
is the Copilot extensions, obviously.
Obviously.
But it was a really, really great conversation. Jeremy Chapman also talked about Azure Communication Services. That was really great. There was a whole section on, you know, harnessing Copilot in Azure for Azure SQL database.
That's right.
Which is great. Honestly, I feel like databases are a really good place for these sorts of LLMs, and a lot of help can come in for these things. And also remember, you can check out the Microsoft Build stage in the session scheduler. You can see all the past things and use the Build Copilot, right?
Use the Build Copilot to find all the build stage stuff, because all of these are recorded, right? Yep. So a lot of people are saying, oh, it's too bad it's not recorded. I said, no.
No, it's
They're all recorded. You can search for build stage using the Build Copilot thing on the website and find all of these recordings. You'll also have to see a lot of us, but, you know, that's part of the deal. You can see the heist we just had.
Yeah, you can, and you can also see the next thing we're going to do with Dawn right now.
Oh, yep.
I am so thrilled to be talking with two of my friends, Vicky Harp and Kayla Cinnamon, and they're building tools for me and hopefully for you. I am a developer and I develop on Windows, and now I switch back and forth between Windows and Ubuntu, and there are things that you are working on to make my development easier, so I'm selfishly very excited. Please tell me more about what you do and what you've been working on the past year.
So I'm Vicky, and Kayla and I both work on the Windows Developer Experiences team. So we work on the tools that are for people who are working on development activities on Windows. So it doesn't have to be that you're doing development for Windows, you're just on Windows doing development. So we have things like Terminal, Windows Subsystem for Linux, WinGit, DevHome, DevDrive, recently announced sudo. We have a lot of PowerToys, a lot of fun things. And a lot of what we work on is open source, and it's just a really fun, exciting way to work with the development.
You get an extra dance from me when you say it's all open source. I'm so thrilled. And I'm also interested in, so you led with it, let's go there. How does open source kind of play into the way that you're building these tools?
Yeah, open source plays a huge role in how we decide which features to ship next. We actually sort our issues and our repositories by most thumbs up, and then that's how we get funding and then make those features. So it truly is like community driven, and we also work with people in the community to add those features into our products. And what's really cool is like Terminal and DevHome, they ship in Windows. So if you contribute to either of those, you're contributing to Windows, which is a really cool thing to like be able to say. So we've done a lot in the open, and I think it's just been really awesome that we are able to do that.
Cool. And so one of those tools is DevHome. I know I'm a super fan of WSL, and I was like, we had a little party when WSL 2 dropped. I was like, but I'm not super familiar with DevHome. Can you tell me more about that and what's new with it?
Yeah, you want to talk about it too?
Yeah, so DevHome is the one-stop shop for developers that ships in Windows. And it's meant to help you get set up, but also stay on top of your projects and then be able to jump into your environments really quickly. So we did add some new features. Do you want to talk about those?
Yeah, so we've, so you can think about DevHome as being just your quick access to all these things, some of which are old and some of which are new. So for example, now we have this new feature around dev environments where you can basically define the WinGit DSCs. I don't know if you've heard about that. This is declarative state configuration where you can define this is everything that I want about my Windows setup. Well, now we have those definable as dev environment, so I can say, here's my WSL setup and I want to launch that into a new WSL, or here's my Windows setup and I want to make a new Azure Dev Box or a new Hyper-V or a new Sandbox. And that's all definable and controllable within Dev Home. And we also have PowerToys, which we mentioned. We've been taking some of the popular tools from that and moving them into Dev Home so that they're now natively part of Windows instead of like something that you have to download separately. And we'll be seeing more of that. And then we've got a couple other things as well.
Yeah, one more feature that we've added is Windows customization. Yes. And the inspiration for it came from looking at all of these developer scripts we've seen online. And developers love to toggle their machine to be a very specific way. So we want, all of us, honestly. So having a UI for that is just something that we wanted to provide for developers that comes inbox. So it's something that we want to really work with the community because we're open source of like what other settings and features do you want to see here. And as well in that Windows customization page, there's a DevDrive Insights section. So we work on DevDrive too. DevDrive helps provide faster performance for developer scenarios. And DevDrive Insights lets you tailor that DevDrive so it's even more performant than just the base drive that you'll get.
Interesting. So to summarize, I'm seeing that like these different products that some of which we know and love, some we may not have touched into, are now going under this umbrella Dev Home. So I can find it in Dev Home. And then I also get to tweak in turn like I want to, all of these different customizations. And then Winget is one of the ways that you were usually able to install and download and things, and now it's under Dev Home as well, along with Power Tools. And we also have Dev Drive. Can you tell me more about Dev Drive? That's another one that I'm not super familiar with.
So Dev Drive is, are you familiar with the resilient file system, REFS?
No.
So it's getting off into kind of the weeds.
Yeah.
So normally a Windows system drive is NTFS, and then you may have run into this before where you have like something with a lot of files like Node.js packages, things like that. Yes. And it's slower, right, on NTFS than it would be on some other systems. And so REFS solves that problem. It's more performant for these high I/O situations. And it also has the ability to kind of set different Defender modes for Windows Defender. So you can have like asynchronous mode on Windows Defender. You can control some of the filter drivers. So what this really results in is if you have an I/O bound like build situation, or like if you're doing a clone or a copy, it is dramatically faster. There was a great demo that Kayla did the other day where, what did it go? It went from like 17 seconds to
13 to 0.1.
Is that the one with Scott Hanselman?
Actually, this was the one before that.
This is before that, yeah. So as Vicky was mentioning, DevDrive is intended to have faster performance, and we're also working to just make DevDrive faster itself. And we've added block cloning, which copies just metadata rather than bit by bit, which is what happens in C drive. So I copied like a 10 gigabit VHDX file on Tuesday, and it went from 13 seconds to 0.1 seconds. And it was instant because it's just metadata.
Like, I don't know if you can hear the cheering, like, mind blown. Oh, that's a really cool demo to bring out at Build for our developer conference. So that's really great. And so then you also had another one with Scott Hanselman. What was uncovered in that? What like blew minds in that one?
So I think
you've got to go.
I think it was probably, so I did a demonstration of our new advanced paste power toy, which is basically adding AI into your paste. So I was able to show a demo of taking an XML file and copy it into the clipboard, and then I went paste as JSON, and it just did immediate conversion automatically. I did another one where I took a screenshot of Task Manager and I pasted it as a markdown table.
Yeah.
And then the third one was I copied the audio file, MP3 file of Scott's podcast, and then I pasted it as text on the transcript. So that's one of the new power toys we have, and it's just basically doing AI operations, and that is open source so that people can kind of get in there, look and see how we're using the models, and actually contribute their own scenarios.
And it's open. It's open. I swear, you could just have me like pay me, but I am not a great actress. I am genuinely mind blown. I'm gonna have to put that one in my backpack for Build because I didn't get a chance to see it. I was up here, but that's so cool. I'm really glad we were able to share that, and you've gotten some reactions to it. How are people reacting to it?
People are pretty excited about it. So I think people were like, "Oh my God," afterwards. But I think, in general, there's been a really good reaction to people coming and saying that this is the build where they're understanding how they can do AI. And that's really what we want, is like, we don't want people to be saying, let's go to Microsoft and ask you to do the AI for us. It's like, we're a platform, and we are building tools to help people to do the things that we can never think of. So one of the demos that Scott was doing was showing how he shows his blood sugar in the Windows terminal.
Yeah.
That is not a scenario that we would have thought of. That is a scenario he was able to build, and that sort of richness and fun to our environment and to our platform comes from that kind of interaction. And so with AI, I want it to not be a thing that people are hearing about on the news. I want it to be something that they see it and say, I think I can do that. And this is the build where I think we're getting to that point, and I think part of it is through some of the great content and the announcements, and I think some of it is just the ability to go and find projects that you're familiar with and see how it's being used and to see how it really connects to you.
That's really cool. And I mean, a through line through this has been the ability to customize, the fact that it's open, and the fact that there's this feedback loop of you and you all listening to the end users, Windows developers on Windows. That's really cool. And so there's a team who's building it. These tools have existed for a number of years. Who all is giving us these features? But who's building it?
Well, yeah, so we have a good mix. We have people who are in the Windows team, obviously, who are doing the team. We also work a lot with dev. So, for example, the environments work that we're doing in DevHome also works closely with Azure DevBox, and so we're working with that team. We have a lot of open source contributors who are regularly part of our syncs, and they help us with our issues and with triage and with contributing features. And we really do want to welcome our whole developer community to be part of our team in that way. And I don't have to have anything for that.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. Yeah.
And you mentioned that they're part of your syncs. Are these the regular syncs, or is there another feedback loop that people are getting into?
So there's kind of a couple different mechanisms. So for one thing, we do reach out on Twitter, et cetera, like that. But we do have regular calls, like every Friday, where we're doing like kind of our customer panels, and we here's the list, you can join the list, and then we'll send out a thing and say, would you like to talk to us? And we'll get on and we'll show you, here, we're thinking about this, or here's our new idea, or help us prioritize or find scenarios around this. And everybody, all of our developers are welcome to join that.
Yeah, and I think we have the link for that. That one just showed up on screen, aka.ms/E4D chat. I'm excited about that.
And E4D is Engineered for Developers.
There you go, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you lock it in with the acronym. And then there was another one that was important. What could we find at aka.ms/WinDevBlog? I guess it makes sense. What's on the WinDev blog?
So we had a lot of feature releases for build, and Pavan posted a blog post. So at that URL is where you can get all of the latest updates for everything that we've delivered for like DevHome, PowerToys, etc. Sudo for Windows, that's in there as well.
I'm so glad I got to talk to you all. This was like such a great interview. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Day 3, build stage, talking about one of my favorite topics on the planet, experiments. Experiments, right?
Yeah.
Experimentation is such an important thing for devs, and we don't talk about it enough. We all do it, but we don't talk about all of the tooling needed to do it well. So here we've corralled 2 of our very good friends, Vyom from Microsoft and Annie from Split Software, to come and share with you all of their pro tips and tricks around experiments. These 2 are experts, so we're so lucky to have them. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing good.
How's build? How's build? What'd you think?
Great. It's awesome.
Exciting.
Okay. All right. So we've heard so much about all of the dev tooling this week, right? Where does experimentation fit in?
Sure. So as you all know, Microsoft and Azure has a wide variety of tools which we offer for developers. Right from IDEs like Visual Studio and VS Code, to development environments, to GitHub repositories, and all the tooling which comes with it for DevOps. Going from the inner loop to the outer loop, even as we go to things for how do you look at things in production with Azure Monitor and Application Insights. We have a load testing service.
Yeah.
The one I want to talk about a little bit today is app configuration, which is relevant in this space.
Okay.
App configuration is a way in which customers can centralize their configuration management for all of their applications, but it also offers feature flags.
Yeah.
That's where experimentation comes in, and today we don't have that experimentation offering on Azure. So we have been working with the folks with Split to offer app config and Split combined as an experimentation platform for developers.
Okay, so this is some secret project that you all have been working on. I love that. I love secret projects. So I want to hear everything about this. So you've got Azure App Configuration, and you've been working with Split to add these 2 new things, the Split experimentation framework to the Azure Dev ecosystem family of things. Okay.
Yep.
So tell me more about this. What does this all do?
Yeah, well, let's start off with understanding the value of incorporating experimentation into your software development workflow. So understanding the impact of every feature release is now table stakes for software development.
Yes.
So by pairing feature flags with experimentation, you can truly strike that balance of speed, accuracy, and safety to truly de-risk application development. Now, if you're using feature flags, which many people are, you already know that flags alone add a lot of value. You can reduce risk by having more control over each of your rollouts. But by up-leveling flags with experimentation, you actually unlock a lot more value. So first off, you can release faster because you understand impact earlier, which means you can shorten your iteration cycles and ship up to 50 times faster. You can also identify problem features while they're still very early in their rollouts, leading to shorter MTTD and almost instant MTTR.
Lovely.
Now, flags and experimentation also help you learn from every feature release. So as you're taking action on your rollouts, as you're iterating on features, you can ensure that every iteration is informed with really meaningful insight. And finally, it improves autonomy because you can ensure that experimentation is really embedded into your software release cycles and really remove that bottleneck you traditionally have of relying on a data scientist to help you run those experiments.
I love this because these are all the things that we have to do no matter what, right? It doesn't matter what you're building. You could be building a website, an operating system, et cetera, but you have to do this where you want to release faster, but the best way to feel confident that you're ready to release is through those stage rollouts. Second one, actually being able to identify, oh, an issue's gone wrong, roll that back really quick, detecting and triage. Third is like iterate, of course. And then the fourth one is like, yeah, you do reclaim a lot of time, autonomy, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly.
So I love that you're focusing on all 4 of those things, which is not usually talked about in the dev cycle, though it's such a how, right, to making a dev cycle better. So we've talked a lot about like feature flags and things like that. Is that a big topic that you all have been working on? I assume yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we have been working, as you can know, with a lot of the ISVs is we have this program called Azure Native ISVs, where we bring in the ISV partners, and a lot of them through the marketplace, where they can bring Azure builds a control plane, a management plane for these partners, and makes it feel like customers can kick off and manage the infrastructure of these services through Azure. What we are doing with Split is taking that a step further, where it's not just the management plane, but we are also doing a super deep data plane integration, where we are bringing the value and the context from the feature flags from app config and the telemetry data, which is generated from these applications stored in App Insights, deeply embedded into the data plane of the Split attribution engine. What this gives is that it enables customers to quickly, quantifiably understand what's going on in their applications and be able to get to the point of these safe, faster releases, all in the context of their Azure environment. This is all in the context of it feels like a natural Azure service.
Yeah, that's very true, because what you're doing here is saying, this is all tooling you already know to use, right? This is not some whole new thing. You're just adding this beautiful new functionality to it to take the tools you already use, to build the things you're trying to build, but do it better. You're able to say, like, let's do the experiment, roll this out, roll that out, etc. What are some interesting use cases for
Sure.
this?
So I think there's 3 different use cases that we want to talk about. The standard one when people hear experimentation is they go to A/B testing. I have some sort of UI, I have a website, I have a user-facing application, and I want to understand, well, I have 2 different options of how I do things. Should I place the button here or here? Should I make it this color or different color? What size? What's the placement? There's a whole bunch of UI testing that customers want to do. So that's the first one we want to show of how customers can test that and do A/B tests with their UI using Azure App Config and experimentation.
Beautiful, I love that.
All right, let's take a look at our demo application here. So
let's see it. I'm excited.
Northern Mountains is a fictional e-commerce company that sells outdoor sporting equipment, and you can see their website here where customers can explore their product inventory, submit online orders. They are already using Azure App Configuration for their feature flags, Azure App Insights to capture their telemetry data, and split experimentation to measure impact. You can see in their split experimentation workspace resource here, they already have some metrics configured to capture their most important business and performance metrics. So things like catalog item latency, checkouts, items viewed, et cetera. So let's actually take a look at one of these metrics here. Let's open up checkouts. And each experimentation metric is defined by an application insights event, how you want the event to be calculated into that metric, and then a desired impact direction, so whether you want that metric to increase or decrease. Now, traditionally with experimentation, you have a metric in mind that you're trying to optimize, and you have some hypothesis about how one or more feature variants are going to improve that metric. And it's the same thing here with Northern Mountains. So they have a quarterly goal, and in their application, they actually want to increase traffic from the product listing page, or PLP here, into their product detail page, or PDP. Because the PDP is where customers can actually log in and add items to cart and really initiate that purchase process. So one of the ideas that they want to test is adding the discounted price and really elevating that to the PLP. And they're hoping that this will entice customers, get them excited about the lower price, click in, and hopefully, of course, translate later on into the purchasing process. Now, let's switch over to App Config. They already have a feature flag called Display Discount. Let's take a look at how that's configured. They have a couple of variants here for the feature flag. The first is the off variant. This is the baseline that only displays their list price. They also have a second variant called On, where they're showing that discounted price next to the list price. Now, in their allocation here, they've configured 50-50. They want to do a randomized rollout, so 50% of their users will see that off variant, 50% of users will see that on variant. Now, they've run the experiment. Let's take a look at what the results were like, and you can see it's right here within the feature flag. So you can see that this discount feature actually did have the desired impact they were hoping for. It increased the items viewed by 28%. What's also exciting is the team noticed that it also increased the order page views by 80%. This isn't something they were expecting, but it's great because it means that they're driving more traffic further down that purchasing funnel. Now, they also see there are quite a few inconclusive metrics here, but that's actually not a bad thing for the team because, again, these are all of those important business and performance metrics they were monitoring, so it means that they didn't cause any degradations in the metrics that their organization really cares about.
What I like about this demo so much is that, first, it's a retail demo, which makes me very happy, The second one is retail is such a space for experimentation, just with everything, right? Like which image to use, what price to set it as, where should you put the price, how big should the price be, which image, like if you're doing a rotating carousel of images, which one attracts the most paired with the price. There's so many permutations and combinations that it's actually impossible to think about it manually. So I love the fact that you've set this framework up so you say, here's what we're trying to do, and then run these experiments to solve that problem. I think that's incredibly clever because you're using technology to do technology.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that so much. Okay, so This is wonderful for A/B testing. One of the things that I used to run this thing called the Windows Insider program over there. We used to do stage rollouts. Okay, and the reason we did that is when you're rolling Windows to 1.5 billion people, you don't want to roll that out the same day. So when it was time to actually roll the thing, we would do a stage rollout like ring 0 would be internal, ring 1 would be internal plus friends, et cetera. And we were able to detect when something went wrong really quickly, right? Just because of the stage rollout, nothing this fancy. We did not have this. I wish we'd had this. Oh, our life would have been so much better. Insiders. What have you got that as things go wrong, like things have failed, what are some mitigations that we can think of?
Absolutely, and I think that's you nailed it. That's the exact second scenario where experimentation plays an extremely important role. Is these stage rollouts, which enable customers to de-risk their application deployments, where instead of rolling out to everybody, can we roll out to small audiences and see how that's doing? So that's the second demo that we have for you.
Show it. Let's see it. Love it.
So in this example, the Northern Mountains team, they've been receiving a lot of feedback that customers really want more ratings and reviews in the application to help them make better purchasing decisions. They also see that their competitors are releasing this functionality, so they have a little bit of pressure to get it to market quickly. So they've designed this MVP to introduce a 5-star rating on each item and display the average rating onto the PLP. Now, they're not trying to run an explicit A/B test here, but you'll see that their release is still actually protected by experimentation. So going back to the feature flag display rating here, as they're rolling it out, you'll be able to see that they still get experimentation results. So right off the bat, you notice that there are quite a few desired metrics here, which is really exciting because they can still communicate that to their organization and justify that opportunity for continued investment into the feature. But they do also notice that one of these metrics, checkouts, is inconclusive, and they're curious about that and want to learn more. So they click into that checkouts metric, and this actually takes them over to the split partner portal, where they're able to see that metric value over time for each of the variants. Now, at first glance, you're probably seeing, well, that on metric looks a little bit better than the off metric. But in reality, you can see that the confidence intervals for those metrics are overlapping. So it's a little bit misleading because that's not a statistically significant difference you're seeing. Back in the results, you also see that that catalog item latency, which is one of their guardrail metrics, has had an undesired impact of over 60%. And this actually violates one of the constraints that their engineering organization has put into place. So they're able to detect that quickly, pause the release. They can pop right back into the feature flag and disable it. And the team's really excited that they're able to catch and remediate this early because obviously it saves them a lot of time troubleshooting the issue, waiting for customer tickets and reports to come in. They avoid escalations and things like that. And this is just for one feature, right? Imagine as teams are rolling out more and more features at scale, this really can improve a team's velocity and productivity.
I love this. This is fantastic because it's guardrails. You're putting guardrails around your deployment, which is fantastic. So elephant in the room. AI chatbots, okay?
Yeah.
I always want to know, like, okay, you slapped an AI chatbot on your website. Did it actually help your business? I hear you've got something for it.
Yeah, so I think that's a very good point. Like today in the world of AI, one thing which has changed in the life of the application developer is applications went from being deterministic, where the app dev knows exactly how the application is going to behave, to going to become stochastic, where they approximately know what it's going to look like, but they don't know exactly what the AI is going to do. We've seen so many of these where big blunders of what the AI is doing.
Right.
And more importantly, customers really want to understand, the app devs want to understand, are customers seeing value in what we are doing here?
That's
like,
right.
Sure, it looks better, but is this what customers exactly were looking for?
It would be
and I
cool
think that's
to
the
prove
third
data.
use case.
I'd love to see that. This is
how
so
customers
relevant.
are doing experimentation on these AI applications on an ongoing basis, and it's not just like a one-off anymore.
Yeah. I've never thought about that as experimentation, but you're so right. That so is. Do you have something to show us?
Yes,
let's see
lucky
it.
for us, the Northern Mountains team has actually built an AI chatbot into their application. And this is going to help answer customer questions about products and orders. The team wants to test some of the model parameters because they don't really have a good understanding. They want to see what that's like. So they built this feature flag to control the max tokens value. They have one variant off, which is just using the model default. They have another variant on that caps it for shorter responses. And there's some disagreement within the team because they don't know which one is actually going to be better for the customer experience. Some believe the shorter responses are actually going to help. Some think they're going to hurt. They don't know how it's going to act in the wild, but lucky for us, we don't have to speculate about the results and the impact because the team has run an experiment. So let's look at the first example here. which is where, imagine I'm a customer, we're gonna ask about the helmet selection. And you can see in this first variant, we're actually getting the shorter responses.
Yeah.
And actually, this isn't really a concise summary of the inventory. It actually makes me think that the Northern Mountains inventory might be kind of limited. And I might actually decide to leave and go evaluate some competitors that might have some more helmets to purchase. Let's take a look at the other variant, which, again, I'm going to ask the AI chatbot the same question.
I love this, by the way. This is so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see here the longer responses, so a lot more information. So this could be better, but at the same time, you can understand how some of those team members felt like this might be a little bit overwhelming for the user. But again, we don't have to speculate. The team has run the experiment, so let's actually take a look at what those results show. So you can see here that on treatment, or variant with the shorter responses, actually had an undesired impact on the items viewed. And this is really interesting for the team because some of them think, well, maybe that's a good thing, right? Because the AI answered questions, it didn't require the user to take a look. But if you remember from that first example, that page is where customers can actually add items to cart and initiate the purchase process. So that's actually a negative thing for the Northern Mountains team. You can see there are also a lot of other inconclusive metrics. So it's clear that the team still has a lot more learning to do here. But luckily, they're able to take this insight, bake it into their next iteration, and be confident that experimentation is going to give them quick visibility into the impact of the feature.
Love that, because you're showing the impact of spending all this money and effort on AI. That's fantastic. I love that. That is my favorite one.
Great.
Okay. All right. We can talk about this. I can make them show stuff all day, but please go and check out Split Software in the Featured Partner Catalog and check out these products. These are amazing. Thank you both. I've learned so much. I'm building one of these.
Yes,
thank you.
Hey, we're back. Hey,
This
you
is
know
a
what?
Mistake. They put us together, and we can do whatever we want.
For the last couple, hang on. I got to take care of business. Can I take care of business?
Yeah,
real quick?
take care of business.
Hey, listen, we've caught up with a whole ton of featured partners throughout this event. For more information, check out the featured partner directory. And a huge thank you to our featured partners, including LED Tools and MongoDB. They play a very, very critical part of our community. So check out their offers on the build.microsoft.com website in the featured partner directory. Now we can
Now we can do whatever we
chaos.
want. I was going to jump on your back. You were going to ride around the. Is that what we're going to do? What we're going to do?
I don't think they're
not fine for that.
They're saying no. They're saying
no. But there's a poll, right?
Okay, so hang on. Before we cause complete chaos,
before we cause complete,
I have to ask chat. You know, chat's there.
Yeah. Okay.
They've been there all day.
Let's do it.
All right, so
What do
we're
we
going to
got?
poll. The final question, the final poll question, while exploring the showcases of our featured partners, what has caught your eye? Is it
Giveaways.
Ooh, I like giveaways.
Trial software.
Ooh.
Developer stories, or free resources? Vote now, and they'll tell us in our ears what's going on. I like all the stuff.
I like free stuff.
That's true. I like all the free stuff. See, that's why we're better together.
Really?
He likes the free stuff. I like all the stuff.
He likes free stuff.
I like all the free stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. Reminisce.
Tell me.
Hey, we've been here for like 8 months.
Yeah, it feels like 8 months, huh? It's been absolutely delightful meeting everybody here, and hopefully we're bringing the joy of developer goodness to folks with AI, but in a secure way. Yes. See, this is the only guy that understands. You got to say, when you say AI. That's right, but you got to do it in a secure way, right? Is there a word for secure? What is like you're like, secure.
We don't have anything like really cool. Like, yeah, it's like,
I feel like
lock it up so that nobody.
Pop and lock, right? This is, look,
Production is like, they're going, this is why this is the last segment with these two.
Awful.
Ever.
That's right.
Ever.
All right, so what we're supposed to call out, what's coming up next?
Don's coming up next very soon. We've got some tools in MongoDB.
Lead tools at
Lead
MongoDB
tools.
are our
Lead tools.
featured partners. Make
lead
sure
tools, yes,
make sure
MongoDB.
you go to their page at the featured partner page that has all of those free.
I know where that is.
Where is it?
It's on build.microsoft.com. And you know what, Seth?
What's up?
We'll be back after this.
am so excited to be joined here with Michael Prabhu, Head of Product Growth at Syncfusion. And we were just talking about your origin story at Syncfusion.
Yeah.
It's so exciting, starting in the code, and you're still knee-deep in the code, because we got a demo today.
Yeah, exactly. So today I'm going to show how to create a custom GPT.
Okay.
So, there are a lot of other SDKs out there for OpenAI, but what I'm going to show now is how you can create these custom GPTs on your own without any SDKs, so that it will be easy for you. And I'm going to build first with Blazor Server App. And then I'm going to show you how this Blazor Server App can be, deployed into the .NET MAUI hybrid app, so that you can get the best of both worlds. You can have the web app and as well as Android, iOS, Mac as well. Yeah.
You said the right words. I love the best of both worlds. So we're going to dive into the demo.
Yeah.
I'm not super familiar with Blazor, but I know some of our audience are probably experts. I'll pepper in a few questions while we go through it, just to give context on Syncfusion and its benefits. But let's jump in. I don't want to hold you up.
Yeah, sure. So Syncfusion provides third-party UI components. So I have developed, let me show you a demo of that first.
Yeah.
So here it is. So there you go. So here's the chat component that I've created. So right now, I've just called the APIs. I'm just going to tell something like that. Tell me a joke. So it is going to tell you a joke.
Okay.
Okay. So it's just like that. Yeah. Okay. So the thing is, I have created this entire application using Syncfusion UI components, and let me show you that. So this is a Blazor server application that I have, and inside that I have this pages. Inside I have this index.razor. So let me show you what I have created. So here it is. So what I have used is a Syncfusion list view. In this list view, I have created a template where I can show the chatbot as one user and the other one who is asking the question as another user, so that this template can be manipulated accordingly. So here, so in order to do that, we have to create a ChatGPT service first. So let me show you how that can be done. So here I have created a ChatGPT service. So here what I have done is you have to have your own API key. So I'm using Visual Studio Secrets so that Microsoft promotes that, and I accordingly do that. Okay. So I have my OpenAI key set as secrets, and I have to choose the OpenAI model. So here I have used GPT 3.5 Turbo Instruct. And then you should choose an API endpoint. So the API endpoint is what you will request a question, and then you will get an answer. So here I'm going to use a API endpoint called completions. Okay. So let me show you what that is. So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a authentication here. So I'm passing this authentication with a prompt. So any question that user asks is a prompt, and I'm serializing that as a JSON format, and then I'm passing that to the endpoint. So once I get the answer, I reveal that answer in the chatbot text box. Okay, so this is how it is. So this is the demo that I have shown before. So let me show you once again.
Yeah.
So the thing is here, let me give you a simple example here. So let me ask, what is the weather in Seattle in May? So now it is going to give me what it looks like in May, right?
Yeah.
But if I'm going to ask, how about August? The GPT doesn't understand the context of it, because it is going to give you a generic answer like the August is good. So if you want to pass on the context, you have to provide a different endpoint. You have to ask questions to a different endpoint. So the different endpoint that I'm going to use here is chat completions. So here, before I have used the V1 completion, now I'm going to use chat completion. So in order to do that, you have to provide the queries in a list of messages that you should do. So what you have to do is, here once again I'm going to here. So now I'm going to pass on a message. I have to give the role. So here the role is a system. So the system is nothing but the AI. And if the user is asking any question, then the role has to be user. Okay. So that makes sense, right? So now let me quickly show you that. So So I'm just going to comment out this. And so once again, I have to do certain things here as well. Just give me a second. And so there you go.
Yep,
now
that makes sense.
Yeah. So now let's run this. Now we are giving context to the chatbot. So now what I have provided is, I have provided my name, and I have provided certain things about Syncfusion. So now it understands about Syncfusion as well. So let me show you that. So I think it probably, yeah, it calls my name.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So now if I'm going to ask the same question, like, what is the weather in Seattle in May? So it is going to give me the answer for May. And now if I ask, how about August? And now it understands the context and it provides the exact answer. Yeah.
I love a good demo. That was great. Okay. And that also looked very straightforward.
Yeah, exactly.
So what are the implications of this and having it so accessible to developers?
Yeah, I think the thing is, the whole repository is available in my GitHub repository, so you can visit here. So you can you can scan it and go to this repository and give it a try.
Awesome.
So let's move on to the next part of the demo.
Cool.
Yeah. So the thing is, let me show you this. So what I'm going to create is, I'm going to create a custom GPT, right? So in order to do that, you have to create a assistant. You have to create an assistant, and then you have to you have to create a vector store, and you have to upload a file regarding your organization. Let's say, for example, you are creating something for your organization. Then you can upload a file, the information that about your organization, and then you can upload that file and relate that file to the vector store. So you have to link that file to the vector store. And at the same time, you have to link the vector store file to the assistant as well. So now let's see how we could do that. So now you can see there are no assistant here. And in the storage, you don't have any files or you don't have any vector stores here. So now let me show you how that can be done. So now let me comment out this. And So now I'm going to show how we can do that. So in order to do that, as I said, you have to follow the same procedure. So you have to call on the API endpoint, and you have different endpoints for different API requests. So here, let me show you. So here I have provided the default OpenAI key and what are the things that I'm going to use. And now I will create an assistant, and then I will create a vector store, and then I will upload the file. And then that file is added to the vector store, and then that vector store is updated to the assistant, and then we have to create a thread, and then we have to run the thread to get the messages. So now let me quickly run this to show you what it is. So now I have added the signals as well. So I have created an assistant, I have created a thread. Now it is waiting for the assistant to reply. So now we got a message. So that will, so here you go. So now this bot is specifically designed to answer questions only about Syncfusion.
That is so cool. I don't want to hold you up because we are limited on time, but I'm interested in knowing who benefits from things like this.
So the thing is, any developer who wants to create their own GPT for their own organization, they can develop this on their own. So if, let's say, for example, if they don't have a big LLM, or if they don't have a big database, they can use their file and they can use their file search for this. So it is really helpful for them. And let me quickly, we also have a product called Bolsign, which is with Syncfusion. So if I'm going to ask about that, then it will definitely give me that answer. So let's say, for example, what are the 3 features you like in Bolsign? So the thing is, I have uploaded exactly what are the informations that the GPT has to answer. So now it is still running the thread.
Yeah.
And there you go. You can see the answers like the bold sign has easy integration, templated management, and comprehensive dashboard and everything.
I love it.
And
it's so cool.
Yeah. And the other thing is, let's say, for example, if somebody is misusing yours, let's say, for example, what is 2 plus 2? So the thing is, it is specifically designed for Syncfusion, right? It should not answer such questions. So the thing is, I have restricted my custom GPT to answer only for Syncfusion. So here you go. So it is saying, while it can assist for anything, but please make your questions related to Syncfusion itself. So this is the part of what I have developed in Blazor.
Yeah.
So,
awesome demo. This is so cool.
Thank you. So now, as I promised, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a Blazor hybrid app showcasing all the same.
Just in a couple of steps.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Very quickly.
So,
cool.
So let me set this as a startup project. Yeah, here you go. So the thing is, it is the same Blazor application that has been set up here, and nothing has changed. I have not changed any code or anything here. So now the entire web application is rendered in dotted MAUI as a web view. So, so here I'm going to run this in Windows machine. So before what we saw was a web application. Now what I'm going to show you is a Windows machine application. So here you go. So the live demo always takes time, right?
No, it's moving.
Yeah, it's good. So there you go. As I said before, we have the entire web view here. So the same code, it is generating the same answers and everything. So, but now this is a Windows application.
Rock on. That's awesome.
So there you go. And one more thing is, let me show you the demo in Android as well. So quickly, I will quickly show the demo in Android as well. So the thing is, if you are creating an Android, you have to be more specific about the environment that you choose.
Yeah.
So let's say, for example, there are certain code that you need to add for Android. Let me show you that. So let me show you the issue first, and then let me give you the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once again, this is a web view, so you can see the result here. So once I'm clicking here, so the same thing, so you can see all these things.
Yeah.
So now, if I want to ask a question, what will happen is that when I click on this text box, that text box will disappear because the keyboard is overtaking it, right?
Yes.
So in order to avoid that, all you have to do is, so all you have to do is go to the app.xaml.file and so all you have to give is, you have to say which platform you are choosing.
Right.
So platform configuration is Android.
Right.
And then you have to tell the use soft input method. So if you are using the Windows soft input mode, then it will automatically adjust the keyboard to your text box. So let me quickly show you the demo of that as well.
And while it's running, you did tell us what's beneficial for an agent, but tell us a little bit more. What exactly is an agent?
So the agent is nothing but you have to specifically provide a prompt in such a way that agent is customized specifically for your use case.
Yes.
Because the GPT can provide answer for anything.
Yeah.
But if you are having an assistant or an agent, then that is specifically works for you. So you have to provide a prompt that you have to answer only these specific questions or anything like that. So now, as I said, here you go. So now you can see the text box has moved up. So the text box has moved up, and it is not. So it's fun, right?
And you're sharing this code with our viewers. This is so cool.
Yeah.
As someone who's not familiar with Blazor or .NET MAUI, this is very, very cool for me. And now I'm also integrated in how Syncfusion does it.
Yeah.
This is so great. Did you have anything else for us before we go?
Yeah, I think this is pretty much what I have prepared for today.
No, this was plenty. It was so much. I think we really dived deep into getting a working application on multiple devices. And I learned a little bit about agents in Blazor and MAUI today.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Don.
Always fun.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
many featured partners all throughout the past 3 days. They've given some incredible interviews, some demos, and have just talked about really cool tools and how they integrate with existing Microsoft tools, making it very easy to adopt them and really get started being even more productive than you already are. So shout out to all of the featured partners that we talked to today. And good news, if you miss any of our featured partner segments, you can check them all out on the featured partner directory. You can add them to your digital backpack if you want, and you can learn even more about them, get exciting offers directly from the partner themselves, and get access to additional resources to get started with your next great project. So thanks, featured partners.
Thank you, featured partners. And just like that, build is almost done.
Build stage is done.
Build stage is all. Is there more stuff?
Throw them off.
They're like, Bill Seth is gone. Yeah, this has been an amazing couple of days.
Amazing couple of days.
Everyone should spend some time. We're gonna make this last longer as long as we can.
We're just gonna pull it out as long as we can.
Yeah. So Joey, what was the most exciting thing for you?
I love it. Okay, security.
Show or something.
Yes.
Okay, all right, your favorite.
I'll catch it. All right.
Joey, go.
Okay, so not just security, but the on-device AI stuff where you talk about NPU, GPU, CPU. Now I'm saying AI things, and I'm the security guy. What has happened there?
What's happened to you?
I did it. That was all me.
AI things.
It was purely
me.
Seth.
It was the AI
Don't miss any of the awesome security content. There was a really cool session, so I heard because I was here, talking about AI red teaming.
No FOMO.
If you missed the AI red teaming session, I heard it was absolutely brilliant. So you want to check that out on the player later.
No FOMO.
What about you?
Oh, me? I absolutely loved all the AI stuff. I know shameless plug here, but we actually shipped a product and a bunch of products in the AI. Prompty is one of them. We shipped a bunch of amazing stuff in AI Studio. So hand to all the team to do that. I love that.
My favorite was Copilot Learning Hub, obviously. AKA, I know, launched. Learn.microsoft.com/Copilot. Go there, learn how to adopt, extend, and build your own Copilots, for sure, definitely. But honestly, what I loved was seeing all of the Copilot Expo Hall booths be staffed with experts and full of all of you asking questions, getting your answers. But keep those conversations going, because you made a whole bunch of new friends. Do not let those relationships fall. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Also, to give a shout out to a non-AI related feature that just got announced.
Yeah.
I mean, .NET Aspire is. That's my team. That is my team. They're awesome. Everyone try it out. Like, shameless plug, for real.
And Dawn, this was your first build. What was it like for you? Was everyone nice to you, or do we have to?
Yeah, do we have to beat
Who do I have to talk to?
What do we have to do?
No, you were one of my favorites. I made some friends.
You said that to me too.
Yeah, I
Wait, she said it to me first.
No.
I meant it.
Okay.
It was so much fun. I actually made some friends with the MS Learn team, Microsoft Learn team.
Yeah.
They have the plans out. I'm going to get on a plan, and it's going to give me some email nudges when I fall off track. So I'm really excited for plans. It was so cool to get to know everyone and meet people, and it was just so lovely. I want to come back.
Well, that is amazing. And what about you, Christina?
I mean, obviously, I'm going to have to give a shout out to, GitHub Copilot extensions, but also GitHub Workspace, because that did stuff too. But honestly, also the Windows Copilot runtime. Yeah, really good stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, that was actually incredily cool.
Oh, actually, Ginny, the MVP, was explaining it to me. I'm like, I need to have you on my AI show. Shameless plug, actually. AI show live, if you watch that, every Mondays at 8:30 a.m. Just
Love
me,
it.
AI.
It's actually kind of good.
Kind of.
Actually,
and that's
kind of.
Donna said that.
It's informative, so you know it's actually good.
I'm just saying. I mean, every week, every Monday at 8:30 a.m. Unless it's a vacation day. Like,
how much did he pay you for that?
It's so let's not talk about that. There is a mixed company, company here.
But you know what was the most important thing? The cast, the crew, and all of you.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to the crew here. They did such a wonderful job.
All of our behind-the-scenes crew, none of this would be possible without the organizers.
All the people behind the scenes, all the people on scene.
Made everybody us around.
It looks magical.
This takes a village. This takes literally hundreds of people who make, like, what we do is the easy part. And all the people behind the scenes, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for joining us. Until next time, this is Microsoft Build.
my time. I know it's too good to ignore it. Oh, nah, 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 no. I can't let this go. Oh, nah, 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 no. Waiting on you like I need it. Oh, nah, 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 no. I can't take it slow.